Everyone, welcome back to yet another project video. In this project, you're going to build your own AI art generator from scratch, including the business logic. So this is how our finished project would look like. All the images which you can see, we have generated with the help of AI. So that's all we're going to explore one by one, that how we can design such an amazing interface, including the business logic, how we can write the prompt. That's all I'm going to show you in this particular video. So the very first section we have in our application, when anybody comes to the home page, this is what exactly they will see in the home page. We have the navigation bar, we have the logo, and we have different menus. So user can go to different pages like generate page, history, like, and account. Then we have this profile section. I'm already logged into the application, so you can see my email ID. You can see how many credits I have, because if anybody wants to create images, they have to buy credit, because initially we are providing 3 free credits. So this much credit I have, they can buy it, or they can simply log out from the application, which will do that. So this is how our hero section would look like. You can see the logo, you can display the model which you are using, and here we have the search bar where user can simply type and search all the images generated by different users. So all the images which you can see, that's all generated by different user. You can simply click here and you can able to have the details. You can simply copy the prompt, you can copy the URL of the image, you can open it and you can able to see the details that who exactly created this, what model we have used, because in this project we are using 2 different models, V3 and V2. So user can switch between the models. You can see the ratio, you can see the quality, you can see the style type, and you can see the creator. If you want to download, you can simply click on this and you can download that. If you want to delete, you can simply click on this and you can delete. If you want to unlike, you can simply unlike and it will be unlike, but I want to like it. So here we have like this. So that's how we can find the details about the image. So if I want to open this one, I can able to see all the details. I can see this looks good. I can click here, I can see the huge prompt, and I can explore and I can do that. This is how we can explore about the images. Now let's come back to the search bar. If I want to filter any particular image, I can do that very easily. For example, I want to find about the flying. So I'll type flying and it's going to simply filter. So it's going to filter it out and it's going to give me all the images which has this flying keyword in it. So that's how we can use this filter. Now comes the interesting part. You can see we have different tabs here because we have different ratio image we are allowing user to generate. So we can generate in the form of reel, YouTube, or Instagram. So if you click on this YouTube, you will see that these many images we have generated for YouTube because it has a different ratio. If you go to the Instagram, you will find that this is the image we have generated with the Instagram. So we have different ratio and different sizes we are providing. Looks good. And now comes to the model. So if you click here, you will find that currently we are activated V3 model, but you can switch the model. So if I come back here, we have different model V2. So if you click on this, it's going to reload the page and it's going to give you all the images which is created by V2 model. So currently our V2 model is active and you can see this is the image we have created with the help of V2 model. So if I click on this, it's going to give you the detail. So it's the old version. That's why you can see the image is little distorted, and you can see that because in V2 model we can generate up to 5 images. So you can see all the images we have generated with the help of this V2 model. You can see that, and you can simply click to download whichever you want to download, or you can simply like it, and we have liked it. So this is the image we have generated. If you go to the YouTube and if you come back to the Instagram, this is what we have generated here. You can able to see and explore all the images we have generated with the help of V2. Because in the V3 we can only generate 1, but in V2 we can generate up to 5. So that's how V2 model looks like. So let's come back in and let's switch back to V3 because that's the advanced one we have. And that's all the images we have generated with the help of V3. So that's how things will look like in the home page. Now come back to the generator. If I click here, I can see this is where you will land, and you can able to give your prompt. You can give the tag. You can select the model which you want to use for generating the art. If you select V2 model, it's going to give you a couple of options. So you can select number of images which you want to generate. So you can select by this. You can pick the ratio. So we have 3 different ratio which we are allowing. So you can go with any ratio and allow the user to generate the image which we'll use. So let's come back to the V3, and in V3 we have little more option. So it's give you the style tab, that which type of styles you want to generate, like vivid or natural. So you can pick that. You can go with the different sizes like reel, Instagram post, or YouTube. So these 3 options you will have. So let's generate with this help. So I'll select this one, click here, select this vivid, or you can simply go here. There's no problem in that, but I will go with this one because this one is more futuristic type of look you will have. Then I will go with this one. Once I have done the selection, now I have to give my prompt and tag. So this is the prompt which I have generated with the help of ChatGPT, and it's about future space, and I have to give the tag. So I'll say man space. You can give as many tags as you want, there is no problem in that. And now you have to click on this generate, and it's going to activate our AI model. You can see we have a beautiful loader which generating the image at the background, and once the generation will complete, you're going to have your image. So just give some time. And finally, we have generated our image. This is the prompt which I have typed, and this is what we have got as an output. It looks beautiful. I talked about the space, man, and some kind of futuristic look, and that's what exactly I have got. If I want to download it, I can simply download it, and if I want to like this image, I can simply like it. I can click on this like, and I have liked this one. You can close this one. So reload the page. Now you can come back here, and here you will find all the images which you have generated. So this is the YouTube images. That's all you will find. If you click on the reels, here you will find all the images which you have generated for reels. So if you go all the way down, this is the one which I have generated. You can click here, and you're going to have the details about the images. So that's beautiful tab system we have built here. If you come back here on the top, we have the Instagram. You can click here, and you can see the image we have generated with the help of for Instagram. So that's also you can explore. So this is how anybody can come and generate the images. Looks good. So we have seen the V3 model. Now let's look at the V2 model. So we can click here, and from here we have to select the number of images we want to generate. So the maximum limit is 5, because if you go beyond that, it's going to create a problem, and it will take too many requests in the backend in the API. So we'll select number 4, and I want to go with the ratio is this one. And here I have to give the prompt. So this time I will give the same prompt which I have copied, and I have going to save the same tag. So I'll say black man space. You can type as many prompts as you can give the tag. Now you can simply click on this generate, and this time we are using V2 model for generating our image. So this process will take a little bit time. Just wait, because it's going to generate 4 images for us. And here you can see we got our images. It's generated these beautiful images. It's give you 4 images, so you can click and you can go to different images which generated by our AI model, and you can simply select and download it. You can copy the prompt, and you can able to have more details about this, or you can simply like this particular model, the image we have generated. So we got it. Simply reload the page, and you will see the image will reflect here. So this is the one we have generated earlier. You can simply go to the tabs. This is the one we have generated just now, and you can see Instagram. So I'll come back here, select here, and you can able to see the images generated beautifully. This looks absolutely incredible. So that's how we can generate the image with the help of our AI model. I hope you guys have understood. The V3 model is quite futuristic, and it's absolutely amazing. Now what I will do is, you have seen that how you can generate it. Now let's come back to the history, and here you will find all the images which you're going to generate. So currently V3 model is active. That's why you can able to see all the images we have generated with the help of V3 model. So you can see this is the dog, fish. So all the art which you will generate, that's all is going to reflect here, not anybody else. Like in the home page, you will find all the user will generate, but in the history page, you will find you can go to different tab, different model, and you can check, or you can do the filtration as well. So you can type fly, and you can able to do the filtration. So that's what we have here. So that's how our history page would look like. Now if you come back to the like, here you will find all the images which you have liked. So that's all going to be reflect here. So if I come back to the home page, and if I want to like any particular image, so I'll go with this one. So I'll simply click here, like it. If I click on this like, it's going to like it. And now if I come back here in the like page, you will see that image will reflect here. So this is the image, we got it, we just liked it. If you want to unlike any image, you can do that. All the images are beautiful. So let's do with this one. You can simply click unlike, and you have unlike the image. Now if you reload the page, you will see this data is gone. So every single thing is dynamic, and it's real time. So that's how our like page would look like. So that's what we have in the like page. Now if you come back to the account page, here you will find all the different plans which we are selling. So you can see we are selling 3 different plans: Max, Pro, and Starter. In the Max plan, they can have up to 500 images they can generate. In the Pro plan, they can generate up to 300, and the Starter plan they can generate up to 50. So if anybody wants to buy credit, you can see that currently I have this much credit in my account. So if I want to buy like more credit, I can simply click on this buy credit. It will take me to the Stripe payment gateway. So here we are in our payment provider Stripe, and this is the image and the description I have given. I hope this is the logo you guys are familiar with. Then I have to simply give the email. So I'll call it the chain coders. That's the one I will select. I will select the name. So I'll say Daulat Hussain. I have to pick the credit card. So we are using the test one. So this is the card number which you have to type 424242. And for the CVC, you can give any number, like make sure to be into the futures. And for the CVC, you have to say 123. And you have to give the card holder name. So I'll say Daulat. And from here, you have to select the billing address. So currently I have set this pricing for dollar. You can set it for any currency as per your currency, or you can set in multiple currency as well. There is no problem. So I'll come back here. I have to select United States because that's the currency I have selected. And for the address, I'll go with the dummy one. Select this dummy one. Now I can click on this pay, and it's going to make the payment. And once the payment will complete, we're going to have more credit in our account. So just wait. Once the payment will complete, the credit will reflect in our account. So the payment is processing. And here the payment is completed. We redirect here and we finally got our. So make sure to reload. And if you can come back here, you can see we got 500 credit. Earlier it was 17. Now we have 2294 credit. So if you want to buy more, you can simply come here and you can able to buy more credit. So that's how our application would look like. It's absolutely powerful. It looks absolutely stunning. So that's how we can buy credit and we can generate more image. Now what I will do, I'll simply click here and I'm going to log out from the application. So once I will click on this sign out, it's going to log out from the application, and you can see I'm redirected to the login page. But if you go to the home page, you will see the images back in the background, but you can't able to have the access of any one of the service. First, you have to create an account. If you already have your account, you can simply log in. So if I want to log in with the same account which I was, so I have to give the email ID and the password. So I'll say the chain derscoders@gmail.com, and what I will do, I'll simply type the wrong password, and the moment I will click on this login, we'll have a real-time authentication, wrong credential. So if I want to have the access, I have to give the right password. So it's my test account, that's why I'm showing you my credential. So this is the very weak password which I have said. Now if I click on this login, I will be logged into the application. Now I have the access. If I click on here, I can see the credit I have. So that's how anybody can log in. If I want to log out, I can simply click on log out and I'm logged out with the application. You can go to any pages. This is the only component you will see. First you have to log in, then you can able to have the access of any one of the feature we are providing. So let's get and create an account this time. So I'll click here, and here you have to provide these 4 details: name, email address, password, and password confirm. So first I have to provide the name. I'll say Daulat. Then I have to give the email ID. So daulat@gmail.com. I have to give the password. I'm going to set the same password, and I can set the same password. Or what if I'm giving the wrong password? There's no confirmation. So we are doing this real-time validation. So if I click on this sign up, it's going to give me this warning that the password is not matching. So I have to simply provide the exact password. Now if I click on the sign up, we're going to have this. So it says that username or email already exists. Okay, so I have to change my email ID. So I'll say 92929292, or I can click on the sign up. This time I have to change this Hussain and click on the sign up, and it's going to make a call, and finally we have created our account. So we are doing 3-step validation. You can see the email and the number of free credit you will get. So when you will create your first account, you will have this free credit. So once you use your free credit, after that you have to buy credit. So let's come back here and use this particular credit. So if I come back to the history, you will see that I have not generated any image for this account. So that's why it's empty. If you go to the like section, we haven't liked any picture with this account. So if I come back here and if I try to like any particular one, so I'll click here, I'll like this image, and this image will be reflected here in the like page. So here we got it. You can click and you can able to have the details, or you can download the image. So that looks fine. Now let's come back to the generate. So if you click here, you will have the same option. So I'll say boy playing in the field. I'll say game game boy, and you can select the model. So this time I'm going to use dall-e 3, and this time I will use this nature, and I will use a different size. So in this time I will go with this one, and I can click on this generate, and it's going to make the call to our AI, and it's going to generate the image. Once the image will be generated, you will see it will reflect in our application, and we can able to see and download it. And finally, we have generated this image. Looks absolutely incredible. You can simply download it, and we can simply close that one and reload the page, and you will see every single data is got updated. So this is the one we have generated. It looks absolutely stunning, futuristic. You can simply like it, and it looks incredible. Click on it, like it, and we have liked it. Now if you come back here in the Instagram, we haven't generated any one, but if you want to see in your credit list, you will have 2 left. So let's close this one. Now let's write the prompt. So we'll say boys working out in the field, and we'll say the tag is going to be boy, because that's the focus keyword we have. And we can come back here. This time I'll go with this one, and this time I'll select this, the Instagram one, and click on this generate, and it's going to generate this beautiful image which we can utilize in our social media platform. So just wait. So we have generated that one. You can see it looks absolutely beautiful. You can come back here, reload the page, and here we got it. So if you come back here in the Instagram, there is no one, but if you come back to the reel, this is the one we have generated. You can simply click, and you can able to like and copy. If you copy this URL, and you can share with your friend on Instagram or anywhere. So that's what you can share. How? So looks good. Now let's see how many credits we have. This time 1 credit is left. Now let's create the last one. After that, we're going to see something else. So we'll say mouse flying, and we'll say animal, and I'll select the same one, dall-e model, and this time I'll select this. Actually I can go with this one and click on generate, and it's going to make a call to our API, and it's going to generate. So just wait. So here we have got our image. It looks beautiful. Big eye, you will have wings, and you can see it's flying in the air. Now you can simply come back here, reload the page, and you will see we got all that. So this is the mouse, this is the YouTube, and this is the reel. Looks good. Now if you come back here, you will say 0 credit, and now you will have this particular option called buy credit. Now you cannot able to generate. You can give all the instruction, but you cannot able to generate. So you can click here, it will take you to the account page. If you have to buy the credit, so I'll buy 10 credit, like 50. So I have to make the payment $10. I'll say go with this one. I'll say share, and I can simply make the payment. Say no, and the payment is processing. Once the payment will complete, you will have the credit. So last time we have bought 500 credit, but this time we are buying 50 credit for $10. So just wait, let the transaction get complete, and we will be redirect here, and you can see we have successfully bought the credit. Reload the page. Now you can come back here, and you can see we got February credit. Now you can simply close this one, come back to the generate. You will have an option to generate. So every single thing is working fine. You can see how we have built this entire powerful product, and that's what exactly you're going to build in this particular project. You can select, and you can pick different models. So we have this 2 model, and it will automatically refresh and change the data in every single place in our application. So you can pick the model, but I will go with the V3. It looks incredible, and this looks powerful. Now let me show you the responsiveness, because this application is ready for everything. So I can simply do the inspect element, and you can see that's how our application is going to look on this screen size. But the moment I will narrow down, you will see this is how it's going to look on a mobile device. So we have nice footer navigation. You can simply click, and you can go to the different section of our application. So you can come back here, and here we are in the generate section. You can go to the history section. Here we are in the history section. That's how it's going to look. If you come back to the like section, this is how our like section would look like. We have a futuristic look. You can click on this account, and you will be in the account section. From there you can pick all the details. You can simply click here, and you can able to see all the details. Looks absolutely great. So close it up. Now you can come back here, and you will see that we are in the history, and we have created this particular image. You can go to the different tab. This is the one we have generated. You can go to the different tab. If I simply log out with the application, you can see, and try to log in. So I can see this is how it's going to look. It's 100% responsive. Now let me give the email ID. So I'll say coders.com, and I can simply click on login, and it's going to log into the application, and you will see that looks good. We have this 2 column. If you go to the 3rd column, that's how it's going to look. We're going to have 3 column. So we have used the grid system in our project. You can go to the different section, and it's going to automatically fit based on the screen sizes. Got it? You can simply click here, and it's going to have the details about the images. If you click here, and you can simply click on the image, you're going to have the details. So the cart section is 100% responsive based on the screen. So every single thing looks absolutely incredible. I hope you guys will enjoy, and you can see that what exactly we have built and what exactly you're going to build in this complete project. So it looks absolutely incredible. It's 100% responsive. You can simply click here, and you can change the model. And here the model is changed real time. You can go to the different section, and that's what you can see here. So I hope you guys have understood that what exactly coming up in the project and what exactly you're going to build. This is one of the project which you have to include at the time of AI, because we have this AI model and we have to utilize it in our day-to-day project. So that's what you're going to learn in this project, that how you can build. So if you want to delete, I don't want to delete this one, so I can do that very easily. So I can come back to my history, and I'm going to delete the other which I have generated with the V2 model. So let's come back to the home page, because these are the good images. I want to delete the bad ones. So I'll change the model, and here you can see this is the image we have generated. If I come back to the YouTube, this is the cat we have, but this not looks that great. So I want to delete this. So I can simply click on this delete, and it's going to simply delete that. So just click delete, and here we have deleted the image successfully. Now if you come back to the YouTube, you will see it's gone. We have only one. It's gone. If you come back in the home page, you can able to see there is no image. But if you come back to the history, you will see it will not reflect here either. It's gone. So we have successfully deleted. So every single thing is working absolutely fine. I hope you guys have understood that what exactly we're going to build. I hope you guys have enjoyed the entire demo. Now we're going to start working on our project. So first we have to create a folder. You can create wherever you want. I'll call it AI Art. And that's the folder we have to open in our VS Code. So simply click on VS Code, and here we have it. Click on this open, and the folder we have created on the desktop. So that's what I'm going to simply select here. So once you have the folder, you will see we don't have anything in here. And now we have to get the starter file, and that I have provided all the assets, all the files which is required to build this particular project. So we can simply come back here to the blockchain coder, and there you will find all the assets about all the project we have built on the channel. So I would suggest you to build at least 5 projects. So come back to the source code section. There you will find all the project along with the starter file. So simply try to build 5 projects. All of this project which you can see, it's industry ready. So try to build NFT marketplace, supply chain, crowdfunding, chat application. That's all the project we have here. So to get the starter file, we can simply click here, go to the recent one, and there you will find that this is the project which we have to get it, the starter file. So click on this get now. Here you will find the starter file. So simply click here, and it will take you to GitHub, and from here you can able to clone the entire starter file repository. So in that you will find that I have given all the instruction, all the setup videos, what are the node version you need to have in your project. That's all is given here. So you can simply have a look, but we're going to do that all together. So make sure to clone the repository. So simply click here, copy that. Now open your VS Code, and let me expand this one, and let me clone the repository. So I'm going to simply zoom a bit, open my terminal. So I'll press Control and backtick, and it's going to open my terminal. You can open it from here as well, and you can click on node terminal, and it will open a new terminal for you as well. So I'm going to delete the new one. Now I have to simply clone the repository. So what I will do, I'll simply say git clone, and I'll paste the entire URL. So this is the entire URL of our GitHub repository, and you have to give this dot. This means that you want to clone the repository in the same folder. You don't want to create a new folder inside the folder, and hit enter. And it's going to clone the repository in few seconds. So here it's cloning. Once it will get done, you will have the entire folder file structure we have designed in the particular project. So it's taking a little bit time because the files and folders are quite huge. So just wait few more seconds to go, and once it will be cloned successfully, we'll have the entire project folder and file structure. And finally, the entire cloning process is completed, and we have cloned the entire repository. Now let me simply close this one, and let me give you a quick walkthrough of the entire code structure we have designed. So first I'm going to delete this one. I want you to delete that as well. You will find we have a couple of folder and the readme file. Here you will find all the instruction which I have already given, which we're going to explore together. So that's all you will find here. Now we can, so the very first folder we have is the API. In that you will find the entire folder and file structure we have built for our backend system. So the very first folder we have inside the API is the control, where we're going to manage all the functionality. So we have the auth, where we're going to deal with the authentication. Then we have the post and user control. In that we're going to write all the different functionality. After that we have this middleware. We have the first one is the error, in which we're going to handle all the error is happening in our backend API. Then we have this verify token, which allow us to verify the token through the token authentication. So that's what we're going to simply do it. This is the middleware. Then we have the models. So we have this two model, one for the post and the other one is for the user. Then we have the router. In that we have the auth router, post router and user router. After that we have this upload. So all the file we're going to upload, which I have generated in the testing process, which you guys have seen. You can see all of these files we have generated to our AI model. So that's all you will find here. So that's all we're going to test it. Then we have this get, simply ignore this one. Now we have to come back to the config file, and here we have to get all of this important credentials. So you have to get your app name, username, password name and MongoDB URL. So that's all we have to get it from MongoDB. I will show you that how you can create your account, how you can get all of this data. So just follow along with the project. And here we have this index file where we're going to run our server and do all the setups. Now we can simply come back to the package.json file. There you will find all the packages we are utilizing in our project. So we have given the name, here we have the script, and here we have all the packages. As long as you are using the exact package, no matter after how many years you are building the project. So if you are building this project after 5 years of it's published, it will work absolutely fine as long as you use the exact version. So make sure to use the exact version, and these packages are very powerful. Sharp, NodeMon, Multer, like JWP token. When you're going to deal with authentication in the real world project, we use this one. We have the cookie parse. All of these packages are up to date and it's industry required. We use heavily in the industry when we work in any kind of project. So that's what we have here. So first we're going to work on the API, and we have the next one is the app UI. In that you will have the app structure. So this is the pages, these are the pages we're going to build it. This is the details one, this is the generate one, this is the history, this is the home, this is the homeland, like home, mobile. We have the other pages. That's all you can able to find. That's all we're going to build it together. So this is the UI component images we have. Close this one. Now we have the connecting. In that you will find that we have imported the API. So this is the API we're going to build. That's what we're going to import it. Here we have the component, we have the global component, we have the page component, and we have the SVG icon, which I have already provided to all of you guys. This is already given in the starter file. And here we are importing all the files, all the components which we are utilizing in our application. Close this one and close this one. Now we have the data, in which I have given you a couple of dummy data, so you can simply play around with this. That's all we have here. Then we have the pages. So these are the pages we're going to deal with. Here we're going to do the setup of our application, the context management. Then we have the account, aperture, history, index, like, login. That's all we have here. Then we have the public, in which we have the entire assets. This is the logo. You can simply replace the image and give the exact name which I have given. And here we have the blockchain coder logo. I hope you guys are already familiar because you guys got the starter file from the same place. Then we have the CSS file. Here we have written all the CSS for this particular project. So we have imported the CSS file, and then we have written the custom CSS. Looks good. Now we can simply come back here to the upload, in which we're going to do the upload of our project. So that's all we have here. This is all the images we have generated. You can see it looks absolutely fine. That's all you will find here. So I'll show you how you can generate the dynamic name. So you can see this name you can generate as per your requirement. We have the date, you can give the timestamp, you can give a custom name. That's all you can define. That's also you will learn. We have the upload. Then we have the utils, in which we're going to write our utility function for interacting with the backend. Here we have this environment variable. This is the entire environment variable we are using in our frontend part. So you have to get your own OpenAI key, and that's what you have to provide here. This is the folder location. So when the image will be generated from the AI, we have to store that in this particular folder. So if you come back here, you will find this. This is the upload folder in which we are uploading. That's what we have here. Then we have our domain name, means the branding. You can call whatever you want. And here you have to provide your Stripe payment link, which I will show you. Here we have the Pro Maximum link, which we're going to utilize it for provide the access based on the Pro plan and starter file. So don't need to make any changes. This is the credit we are providing in each one of these plans. So in the starter file, we are providing 50 credit. In the Pro plan, we are providing 300 credit, and the Max plan we are providing 500 credit. So you can simply print around with this data. So all you have to do is to get your OpenAI key and Stripe payment URLs, which I will show you. That's what we have here. So simply close this one. Now we can come back to the get ignore, simply ignore this one. Now we can come back to the config.env, and here we have to provide all of these details related to our backend server. So you don't need to make any changes here. This should be fine. You can call whatever you want to this particular text, but make sure to call in the exact fashion, and it should be greater than 32 characters, because the more length you will have, it would be good to encrypt the data. So you can call whatever you want. You don't need to call exactly this. You can call whatever you want. It's totally up to you. And here you have to provide your MongoDB URL, which we're going to generate together. So I'll show you everything. So close this one. Now we can come back to the index file, and here we're going to simply import the index, means our backend server from this file. And we're going to also do the changes as per our Next.js application to run the front end as well. So it's going to be a combination of backend and the front end. Then we can come back to the package.json file. This is where I have imported all the files along with the front end and the back end. That's all you will find here. So you don't need to make any changes in the packages. Just keep it as it is. Got it? And here we have this front end. Then we have this front end. So we're going to simply build the front end. And there you will find that we have the exact folder structure, exact components. We're going to build it. So first we'll start with the API. After that, we're going to simply connect and start building the front end right up here. So what I will do, I'll simply delete this one. Delete this one. And we already have this entire front end component structure like here. That's we're going to start building right up here. But we have to build our API separately, because I want to teach you everything that how you can build a backend API. So this is the entire folder and file structure of our project. I hope you guys have understood the entire folder and file structure, that how we have designed the architecture and what are the things we're going to include in our project. So before we move ahead and start providing all those environment variables, we have to check a couple of requirements. So I'm using this particular node version. Simply type node-de node-v, and this is the one I have. If I check my npm-v, this is the npm version we have, but we're not going to use this one because it's not stable at the moment which I'm recording. It's in the testing phase. So we're going to use a more stable version of our project. So if I come back to the readme file, there you will find that I have given all the details about the node version. So it will work fine with the latest one and the old version as well, but we're going to go with more stable one. We're going to go with the exact version. If we find that we are facing any issue, we're going to definitely change with that, because I want to show you every single thing that how you can play around with the node version. If you want to downgrade or upgrade your node version, you can do that very easily. You can simply use this nvm and type ls remote remote, and it's going to give you all the list of node version I have. I hope you guys know what is nvm. Nvm stands for node version manager. It's going to give you a list of all the node version which you can simply pick. Like this too is the most stable version we have at the moment, and this is the new one which is in the testing phase, and this is the stable one we have. Got it? So we're going to simply play around with this node version along with the tutorial. So it looks good. Now we can simply come back here and we can start working on the API section, where we're going to take all of this environment variable. Perfect. So let me quickly get this environment variable and show you how you can get that. Okay. So to get the environment variable for MongoDB, we have to come back to Mongo. So let's open a new tab and type MongoDB, and you will come back here, click on the very first link, and it will take you here. MongoDB is a really powerful platform, and it's free to use to build application like this, where you can simply utilize it to build a scalable application. So if you haven't watched my complete course which I have on the MongoDB, so you can simply come back here, and there you will have the complete API course which I have built. So this is the complete API course. We have called it NFT Marketplace, but it's a global API. In that I have covered every single thing that how you can build a scalable application. So make sure to follow this. This will teach you every single thing about the API development. So make sure to follow the complete API. Once you complete this project, after that I would suggest you that if you really want to take your skill to the next level in API development, then follow this. You will master complete backend development in this using MongoDB, Express and Node.js. So first build the project and take the understanding. After that you can switch back to this specific API course for global approach. Like you can build e-commerce, chat application, everything you can apply this backend structure we have built. Now simply close this one, come back to the MongoDB, and this looks pretty fine. Make sure to create your account. I already have my account, so I will simply logged in. I'm finally logged into my MongoDB dashboard, and you will see this is how the interface is looking. And if I click on this, I already have a bunch of projects which I have created, and this is the one which I have used to show you the demo. You can see this is all the files which I have uploaded and created. That's all you will find here. If I come back to the database, there you will find all the files which I have created during the development. That's all you will find. So if you go back to the browse collection, there you will find the files we have. So just wait, it's loading that, and there you will find all the data about the post, about the user. That's all is reflecting. So to create a new database, all you have to do is to simply come back here, and we have to simply come here and click on this new, or you can simply click on this view all project, and it will show you all the project which you have already created. To create a new project, you can simply click on this new project and it will take you here. You can simply give the name. So I'll say, and here you have to give the project name. I'll say AI Art, the BLOCKCH chain coder. Got it? You can call whatever you want. Now you have to keep the name, copy that one, and first thing you have to come back here, and here you have to call the app name. So I'll paste here. Let's give this. This is the name I have called. I'll click on the next with this. Now I'll click on this create project. It's creating the project, and now here we got it. So it will take a little bit time, and now you have to click on this create a cluster, and it will take you to the create page. And here it's give you three options, so you can go with this one, or this one, but I will go with the free one, and it will give you this much storage, which is enough for this application. So I'll select this, and you can keep it as it is. You can change your location as per your, but it's automatically going to detach based on your country. So you can find list of all. I'll go with this Mumbai. And once you're done with that, you can give a specific tag, but I will keep it as it is. So click on this create deployment, and it's going to create. This process might take a little bit time, and here it will give you a bunch of options. So you have to give a user ID which you want to use it. So let me call this, I'll say the chain coders. That's the user ID, and password is going to be, let's say, the blockchain coder. I will use the exact one, password. Got it? You have to simply copy that one, and that's what you have to provide as a username, and that's what you have to provide as a password. Got it? Once you're done with that, now you have to click on this create database user, and it's going to create it. And here you will find that your API is connected with this one. Here you have to click on this choose connection method, and here it will give you a bunch of options, and here you have to select this driver, click on this, and here you will have the entire string of your project. So simply copy this URL, and that's what you have to paste here. Paste here. Got it? Now let me remove this one because this is going to be the name of our project. And now you have got the entire environment variables of your database. Now once you're done with that, now simply click on this done. Here we have created the database. You can simply close all of this, and now we have to simply set the network configuration. So we can come back here, click on this network access, and you have to change your IP address, because currently this particular application is only, click on this. Now you can able to access this particular backend from any IP address. So make sure to change that. It will take a little bit time, just wait. And here we have activated. Now we can able to access the backend API from any network, any internet connection. So once you're done with that, now you can simply close this one, and come back to the code. So we got all the environment variable for our backend API. Now we are ready to start building our API. So simply close this one, and now come back to the controller. And first we'll start with, not controller, we'll start with the models. So we have two model, post and user. So we're going to start with post, user. After that, we're going to start working on the controller. After that, we're going to start working on the middleware. Then we're going to start working on the router. After that, we're going to start building our API connection, and we're going to test all of that. Absolutely looks perfect. Got it? So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video, because this video is already getting very long. And in the next video, we'll start completing our entire backend API. After that, we're going to connect, and we're going to simply test. So it's going to have close to 3 to 4 videos. In that, we're going to simply complete the entire project. So let's move to the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back to the second part of our AI art generator. In the first part, we have done all the setup and understand the architecture of the project, that how we're going to design and work on our project. In this video, we're going to start working on our backend API. So I'm going to do a little bit changes in the architecture, which I have already discussed in the last video. So instead of working separately in the API, we're going to start working in the complete project. So this is what we have. Simply copy this entire. This is what we have generated in the last video from MongoDB. So make sure to watch the first video. Copy that one. And that's what I'm going to simply import here, because in this connecting file we are including the API, the backend part, the front end part, and that's all is coming together. So that's what we're going to start working straight away in the connecting file. So first thing, we're going to simply paste our environment variable. So let's paste the environment variable here. We got it. Make sure to do that exactly, and the rest should be fine. Now I'm going to simply open this folder in VS Code once again. So let's do one thing. Let's close the, now come back here, VS Code, and now go to open, go to desktop, and this is the folder we have created in the first video. So let's open that one, and here we have the 3 folders. So I'm going to simply open this one. Make sure to do that, open it. So we're going to write the complete code in this one from start to end. So let's close this one. Let's make on the big screen, and you can see this is what we have discussed extensively in the last video. So this is all the environment variable for our backend. Looks good. Let's format this one, close this one, and open up your terminal, and we have to install the packages. So we can come back here, and if you come back to the packages and file, here I have imported all the front end and the back end, all the important library which we need to build this application. So simply type npm I or install, both will work fine. But before we install the package, we have to check the node version. So I'm using this particular node version like 22.3.0. it's the latest one. So make sure to use the exact one, or if you have the previous version of Node, it will work fine. But if it creates any problem, make sure to upgrade that, which I have already explained in this particular video. So let's clear the terminal. This is, I have to install all the packages. And here you can see all the packages got installed, and here it's displaying 4 vulnerabilities. Simply ignore this. You don't need to change the package version and run any one of these commands. Simply clear your terminal, because we want to use the exact version. If you run any one of these commands, it's going to change the version and it's going to create a problem. So we're going to go with the exact version. Simply clear the terminal, and that's done. You can see this is the node modules, in that we have all the packages of our project. So that looks good. Now we can come back to the API, and we're going to start working on API first. After that, we're going to start working on the front end, the context management, and we're going to bring everything together. So this is what we have. Inside that we have this modules. So we have 2 modules, post and user. So let's start with the module first. So first we'll start with post, close this one, and in that we're going to import couple of things. So first is going to be mongoose, and that's coming from our mongoose package. Now we have to build the schema. So we'll say post schema, it's coming from new mongoose schema, and we'll take the object of the data. Inside that we can display the field which we want to take as a data. So first is going to be the user, and here we have to create the reference between the images which user will generate. So in that way we can able to identify that which user created which image. So that's the reference we have to build. So we'll say type is going to be mongo schema types and object ID. So in that way we can able to have the reference of the ID. We got it. We'll say ref is going to be user, because we want to make the reference with the user. Then we'll take this required field, it's going to be true. So this is for user. Now we got it. Now we can simply come back here, we can take the prompt which user will provide. So it's going to be a string, type is going to be a string, and we have to trim. We don't want to have any space at all. So let's trim that, it's going to be true. Now we can come back here, we can take the negative prompt, and it's going to have the same thing. Type is going to be a string, and trim is going to be true. Then we have to take for the size, that what is the size of the image we want to generate. So it's going to be a type is going to be a string, and it will have a trim, it will be true. Let's format this one. Now we can come back here. Then we have to take the quality. So in v3 model we have multiple quality, but in v2 model we don't have the quality. So that's the data we're going to keep track here. So let's provide the quality. Type is going to be string, and trim is going to be true. Then we have to take the, let's say, quantity. So in v2 model we can create up to 10 images, but in v3 we can create only 1. So that's the thing we're going to keep track here. So it's going to be a number, and we'll say trim is going to be true. Now we can come back here, we can take a style. So we have a different style. So type is going to be a string, and we'll have a trim is going to be true. Now we can come back here, and we can take this AI model, that which model we are using. Simply copy this one, whether it's a v3 or v2. Then we have to take the AI meg, and in that we're going to have the same thing. So let's take this array of object, because we can have up to 5 images. This data will be available in the array. So let's take that. We'll take this, let's say object, and in that we can simply create the reference. So it's going to be a type string, and it will be called required is going to be false. We got it. Now we can come back here. Let's change this to AI images, and this will be fine because it's going to be have array. Now we can simply come back here and we can replicate this and change this to likes, that how many likes a particular post is getting. And here we have to build the relations. We'll say MongoDB schema dot types, and in that we can have the object ID, and this will be called reference is going to be the user. Make sure to give a capital U. Once we have this, and here we have to get the time when this particular post was created, so we can get it with very easily. We can say timestamp, it will be true. That's our entire schema for creating a single post. You can see looks good. Prompt, negative prompt, size, quality, we have quantity, style, AI model, AI mega, we have the images and likes and timestamp. Now we have to simply export our models. So we'll come here, we'll take a variable called post, and we're going to use this model, and in that we have to pass the post, and we can pass our schema, post schema. You got it. Now we have to simply export the post too. So we'll say model dot export, and we'll say post. So that's the entire schema for our post model. I hope you guys have understood. It's very basic. This is the import we are doing, then we are creating the packages, and then we are simply providing all the field which we want to take it. Looks good. Copy this one entire. Now we can come back here, and now we can simply start working on the user. So just click here and paste that one. Because it's going to have the similar structure, we have to simply change the field name. So we're going to have the mongoose. Okay, now change this ones to user schema, and here we have to do the change. So this will be user name, and here we have to simply remove this one and add the field. So it's going to be a type is going to be string, then we'll have this required is going to be a true, then we'll have a unique is going to be a true, we'll have a trim is going to be a true, and the last one is going to be to a lowercase is going to be a true. So these are the fields we are taking under our username. So simply copy that one, and now we have to simply work on the email. Simply copy and change this to email, and this will be this. So it's going to have the exact required field because email is important. They have to provide the email. This is good. We got the email. Now we have to change this to, let's say, password, and we can simply come back here and paste here, remove this. We got this string and required field. Now we have to simply change this credit. So when the user will create an account, we are providing 3 credit, so they have to buy the credit if they want to create more images. So this is going to be a number, and by default I will give them 3 credit. You can increase that, it's totally up to you. Then we can simply remove this one, and we're going to have this like, because we have to change this field to post. That's how we can create a relation, and this is going to be a user reference, and it will be a post, and this is fine. Here we have to change this to user, and here we have to say user schema, and our entire user schema is ready. We are importing the mongoose. We have this 5 fields. Got it. Now we can come back here, and we got this. Close this one, and now we can start working on our middleware, because we have to tackle the token error. We have to tackle the global error. So we can come back to the middleware, and we're going to start working on our error components. So let's come here. We'll take a variable called error handler, and it's going to be a function. In that we're going to take error, and we're going to take the request and response and next. That's generally what happened in the backend API. We have these 3 fields available: request, response, exec, next, and error component. Now we have to simply call the function, and in that we have to build the logic. So first let's console log out the entire error track. So we'll say error dot stack. So this will give you the entire stack of the error which is happening in our application, so you can able to pick that where it's causing the issue. Got it. Now we have to build the if statement. So we'll say if error, and we have to build the instant with our class constructor. So we'll say instead of going to be a custom error, so this is the component we're going to assign in our control and pass the message, and it's going to generate a error object for us. We can simply say return response dot status is going to be a error status. Then we'll paste this JSON, and in that we can simply pass the message of the error. So we'll take this error dot message. That's the simple approach we have. So what we are doing, we are getting the dynamic status of the error, because when there is an error will occur, we're going to simply pass the status code and the message, and that's what we're going to pass in our custom error. Else we can come back here, we'll return this response dot status is going to be a 500, because if the error is not created by user, means that error is happening in our server, so we have to display the server error. So we'll say JSON error, we'll say internal server error, simple, which will keep the track of the error caused by user and by the backend. Now we can simply build our class this class. So we can say class error custom error, we have to simply extend error, and in that we have to simply build. So we'll take the constructor, in that we can simply pass the message and we'll pass the status code. By default is going to be 500. Good. Inside that we can take our super, because we want to inherit. So we'll take this message, then we can take this name, and this is available in our constructor dot name. That's how we can access. Then we have to access the status, which is also available in the status, and we have to simply pass our error. In that we can say capture stack trace, and that we can simply pass this and this constructor. So that's the only thing we have to do. We are inheriting the super class, and then we are simply deconstructing the error and the stacks from the capture stacks array. Pretty good. I have covered this tons of time in my previous project and in my API course as well. So we can simply export this module. It's going to be export, we'll say error handler and custom error. Perfect. And that's the only thing we have to do here. So this is our custom error, and that's what we are importing here. So come back here. Now we have to simply work on a verify token, because we have to check the authentication. If the token is available, we have to simply match with our database, and that's what we're going to work on it. So come back here. First we have to import our JWR, and that's coming from our, let's say, JWP web token, JSON web token. Once we have this, we can simply come back here, and we have to simply import the error component we have built. So that's coming from the same folder, same directory, error, and in that we're going to simply take this custom error, simply copy this one, and that's what we have to import. So these are the two imports we are doing. Now we can simply come back here, we can build a function called verify token, and this is going to be called when the user will try to fetch the information from our database. So we can take this request response, and it's going to be a next. Let's call this. Inside that we can take a variable. So first we have to get the token which is available in the request. So we'll say request dot cookie token, and this particular keyword is very important. That's what we're going to assign when we're going to send the request, send the cookie, or when you're going to receive the cookie in the token field. Once we have the token, we have to check the token whether it's exist or not. So if it's not exist, then we have to simply throw the error message. So we are using our error component we have built. In that we have to simply pass the two things, the message and the status code. So we'll say you are not authorized because you are not providing the cookie, and we'll say 401, which is stand for unauthorized. But if everything is good, we have to simply match with our database. So we'll take this JWT verify. Inside that we have to simply pass the payload, which is the token we are getting from the cookies, and we have this environment variable which help us to generate that cookie, which we have here is the JWT, and that's what we have stored here. So we are using this JWT secret, and this is what we are utilizing for generating the cookie. So that's what we're going to use it. Simply copy and paste here, and we're going to simply verify it. So once we have that, now we have to simply run an async function, because it's going to verify both the data synchronously. So we'll get couple of response. So it's going to be an error or it's going to be a data. So these are the two things we'll get. And now we have to simply build that. So we'll say if there is an error, then we have to simply throw the error. So we'll say throw new custom error, and we can simply pass that token is not valid, and we'll pass the error is going to be 403, forbidden error. But if it's valid, then we have to simply set the data. Then we have to send the data in the request. So we'll take this user ID and we'll have the information called data dash DAW. So in that way we can able to have the data in the request body about the user who's trying to interact with our application. So looks good. I hope you guys have understood the logic we have implemented here, and that's the only thing we have to do. Now we can simply come back here. We can call this next. So it will go to the next middleware function. Because this particular function is a middleware, it will run every time whenever we're going to make a request on any one of the endpoints. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here and I'm going to get this one and paste here, and from here I can simply remove this and simply take this verified token, because that's what we're going to simply export here. Perfect. So we are importing this, we are building this function, we are getting the cookie from the request, then we are checking there is a cookie available or not. If it's not available, we are throwing the error message, but if it's available, we are simply matching with the cookie we are getting, and we have in the secret field and validating that. If it's the cookie is valid, then we are setting the user information in the request object, so we can utilize it in our other function. That's what we are doing and calling the next middleware. Simple. Now we can come back here and now we can simply start working on our controller. So close all of this. Now we can come back here, close this one. We are done with this model, we are done with this middleware, and now we can start working on controller. So click here. So first we'll start with the auth controller, then we're going to work on the post and then the user. So click on this auth controller and we're going to import a lot of things. So first thing is going to be our user model, which we have designed. So it's coming from the model folder, model dash user. That's what we got it. Now we have to simply import the bcrypt because we have to encrypt the data. So that's also coming from our package bcrypt. Then we have to import the JWT because that's coming from our JSON web token. Then we have to simply import our custom error, and that's coming from the middleware dash error. We'll say custom error. These are the imports we are doing. It's very simple. Now we can simply come back here. We can simply build a function. So let's do and build the skeleton first. So let's build this export module. So will they, and in that we're going to export all the function we're going to build it. So let's build the skeleton of the function which we're going to build it. After that we're going to build each function. So first let's design the function. So we'll say const, this will be register controller. It's gonna be an async. It's going to take request, response and next. Let's call this, and it will take the try and catch, and that's the first function we're going to build for register controller. So simply copy this one, close this one, copy paste here, and this is going to be our login. Copy paste here, and this will be our call logout, and copy and paste, and this one is going to be for refetch. And this particular function will call every time whenever the user is going to make a request, because we need the data of the user. So it's going to return me the data of the user, and we'll say user. So these are the 4 functions we're going to design here in the auth controller, and that's what we have to export. So let's do that. Simply post here, copy, paste here, logout, and we have this fetch. So these are the 4 functions we have exported. Now we're going to start working on the register controller. So open this one, and that we're going to take a couple of things. So come back here. First thing we have to get the password, and this all data is available in the request, because when the user will provide the name, email, password, confirm password, so those data will be available in the request, and from there we can access it. So we'll take this password, we'll take the username, we'll take the email, and this data is coming from request.body. We got it. Now we have to simply take this existing user, because we have to check whether the user is already exist or not. So we can simply call this await user.find1, and we can do that very easily. All we have to do is to simply pass the field name. So we're going to take this operator which allow us to filter it. We'll say or, and in that we can simply take this array and object, and we'll say user name. That's the first thing, and the second one is going to be the email. So if any one of these 2 things exist and match with our database existing user, we have to simply throw an error that this user exists. You have to use a different credential. Got it? Now we can simply come back here and we can build if statement and throw an error. So we'll say existing user. If it's true, then we have to simply throw the error. We'll say custom error. We'll say user all name or email already exist, and we can throw an error message is going to be a 400. Got it? Now we can simply come back here. If it's good, then we can simply continue ahead and register the user. So we can come back here, we can take this salt, we'll say await bcrypt, and in that we're going to simply call this gen salt, and we have to simply pass the number. So this number represents that how strongly you want to encrypt the data. The higher the number, the more time it will take, and it's going to be a CPU intensive. But in industry we follow between 10 to 14, so I will go with the 10. I don't want to make it more CPU intensive. So we got this solved, and now we can simply hash the password, because we cannot save the password as it is. If someone's trying to hack our database, they will know the username and the email ID, but they will also have the password and they can easily able to log in, and that's not what we want. We always hash the data of the user, and then we can store them in the database. So that's what I'm going to do it. Let's hash that. Let's say hash password, and here we can say await bcrypt hash, and we have to pass the data we want to hash. So it's going to be a password. You can hash literally anything, but we are hashing the password only because that's what we do. So we have given the password, and we're going to provide the salt. So it's going to encrypt our password. Now we can simply come back here, and we're going to simply build the object and provide all the data the way we have designed in our model. So we can come back here, we'll take this new user, we'll say new user, and we can simply pass all the data we have built. So first we're going to simply deconstruct it, because all the data is available in the request body. So let's spread that out, and here we have to simply pass the password we have generated, the hash patterns, not the normal password. So that's what we're going to simply provide it. So in that way it will automatically take all the fields which we have designed in the user model. Got it? Now we can simply come back here, and we can save this user. So we'll say await user new user dot save, and we can simply send the response back to the user that your account is created. So we'll display the status code is going to be 201, which stand for create, and we can say JSON, and in that we can simply send the entire user data, and that's the only thing we have to do. So first we are getting this data, then we are checking the user existence, then we are hashing the password, and then creating the user. And here we can simply pass to the next middleware. If anything goes wrong, it will take us to the error middleware we have built. So in that we can say next, and we'll pass the error. So if anything goes wrong, it will automatically take us to the error handle middleware we have taken. Perfect. So that's our register controller. Now we have to build a login controller. It's going to be a quite simple one. So we can come back here. First thing we have to get this user, and here we have to build a condition. So we'll check this if request.body.email, means user will make the request, in that he will provide the password and the email. So we can say if it's there, then we have to simply use this await user.findBy1, and in that we can simply try to find the user in our database based on the email. So we'll say request.body.email. That's the one condition. Else we can simply check with the username. So we'll take this await user find one username, we'll say request.body.username, because you can allow the user to have the logging based on email or username. That's why we are checking with this condition. We can come back here, and here we can simply build that. So we'll say if user not exists, then we have to simply throw the error message. Customer will say user not found, and it will be 404, which stand for not found. Then we can simply come back here. If it's there, then we have to simply check for match, and we'll say await bcrypt, and we have to simply match the password we have hash and the password we are getting from the user. So that's what we're going to simply compare it. So we have the function in bcrypt package called compare. In that we have to simply pass the request.body, the password which user is providing, and you have to pass the password which is hash in the database, user password, and this password will come from database in hash form. So we got it, and here we have to check if it's match or not. So we'll say if it's not match, then we have to throw the error message. Customer will say wrong credential, and it will have a error 401. Got it? Now we can simply come back here. If everything is good, then we have to send the cookie back to the user browser. So we can come back here. We can take this const. In that we can have the password. Then we're going to simply deconstruct the entire data, which is available right up here. And then we can take this user and we can simply have the doc. So this will give us the entire data about the user, password and the data. Once we have that, now we can simply build this token, and this is what we have to send. So we'll say JWT. In that we can say sign, and we can simply create the token. So in that we have to simply pass the ID. It's going to be the user dot ID, and we have to simply pass our secret which we have. So we'll take this env dot jwt secret. Then we have to simply provide the expiry, that how long I want to make this cookie valid. So I already have that. So if I come back to my environment variable, you will see that I'm going with 90 days. This one, 90 days copy, and that's what I have to provide. So after 90 days, this cookie will be expire and user cannot use this cookie. They have to re-log in. Now we can simply come back here and send the response. So we're going to send the cookie back to the user browser. So we'll take this token, and this particular token variable is very important. You have to keep this exact key, because this is what we're going to target for authentication and data generation. So we have the token, and here we have to simply send the token. Status is going to be 200, and we can send this JSON. We'll have the data, and we're going to go with next middleware if anything goes wrong, and that's our logging function. So we are getting this user, checking for the condition, user exists or not, then we are matching the password, then we are generating the cookie, and that's what we are sending here. Perfect. So this is our logging controller. Now we're going to start working on a logout. So it's going to be a very simple one. I just want you to give a try that how you can allow user to log out. The logout can only happen when you remove the cookie from the user browser. So let's do that. I hope you guys have tried. Now we can simply come back here and call this next if anything goes wrong. Now we can simply come here. We can take a response, and that's the response straight away I have to send. I have to clear the cookie from the user browser. So I'll say clear cookie. In that I can pass this token. So this is the key I have to target, which I want to clear, and set a new variable. In that I can say same site, it will be none, and this will be called secure, is going to be true. Once you're done with that, you can simply come here. We can take this status code is going to be 200. Okay, and we can simply send our JSON message. Is going to be user logged out successfully. And that's the only thing you have to do. All you have to do is to simply remove the cookie, and the user will be logged out from the application. Perfect. Got it? Close this one, and now we have to work on this fetch user controller. So it's going to give us the information about the user. So it's going to be a next. Then we can come back here, and we're going to take this token, because this token is available in the request body, and this particular function will get called every time there is a page reload. So we'll take this request cookie token, then we can simply check. We'll say verify. We'll pass this token. We'll take this process dot env jwt secret, and we have to simply take this async, because that's what asynchronous behavior will have. So we'll say error, and we'll have the data. This is the two data will available, and that's what we have to check. So if there is an error, we have to simply throw the error message with the new custom error, and we'll say error and the 404. So whatever the error, this error can generate two things, whether the cookie is not available or the cookie is invalid. So in that scenario, this particular error will trigger. Now we can simply come back here. We got it. And actually we don't need this try and catch block out of this. We need in the if block. So what I will do, I'll simply remove this one and remove this one and come back here. And here we can simply take it right up here. We'll take a try and catch, and then we can call it next. We can come back here and we can take this const ID, and this ID is available in the data. Then we have to simply get the user. So it's very easy. We'll use this find by one, and in that we can simply pass the ID of the user. In that way I can have the user. Once I have the user, I have to simply send the entire user object, means entire user details in the response. So we'll say 200, and that's the entire user data we are sending. Perfect. And that's the only thing we have to do. Very simple function we have built. First we have got the cookie, then we have done the validation of the cookie. If it's there or if it's throwing any error, so we are throwing the error, At the end, we are simply sending the response, the entire user information, and that's what we are exporting here. So perfect. So we are done with this auth controller. This is the register, this is the logging, this is the logout, and this is the fetch. Refresh, sorry. So looks good. Close all of this. So now we can start working on the next file. So come back here, and this time we're going to start working on our post controller. So click here, and we're going to start importing. So first thing is going to be our XCS package, because we have to make an internal call and we have to store the data in our database. In the database, we're going to store the name, but the file, the image which will be generated by OpenAI, we have to store in our local file system. So we're going to use XCS library because it has a method which allows us to simply clone a file and store in your own system. Because when you will create the image, the OpenAI will generate the image and it will give you a URL, and that URL will be valid for 60 minutes. After that, the URL will be no longer available. So we have to use that URL to create a clone of it and store in our file system. So that's what we're going to do it. So let's import this XCS. Then we can come back here. We can take this FS model. Then we can come back here. We can take this sharp, because this is the package will help us. Then we're going to take this another one called path, because we have to define the destination where we want to store it. And we're going to take this called post module. It's coming from model/post. Then we have to take this user model, because we have to create the user reference. Then we're going to take our error component, and that's coming from our error, and it will be custom error. So these are the imports we are doing. Looks fine. Now we can start building the skeleton of the function we're going to design. So it's going to have a lot of functions. So let's take this const. It will be generate file name, and this function will generate the name of the images which we're going to store in our internal file system. So it's going to take a couple of arguments. So let's build the skeleton first. This is the first function. Now the second function is going to be for create post with images controller via v3 model. So we have multiple model in OpenAI, dall-e v2 and dall-e v3. So we're going to use a separate function for v2, separate function for v3. So it's going to take the lot of data, request, response, and next. Another function for generating the name for v2 model. So we'll say generate file name multiple, and it's going to take argument. Then we can build our v2 models. We'll say create post with images controller dash v2, and it's going to take this request, response, and we have next. Then we can simply come back here. We can take another function called get post controller. So this particular function will give all the posts created in our database. So it's going to be enacing request, response, and next. Then we can come back here. Let's build a next function called const get single post controller, and it will say async request, response, and next. Copy, and that's what we can simply copy this one and paste here. This will be get user post controller. We got our user post controller. Simply paste, change this to called delete post controller. Come here, paste, and this will be like post controller. Come back here. This will be our dislike post controller. So that's the entire function. We go to code it. So one by one, there is going to be a lot of function, and all of this function we have to export from here. So we'll say module exports, and we have to simply pass the function. So first one is going to be the create v3. This will be v2, and we'll have this get post controller. Then we'll have this get, let's say, single post controller. This will be get user post controller controller. Then simply come back here. We'll take this delete post controller, like post controller, and this will be dislike post controller. So these are the functions we are exporting. Now let's start working on the very first function, which is going to generate the name dynamically for each one of the file. So it's going to receive couple of things. So it will take the user ID and it will take the all post length, and this length is going to be a unique number which we're going to assign to every single post. So that's what we have. Now we can simply come back here, take a variable. This will be date. So that's how I'm going to construct the name of the image. So we'll have the date as well. So we'll take this date, we'll call this to data string, and we can call this replace, and we're going to go use this global one /g flag, and we're going to give this dash. So that's the notation we'll have between the gap. We got it. Now we can simply come back here and we have to return the name. So we'll take this template return. So first is going to be the user ID, then we're going to take the second one is going to be the length of the post. So it will start from 1, 2, and it will go all the way, like as many posts the user will create. So post length, and then we're going to simply attach the date and png. So that's going to be the name of our file. Perfect. Now we're going to start working on the next one. So we are done with this. It will take this user ID, all post, we are constructing the date, and then we are simply returning the name of the file. So let's come back to the create v3. We can simply come back here. It will take the variable. So we need couple of data. So it's coming from user ID, and this is coming from our params. So when the user will try to create the image using the v3 model, they have to provide their ID of the user. So that's going to be a unique identification, and that's how we can make the reference. So we have this user ID available in the request param. We can come back here. Now we have to simply get the prompt, then we have to get this negative prompt, then we have to take the size, style, image URL, and we'll have the call reserve prompt, and all of this is coming from the body. They'll say request.body, because when there is an image will be created successfully, so these are the data we're going to pass it. We have this. Perfect. All of this prompt is getting from the body. If you come back here in the model, you can see we have called the exact name. So make sure to keep the spelling as it is, exact name. Perfect. Now you can come back to the post controller. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take this, call all post length, and we're going to simply call the function we have built. So all post length, we have to simply find the post. This will return all the posts. Then we have to calculate the length, post length, and it's available in the all post.length. So we'll get the total length of the post we have in our database. Once we have that, we have to generate the file name with capital N, and we already built the function called generate file name, and in that we have to pass the user ID and the length. So it will return the file name. Once we have that, now we can simply build the path, and we have to construct. So we'll use this path package. We'll call this join. We have to pick the directory. So dash directory name, and here we have to call the name of the directory. So we have to go to that particular. I have to go to the ///z. So I'm into the post control. So I have to go into the main directory, and there I have my folder. So I'll give this folder, and this will be file, the name which we have generated. Perfect. So that's how we can create a path for the file. Now we can simply come back here, and here we have to take a try and catch block, and we have to simply use this user. We'll say user find by ID. In that we have to simply pass the user ID, so we can get the user details, and we have to check whether the user is exist in our database or not. So we'll say throw, and we'll throw the error if the user is not exist and the ID is not correct. User not found 404. If it's true, then we have to simply go ahead and we have to continue. So we'll say this response, and here we have to make an API request. So we'll say XCS. We'll say in that we have to simply pass the URL. So this is the URL of the image. Then we have to pass this response type is going to be our array buffer, because we are using the URL for generating an image and storing in the file. So this method is important. Array. Then we have this max redirect. It's going to be 5. Now we can simply come back here and we can build the image buffer. We have this buffer, and we can call this from. In that we can pass this response.data. Once we have that, we can simply say await, and we can use our sharp package. In that we can simply pass the image buffer, and we can give this png because we have to generate that in png, and we'll say to file, and we can pass the file path. So it's going to generate the file and assign that. Now we can simply come back here. Once we have done with that, now we can simply build our new post and save in our database. We'll say new post, and we have to store the data. So first is going to be the user ID. We already have it. Then we have to provide the prompt AI model which we are using. So we are using the v3 model. So we'll call this AI image art dall-e v3. Then we have to give the prompt is going to be a prompt. Then we'll give this reserves prompt, and this reserve prompt we have. Then we have to give the size. Then we have to give this quantity, and we can come back here. You can see this is the quantity and quality we have. So order is very important. So this is going to be a quantity a1 because dall-e 3 can create only one image, not multiple image. So we can come back here on top, and we can say quality is going to be HD. Then we can come back here. We'll take this style, and this style data is available in the style. Then we have to simply give the image file name, and we can take this image, and is going to be the image URL. So that's what we are calling. So everything is good. In that way we can able to save the data in our database. Looks good, perfect. Now we can simply come back here, and we have to simply call this new post save, and we have to simply call this user post. We have to create the reference that which user have created, and we have to simply push the new post. In that we can pass the ID, and we can simply take this user.save to store the data in the user field as well. Then we can simply come back here, and we can simply send the response. So status code is going to be 201 for create, and we can simply send the message. We'll say post created successfully, and we have to send the newly post created post, and we'll say new post, and that's the only thing we have to do. Perfect. And at the end we have to simply call this next error. So if anything goes wrong, it will take us to the error component, error middleware, and that's the entire function we have for using this v3 model for creating. So we are getting the ID, we are getting the props, then we are getting all of these fields, generating the name, then we are checking for the user, deconstructing the image URL, and then we are simply storing in our database and sending the response. Perfect. We copy this one, and that's what we're going to utilize here. So before we start working on v2 model, we have to work on our next multiple file name generator. So this is the one which we're going to work. So it's going to take few things. It will take the user ID and the index. We can come back here. We're going to simply follow the same logic. So we'll take this date, new date. We'll call this to data string. It will have a replace, and we have to use the same global flag G, and we will go with the same expression with dash notation. Now we have to simply construct the URL. So we'll take the user ID. This is going to be the index, and this will be our date png. Got it? Now we can simply come back here. We can simply copy this portion from our v3 model function, and that's what we're going to simply use it in v2 model. So come here and paste here. That's what we got it. I can see one thing. So we get this ID, we get the prompt, and we get to get this, and we have to do a few changes. So we can come here and change this to, let's say, number, because in v2 style is not available. You have to go with normal, and we don't have this reserved prompt in the v2 model. So only these 5 data we have to receive from the body, and simply remove this one. We got it. Now we can simply come back here and take this entire try and catch till here, and that's what we can simply paste it. So we have to check anyway for the user, and that's what we are doing here. We are making axis response, and before we make that, here we have to simply come back here, and we have to take the download, because in v2 the user can generate a single image or array of image, a multiple image. So we have to run a loop, and then we have to make a call and generate the file. So we can take this download and convert image. So we'll say await. We'll use this promise.all, and then we can simply call this, and we have to come back here, and this particular image URLs will contain an array of image URL. This is, make sure to do that, and we have to run this map async. We'll say image URL with capital URL, and it will take the index. Inside that we have to simply construct the file name. So we already have the function, so we can come back here and we're going to take this portion, copy this one, and that's what we can simply pass here. So we are passing the user ID, and here we have to change this to index. Perfect, and this is fine, just keep it as it is. Now we have to simply get this portion, and we have to call inside this. We have to make the call, and here we have to simply pass the image URL. That's what we are passing. Simply get this buffer, paste here, and we have to get this, so it will generate our file. Now once we have that, it's going to return the file name. Perfect. Now we have to simply store this, so we can simply come back here. We have this new post, and here we have to do the changes. So ID is going to be there, this is going to be v2, and here we have the negative prompt. So I can come back in the v3, and here I can see the problem. So simply replicate this one, and this will be prompt, copy and paste here. I hope you guys have noticed this. So we got the actual data, and that's the exact thing we have to do in our v3 model. So this looks good, we don't need to make any changes. Let's have a quick look. Perfect. Now close this one, come back here in the v2, and here we have to do the same thing. This will be the prompt, copy and paste, and perfect. And here in the reserve prompt, we don't get any reserve prompt in the v2 model, it's only in the v3 model. So we'll say no available in AI image art dall-e v2 model. Got it? We don't have the quality in v2 model, so it's going to be a normal, and this will be number because you can generate number of images. And here we have to change this to a normal in the style because it's going to generate a normal image, and the rest would be fine. And here we have to pass this download and convert image name, and this will be the image URL, which is the entire URL will generate by the AI. Perfect. I hope you guys can understand that what exactly we have done. It's pretty simple. And then we are simply saving the post, creating the reference with the user, and sending the response back to the user. So we are done with this create v2. Now close this one. Now we have to work on the get post controller. So it's a very simple function. I want you to just give a try. I hope you guys have tried. Let me code that. So simply come back here. It's going to take a try and catch, and we have to simply take this next. And here first we have to simply get all the posts from our database. So we'll take post.find, and this will return all the posts, and I want to populate. So like the post is there and different user will create the post, so I want their name as well so I can display. So I want to populate that. So we'll say populate user and user name. These are the information I want to populate in the post about the user who created the post. Now all we have to do is to simply send the response. We'll take the status code is going to be 200 JSON, and we can say post all post, and that's the only thing we have to do to get all the posts from our database. We got it. Now we have to work on the next one. Get single post is going to be a similar one. So first thing we have to get the ID. So the ID would be available in the params. So we'll take this post ID, and that's coming from our params. Once we have the ID, then we can take a try and catch, take this next error. Now we can simply get the post. So we'll say post await post find by ID, and we can simply pass the post ID. Then we have to make a check if the post exists or not. So we'll say if post doesn't exist, then we have to simply throw the error message. So we'll check this response status code is going to be 400, and we'll say JSON message post not found. Perfect. Now we can come back here. If it exists, then we have to simply send that post. So we'll take this return post await post dot find by ID. In that we can pass the post ID, and I want to populate the information about the user as well. So we'll take this user, and I want to take the user name as well. Once we have that, we can simply send the response. So status code is going to be 200. JSON is going to take this return post, and that's the complete function for getting a single post. Perfect. Close this one, close this one. Now we can start working on the next one. So we have already done with the single post. Now we have to work on this get user post controller. All the posts created by single user. So we can come back here. We have to get the user ID. And that's what we can access from our request params. Once we have the user ID, we have to simply take a trying catch and throw this error. We can come back here, and first thing we have to find the user. So we'll say await user find by ID. Then we have to check if it exists, then we have to continue, otherwise we have to throw the error message. So we'll say throw new error. We'll say user not found. It's gonna be 404. But if user found, then we have to simply say user post. We'll say await post find, and then we can simply pass the user ID. So it's going to give me the entire post created by a user, and we have to populate the data about the user and username, and then we have to simply send the response. So we'll say response status code is going to be 200 JSON. We'll say post, this will be user post. Perfect. So that's the entire function for getting all the posts created by a single user. So getting the ID, checking for the user existent, then we are getting the post, and that's what we are returning. Then we have to work on the delete post controller. So come back here. First we have to get the post ID, which is coming from the params, request.params. Then we have to simply check the post existence. So we have to simply take this error next if anything goes wrong. Now we can come back here. We have to check the post. So first we have to simply find that post to delete, and then we can simply pass the ID, and it will give us the post. And here we have to check in if statement if it exists, means if the right post. So I'll throw the error called new custom error, and then we can say post not found 404, means you have provided the wrong ID. And here I can see a warning, so I have to simply change this to new. So that's what you have to do the check. Then I have to check for the user whether he actually creator of the post or not. So we have to get the user. We'll say find by ID, and that I can simply pass the post detail, because this post detail will contain all the information about the post, including the user information. So I'll get this user. Then we can say if user is there, then continue, otherwise throw the error message. So I'll say user not found. Else we can simply take this user dot post, and we'll use this user dot post. I have to filter it, and there I have to simply check for the post ID, and we have to simply call post to string, and I have to simply compare it up to the ID, and I have to convert it to a string so I can easily able to compare it properly. So this will give us the post and relation with the users. Once I have that, I can simply call this user dot save. Then we can say post to delete. I'll say delete one, because I would delete that particular post. Then I can simply send the response. So it's gonna be 200 JSON, and I can say message is going to be the post deleted successfully. Very simple. I hope you guys have understood. So I hope you guys have understood that what exactly we have done. We got the post ID, then we are getting the post user, and then simply deleting it. Perfect. Now we have to simply work on the like. So we can take the post ID, then we can take this user ID, and this is also coming from the body. Then we can take this trying catch and the next. Got it. Now we can simply come back here, and we have to simply find this post, and we have to also find the user. So this will be the post, and that's what I have to change here. I can paste here, and this will be user, this will be user, and here I have to provide the user ID. Paste here, because I have to do the check for post and the user. Perfect. Let's align that. Got it. So we could check, we have done the check for post and the user. Now we can simply come back here. We can take this if block, and we'll say that post dot likes includes post user ID, means the likes will contain all the IDs which user have liked. So we are matching with their IDs. There we can simply copy and throw this message. We'll say you have already liked. So if the user ID is already exists in the like array, then we have to simply throw this error message that you have already liked it. Else we can simply go ahead and we can simply like that. So we'll take this post likes push, and we can simply push the user ID, and we can say post.save. Then we can simply send the response. Status code is going to be 200 and message is going to be that post like successfully. Perfect. And we'll have the post data. So that's our like function. Very simple. Got it. Copy. And that's exactly the same thing we have to do in the dislike as well. Still we have to make the exact check, and this is going to be fine. Here we have to check, and here we have to simply do the changes. So take this, we'll say post like filter, and it will take an ID to string. We have to simply compare it. So we'll say if it's not equal to the user ID, then I have to simply like it. Okay, if it's not there, then I can simply come back and save it, and we'll say post dislike. Perfect. Very simple. We have just done the reverse thing. So this is the entire function we have written in our post controller. This one is v3. This is for generate name, v3 multiple, v2. We have get post, single post, and we have close all of this. We have the single post. This is the delete post, this is the like post, and this is the dislike post, and here we are exporting that. So what we have done first we have imported this. This is the first function, this is the second, third, and all of the function, and at the end we are exporting all of this function. So that's what we are importing. So we are done with this entire portion in the post controller. Let's move ahead to the next file. Now we can simply come back user controller. So we can come back here in the post controller, and we have to simply copy this portion, and that's what we're going to import here in the user controller. We got it. Remove this one. Now we have to build a couple of functions here as well. So let's build a skeleton. This will be the get user controller. It's going to be an async. It will take this request, response, and next. It will take a try and catch block, and we'll kick this next. Copy, and that's what we have to paste here. This will be called update user controller, and the last one is going to be called buy credit. Let's call this buy credit. Perfect. So these are the three functions we have to build, and at the end we have to simply export this module export, and we have to export this get user controller, update user controller, and buy credit. Perfect. Now we have to simply work on our first function. So open this one and come back here. We have to get the user ID, which is coming from our params. Once we have the user ID, we can simply come back here and check for the user existence. So we'll take this user find by ID. Once we find that, now we have to simply check. We'll say user, if it's exist. If it's not exist, then we have to throw the error message. We'll say no user found, and it will be 404. But if it exists, then we have to simply take this password, and we have to deconstruct the data, and this data is coming from the user because this entire data is already available. Once we have that, now we have to simply send the data. So we'll take this 200 JSON data. Perfect. So this will return the data of the user, get user controller. Perfect. Now we have to work on this update user controller. So come back here. We have to take the user ID, and that's coming from the params. Then we have to simply call this update data, and this particular data is available in the body because the user will try to update his account. So all the data he will provide in the body, and we can simply come back here. We can simply check for the user. So we'll say user to update user find by ID. Then we have to check for its existence. So we'll say user update. If it's not exist, then we have to throw the error message. We'll say user not found, and it will have an error 404. Otherwise we have to simply update the user. So we'll build this object assign, and we have to update all the data, and then we can simply pass user to update, and this will be update. Perfect. And it's going to do all the update, and we have to simply say user to update, and we have to save the data, and once it's get updated, we have to simply send the response back. So 200 JSON, and will that say message is going to be user updated successfully, and we can simply send the user update data. Perfect. So that's the entire function for updating the data and account information about the user. Perfect. Close this one, and the next one is going to be a buy function. So user can simply call this function and increase their credit, buy their credit. So we can come back here and we have to get the ID. So simply get this portion, and that's what we can simply call it here. Then we can simply take this user, and that's what we can call it here, because we have to check for the user. And now we can simply come back here and say if update data has own property, in that I have to define the property which I want to update individually. So I will go with the credit because that's the number I want to change it, and because of that we can able to track that how many credit user have, and based on that he or she will have the access of generating the images. So we'll take this user token data, we'll call this credit, and we have to simply update that. So this update data we have in the update data.credit. So if you come back to the module, you will see here we have it, and this is what we are updating. By default we are providing 3, but when the user will buy the credit, we're going to simply increase that. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here and we have to simply save the data. Once it gets saved, we have to simply send the response. So simply copy this one, and that's what we can simply send it here. Perfect. So that's the only thing we have to do here. I hope you guys have understood the logic that what exactly we have done. We have successfully built the function and all of that. So we are getting this user, custom error, this get user controller, update and buy, and then we are simply exporting it. So we're done with that. Now we can simply come back here, close this, close this, close this. So we are done with the controller, we're done with the model, middleware, model. Now we have to work on the router. So let's check one more time, looks fine. Here we have the middleware, looks fine. Here we have the model, looks fine. Now we have to work on the router. So let's start with the auth router first. So we're going to import a couple of things. First is going to be the express. Then we have to import all the function we have built. So we can come back here, we'll take this and we can import the function. So we'll say / controller auth, and we can come back here, go back to the controller, and there we have all this exports. Simply copy this one, and that's what we are importing here, paste here. Then we have to build the router. So we can come back here, this is going to be a register, and we have to build. So you can come here, we can have to build the router. So we'll take this const router, we'll say express.router and call it router. So we got the router. Now we can simply construct the URL. So this is going to be the register. We'll say router.post, because when the user will register, they will make a post request, and this is the endpoint we'll build. So we'll say register, and we're going to simply call the register function we have built. So we'll say register controller. So this is the first router. Now we can come back here, this is going to be a login. Simply copy and paste here, and we'll say login. Login also going to be a post request, and here we have to say login controller. Copy and paste here. This one is going to be called logout, and this one is going to be a get request. We'll say log out, and we'll say log out controller. Now the last one is going to be for our fetch current user, and this will say refetch and call the function. So we got all of this function, all the routers looks fine. Now we have to simply send the router. So we can simply say model exports and router. Perfect. I hope you guys have understood. It's pretty easy. We're done with that. Simply copy this one, and now we have to work on the other one, the post one. So simply paste here in the post, and we have to do the changes. So we can come back to the post controller. Now we can simply copy all of this and come back to the post router and paste here, and we have to change the location. So this will be the post controller, and that should be fine. Now we have to simply build the URL. So we can simply come back here and copy this portion and simply paste here. So this will be called our create v3, and it will have the ID of the user. And here we have to call create post with image controller v3. Simply replicate this one, and this will be v2, and this will be v2. We got it. Now we can simply come back here, copy and paste here. This will be get, and let's remove this one. It will be all. So this particular function will return all the posts created in our database. We already have the function called get all post controller. simply copy and paste here. This will be called single, and it will have the post ID. So we'll say get single post controller, copy and paste here, and this will be, let's call this user, and we'll say user. So this will return all the posts created by user. So we'll take this, remove this, called get user post controller, copy, paste here, and this will be called delete because we have to delete it. It will take this delete, and it will have the post ID. So let's change this to delete post controller. Now we'll simply copy and paste here. This will be called post. It's gonna be a like, and this will be like post controller. Copy and post, and this will be a dislike. So we'll say dislike. It will have this. Perfect. So we got all of this URL looking good. Now we have to simply export the router so we can able to access this. I hope you guys have understood. It's a very simple logic. First we are getting the express, then we are getting all the function, building the router, and then we are constructing the URL. In that we are passing the parameters like ID, post ID, user ID. That's all we are passing. Perfect. Now we can simply copy this portion, come back to the last router is going to be the user, paste here, come back to the user controller, and from there we can simply get this 3, and that's what we can paste it. Change the path is going to be the user controller, and perfect. Now we have to build the 3 endpoints. So we can come back here, we'll take this router, we'll call this get because it's going to give us the data. So we'll say user ID, and we have to simply call get user controller. Now replicate this one. This will be the put for updating, and this will say update. It will have the user ID, and we'll say update user, and this is also going to be an update one. This will be credit, and this will say buy credit. We got all of that. Now we have to simply export the router, spokes router, and that's the entire code we have for our backend. I hope you guys have understood and follow along with me. So we are done with this entire code. We're done with the auth, we're done with the post, we're done with the user, then we're done with the middleware, token, then we're done with the modules, post, user, then we're done with the router. Perfect. So we are done with this entire API folder. Now we're going to simply start working on our index file, and this particular file in which we have to write the code which is going to start our front end and the back end on the same route in the index file. So we can come back here. We're going to import a couple of things. So it's going to be take express because we have to start our server. Then we have to import the Mongo that's coming from Mongoose. Then we have to import the app which is coming from Express. Then we have to take the DovNet, this particular package, because this will allow us to use our environment variable. Then we can take a cookie parser. It's coming from our package cookie parser. Then we can come back here. We'll take this next, and we have to configure the next because we have to start the front end and the back end. So we'll take this require next. Then we can take this .env, will provide this config, and we have to provide the path from where we are getting this environment variable. So we'll say path is going to be ./config.env. So if you come back here we have the file. That's what we are targeting. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take a dev. So we have to check whether we are in the development and production. So we'll take this product process.env, and we already have this node env. If it's not equal to production, then we are in the development. Then we have to take this next server. We'll call this next, and then we can pass the dev environment. Then we can simply come here. We'll take this handle, and here we can simply build that. So we'll take this next server, and in that we can simply call this function. We have handler, get request handler function. Now we can simply come back here. We can take a variable called auth route, and we have to import all the routes we have built for different controller. So this is going to be auth. It's coming from request /API route and auth. We have to replicate it and change this to, this will be post and this will be user. Come here, change this to user, and this will be post. We got the router. Now we can come back here. We can take our path. Path is going to be from path. Then we can come back here, and here we have to build that. So we're going to take this API middleware, and we have to get the error, and we have to error. Then we can simply come back here. We can take this verify token, and it's coming from the slash middleware slash verify token. So all looks good. So we are importing these packages, next packages, routers, and the path and file. Now we can come back here and we have to build the connection with our database. So come back here, we'll take this port process.env, and we have the port which is coming from our environment variable, or else we can go with the default 3000. Got it? Now we can simply come back here, and here we have to build a connection with our database. So we'll say mongoose.connect. It will take the process.env, and we have to pass the MongoDB URL. So this is the URL we have to pass. Simply copy, and that's what we have to pass here. We got it, and we have to say it's going to return a promise. We have to resolve that. So we'll say then, and we'll say console.log that DB database connection successfully. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take this app.use, and we have to use this express.json. If you don't use this, it will not allow the user to store the data in the database. Okay, so this is very important. Then we have to simply call this use cookie parse. Then we can come this app use, and then we have to provide the upload file path. So we'll say slash upload. We can go to the express.statics, because if we want to access any file, any images from our file system, we have to provide this. Then we can able to access by giving the name, and we can say statics is going to be a path. Path will have this join. We'll take this --dr name, and is going to be our upload. Perfect. And that's the only thing we have to do for generating a state file. So whatever data, whatever file and folder you're going to keep inside this upload folder, you can easily able to access that. Once we have that, now we can come back here. We'll take this app use, and here we have to simply build the API endpoints. So we'll have this slash API auth, and we can simply pass the auth router. So when the user will hit the auth URL, is going to take to the auth controller. Simply replicate it. This one is going to be post route, and this one is going to be user route, and here we have to do the changes. In the user route, we have to run a verify object as well. So we'll take this verify token. Got it? And here I have to do the change user. This will be the post. So if user make any request on any one of these endpoint, it will automatically go to that particular controller. Perfect. Now you can come back here. You can see this is the route we have. It will automatically take that. Now we can simply come back here. We can say app use error handle, because if anything goes wrong, we have to pass that in our global error handle object function. So we can come back here. We'll say next server, and we have to restart the server. So we'll say prepare. We'll take the then, and it will take the callback function. So we'll take this app get global, and here we have to simply pass this request response, and inside that we have to simply return this handle, and then we can pass this request and response. So it will start that. Now we have to start our front end as well. So we'll take this app listen port, and that we can simply pass the port, and in that we have to say that app running on port, like the dynamic value, like 3000. And that's how our server and the backend will start together. So perfect. This is the packages. This is the internal import, router, modules. We have the port, MongoDB connections, cookies, routers, and this is the server here starting. Perfect. Now, if you come back to the package.json file, here you can see that here we have multiple script. I want to do the changes. So instead of running Node, because Node will run in the development when you will deploy that, but in the development I want that whenever I will save the file, I want to restart my server. So for that I have to do the changes. Instead of using Node, I can use node mon, which I have already installed. So I can simply paste here, and I can simply paste here in the start script. So whenever I will save the file, it will automatically restart my server. So that looks good. Now we can start testing our application. All the backend code is absolutely working fine. So let's run the particular command. So this is the one we have to run, like start. So we'll take npm run start, and there you can see our application got started, but here I got a couple of error. So okay, I hope you guys can notice the error in the v2 model controller function. It's a response, so it's twice, so I have to fix that. It's a request response, so that's the fix I have to do. So the rest should be fine. Now we can simply close this one, come back to our controller, and there you can see this is the problem we have. So simply change this to request, and this will fix the issue. If you open this one, this time we are getting a different error. It's coming from the router, it's coming from the exports module from auth. So it's a kind of a typo we are getting in the router files. That looks good. Now close this one and close this one, come back here, go back to the, there's no problem in this, go back to the auth router, because there we have the issue, and I can see the problem. It's module.exports, not only export. So just provide this as, and this will fix the issue. If you open that, if you save it, you can see our database connection is looking fine and port running is 3000. So there is no problem, everything is working fine. I hope you guys can see that how things are coming together. Our backend is absolutely completed. Now we can simply start working on the functionality and sending data to our backend. So looks good. Now you can come here, and I just want to tell you to install this particular extension. It's a Postman, type Postman, and this is a very powerful extension. So instead of going to the Postman interface and just switching between different screen, you can install it in your VS Code, and you can use Postman right in your VS Code. So I have already installed it. You can see it's already enabled in my system. So once it will enable and install, make sure to restart your VS Code and connect your account with Postman. So here you can see I'll click on this Postman, and here I will find all the project I have created in my Postman. So let's click on this. I can go to different tab, and you can see all the project which I have created. So make sure to create and log in with your Postman account, and all the file things you will find here. So here you will find an option to make an API request. So if you see all of this API endpoints which I have built and make the request, that's all is there. I can simply come back here, and this one is the additional wall. It's not compulsory that you have to use the Postman. I'm just telling you that you can. Here you will find multiple options, WebSocket, like gRPC, and you can use HTTP, and that's what we're going to use it, HTTP. All you have to do is to simply paste the endpoint, and you can able to make the request. So come back here, and you can see our application is running on localhost 3000. So first we have to get the localhost 3000. So I can come back to the browser and come here, click on this, and this is the one. You can see our front end is working absolutely fine. There is no issue. Our index is reflecting. I can get this one, come back here, paste here, and I have to make a get request. So we got this domain. Once I have the domain, now I have to get all the post from my database. So this is the method we have built. You can see this is the post route we have. Simply copy this one, this portion, and that's what we have to simply paste here. We got that, and here we have to provide the specific router which we want to call it all. So if I come back here in the post, you will see this is the all we have. So simply all, that's what we have to take and paste here, and the moment I will make a request, it will give me all the post which is there in our database. So currently you can see I have no post, that's why it's empty array. So our database is working fine. You can see the status code, request time, everything is looking good. And this Postman is additional one. You can use it or you can avoid it. If you want to master Postman, I already have a complete API backend development course, which is this one. You can simply follow that, but for the time being, just complete this project. So everything is looking good. Our front end is ready, our back end is ready. Now we can start working on our actual functions and connect the backend with our front end. And that's the only thing I want to cover. In the next video, we're going to start working on our utility files and make all the connection, all the backend API calls right in our front end and connect with our application right in the next video. So let's move to that. Hey everyone, welcome back to the third part of our AI image generator app. In the last part, we have completed the entire backend part, and in this video we're going to the backend with the front end, and we're going to build a couple of components. So this is where we left in the last video. Now we're going to start working on the utils, but before we start doing work on that, let me give you what exactly we have coded in the last video. So if you come back to the API, this is the controller, and this is all the controller we have with Auth Controller, Post Controller, and User Controller. Then we have the middleware. In that we have coded this two middleware error and verify token. Then we have this model. In that we have this two model, post and user. That's what we have coded. Then we have the router. In that we have this three router, post, auth and user. And that's all we have coded. And if you come back here in the utils, we're going to start working on the utils and we're going to connect the backend part. But if you come back here in the index, so let me come back here in the index, and this is where we have coded and started our backend application as well as in the frontend part. So this is the entire code we have written. So if you haven't watched the last video, make sure to watch it, and you can see our backend is also running and our frontend is also running. If I reload the page, and everything is running fine. So now we're going to start working on our utils file and where we're going to make all the API calls. So that's what we're going to start working now. So first we have to import a couple of things. So first we're going to import React, and then we're going to take use state, and that's coming from React. Once we have that, then we have to import, let's say, OpenAI, because we have to add that generator, and that's coming from OpenAI. Then we have to import Access library because we have to make API call. Once we have all this library, now we have to import the API of our OpenAI. And that's the configuration which I'm going to do. So I will take a variable called OpenAI, and we already have this particular method in the library in the package. So we'll call it new OpenAI, and in that I have to pass the object. So we have to pass two things, OpenAI key, and we have to also tell OpenAI that we're going to use this OpenAI key in the front end side, not in the back end side. And this key is coming from our environment variable, and we haven't generated our key yet. We're going to generate together. So you can see this is what we are importing, but I haven't generated the key yet. Let's build a skeleton. So simply copy that one, and that's what we have to import. So we got our key. Now we have to simply tell OpenAI that we are going to use this key in the front end side. So we'll say dangerously allow browser. It's going to be a true. So they have given this name in the documentation, and that's what I'm utilizing. So it's true. So we got our OpenAI object. Now we can simply go ahead and start working on the functionality. So first we have to build a function. Let's call this one extract image URL. And the reason why we are building this particular function, because when we're going to use the OpenAI v2 model, it's going to generate up to 10 images. So we have to format that image URL in proper way so we can pass down into our backend. That's why we are building this external function. So in that is going to take the image array, and all it's going to do is to return this. So we'll take this image array, we're going to run a loop, we'll say image, and we have to say image.url. So it's going to give me a proper formatted URL. So that's the utility function we have. Now we can simply come back here and let's build the function. So this particular function is going to register the user. It's going to take the data, so we'll call it sign up, and this sign up will have an object of data. So first we have to deconstruct the data. So let's deconstruct it. So we'll say sign up. In that we'll have the name, we'll have the email, we'll have the password, and we'll have the confirm password. So all of this data is coming from our sign up, confirm password. Once we have all of this data, now we have to simply validate this data. So for that we're going to build a if statement. We'll say if name is not there, or if email is not there, or if password is missing, or confirm password is missing. If any one of these data is missing, then we have to simply throw the error message. We'll say return is going to be data missing. Perfect. Now we have to simply match the password. So we'll say if password is not equal to confirm password, then we have to simply return this error message that password is not matching. We got this to check. So we are done with this to check. Now we have to simply make a request to our backend. So we'll take a variable called response, and we're going to make our API call. So we're going to use our access library, and in that we have to simply provide all the parameters. So first is going to be the method. So we're going to make a post request because we're going to pass the data to our backend, and then we have to simply provide the URL. So this is the URL for our Auth Controller. So I hope you guys have watched the API part, in that we have built and talked about that Auth Controller, Post Controller, and User Controller. So let's build the URL. So we'll take this, we'll call it API/auth/register. So this particular endpoint is for registration. If you come back here in the API section, like this is the index, there you will find that this is the endpoint we have built for auth control. So we are getting this one domain, then we can simply go to the route folder. That's what we have. Then you can go to the route folder. There you will find inside the API, inside the route folder, inside the auth, we'll have this endpoint. So that's what we are targeting. Got it? Pretty simple. So we got this URL. Now we can simply come back here, and here we have to say with credential is going to be true, and now we have to simply send the data. So we already have the data. So first is going to be the user name, because that is the field name we have given in our backend. So make sure to give it exactly that. So we have the username is going to be a name, then we have to give email, then we have to give password, and then we have to give confirm password. Let's say confirm, simply copy and paste here. So we got all of this data in our data field. Now we can simply wait for the response. So when we'll make the API request, is going to return a response with a status code. So that's what I have designed in the backend. So let's check for this response. So we'll say if response status code is equal to 200, then we have to simply redirect the user to the home page because they have created their account successfully. So I'll simply redirect them to the home page. Perfect. And that's the only function we have to build here. So what we are doing, first we are getting the data from our sign up object, then we are checking for the data, then we are confirming the password, then we are making the call to our API and providing all of this data, and after that we are checking the status whether the registration got completed. If it's completed, then it's going to return 200 status code, means it's successful registration. So we are done with this particular function, register user. Now we have to simply build the login user. So what we can do, we can simply come back here, we'll say export const login user is going to be an async and it's going to take couple of data. So we'll say login, and again this will going to contain an object of data, so we have to deconstruct that. So we can simply come back here and we're going to take this portion, like this two portion, and that's what we can paste here. And here we have to do the changes. So simply remove the name and we have to remove the confirm password and change this to login. We got it. Now here we have to do the changes, remove this portion and remove the email and password and confirm password. Looks good. Now we can simply come back here and we have to get this portion because we have to make an API call. So we can simply copy, and that's what we can simply paste here. So we got all of that. Now what we can do is we can simply come back to the URL, and here we have to do the changes in the URL. So in the last we call registration, and here we have to call login. We got it. And here we have to provide all of this detail like email and the password. So let's remove this one and remove this one. We got it. Now we can simply come back here and it's going to return the status code 200 if the user will log in successfully. And that's the only thing we have to do. So we got our login function, close this one, now copy, and that's what we have to paste here. And now we have to build our logout function. So simply change this to logout, and it's going to be a very simple one. Simply remove this one, remove this portion, and all we have to do is to change the method to get, and here we have to call logout, and we don't need to pass any data. So we can simply remove this portion and it's going to return status code 200 after successful logout. And that's the only thing we have to do here. So we got our logout function, pretty good. After the logout, we want to redirect the user to the home page. So simply close this one. So we're done with this registration, user login and logout. Now we can simply come back here and we're going to start working on the next function. So simply copy and paste here and change this to check auth. This particular function will give us the details about the user, whether he is logged in or not, and his profiles details. So for that we have to do the changes in the endpoint. So like first we have to simply call this refetch. This will give the endpoint, and we don't need to pass any credential, any data into this, and it's going to return the data. That's the only thing we have to do. So we can simply come back here, we'll say let user, because we have to return the user information, and this particular information we're going to utilize in other function, so it's better to return it. So we'll say let user, we'll say if, remove this one, we'll say if response status is 200, then we have to simply call this response dot data, because in that we have the data of the user, and we can simply return that. Got it? This is fine, this is fine, and at the end we have to simply return it. So let's return the user. Perfect. So that's our entire check auth function. First we are getting the data, making an API call to our backend, then we are checking the status, and at the end we are returning the entire user object. Simply close this one. Now we have to simply copy this, and that's what we can simply paste here, and we have to do the changes in the name. So it will be like post, and that we have to pass the post ID. So it's going to be a post method, and we have to change the endpoint, so it will be post instead of auth, and here we have to simply call like, and it's going to be a dynamic post, dynamic URL. So let's convert it into a template literal, and here I have to provide the post ID. So this post ID will receive from the function input. So let's call this post ID, and that's what I can simply call it. And I want the user information as well. So we already built this function check auth, so let's utilize that. So we'll take a variable const, we'll say current user, and we're going to simply call the function check auth. Perfect. And that will have the entire information about the user. Once we have that, we can access the user ID, because that's what we have to pass. So first we have to pass the post ID. There, we got it. Now in the body we have to pass the user ID who's going to like the post. Let's format that. Now we can come back here, we'll take this data and we'll say user ID, and the data is available in the current user.id. Perfect. Now we can simply remove this portion, and it's going to return a status code of 200, and we'll have this response. So remove this one and remove this one, and I want to return the entire response. So let's call this response. Perfect. And that's the entire function we have for liking a post. Perfect. Now I'm going to simply copy, and it's going to be a dislike one. So it's going to be a quite similar one. I want you to give a try. So let's convert the name to dislike post. It's going to take the user information and the post ID, and we have to change the endpoint. So this will be called dislike. We're going to provide the post ID, and that's the only thing we have to do. You can see how easy it becomes when you design a perfect endpoints for your application. So we got that. Perfect. Now we can simply close this one. Now we can simply save it, and we can start working on the next function. So simply copy that one, and we can come back here, and this will be, so this time we have to call this image generator v3. So this particular function will allow us to generate the images. So we have to do a lot of work into this. So first we have to generate the image and send the data to the backend. Then we have to simply check the credit of the user. So we have to do a multiple call of the API and the AI model. So first thing, we're going to simply remove and take the prompt, because this prompt will contain a lot of data. So we'll say prompt v3. Then we can simply come back here, and here we can simply come, we can take this object prompt v3, and from there we can simply get the data. So let's get the prompt, negative prompt. We can take the size, we can take the style. So these are the data we are getting. Now we have to check for the data. Prompt, then we have negative, then we have size, and then we have style. If any one of these data is missing, then we have to simply throw the error message. We'll say data is missing. That's the first check. If everything is good, then we can simply pass the data to our AI model. So let's construct that. So we'll take this lower case, and the reason why I'm taking this lower case, because we have to convert the style which we're going to provide to our AI model. It should be not in uppercase, but when we'll get the data from the front end, it will be in the uppercase. So we have to convert it into a lowercase. So let's take that style to lowercase, and that's what we have to pass into our AI model. So let's come back here. We'll take a const. We'll say AI image await, and we have to use the OpenAI. We'll say OpenAI, and that we have to call the method images, and we'll call it generate, and we have to pass all the data. So first is going to be the model, that what model we want to use it. So we have multiple model. Actually we have two model, v3 and v2, but we're going to use v3 in this. So let's call this dall-e -e3. Make sure you have to give the exact name. If you give any other name, it's not going to work. Then we have to give the prompt, then we have to give the size, then we have to give the quality is going to be NHD. Then you have to give number of images you want to generate, because in v3 you can generate only one. And then you have to provide the style, the converted style. These are the prompts we have to pass, and our model is ready to generate the image. Once you have that, now check all the data that you are providing correctly. Now what we can do, we can simply come back here, and we have to check whether we have the URL or not for the images which our AI model will generate. So we'll build an if statement. So we'll say image.data, because in that we'll have the data. We want to access the first index, in that we'll have the URL. So this is the response you will get, and here we have to simply check and pass to our backend. So if it's the URL is there, then we can simply copy entire, cut and paste here, and here we have to simply make a post request. So I'm going to simply change the endpoint is going to be a create/v3, and here we're going to simply provide the data. So just provide the user ID as an endpoint, so we can, our backend can know that this particular user is creating the post, We got it. This is our URL. Now we can simply come back to the data, and here we have to send all of the data. So first is going to be the prompt, second is going to be the negative prompt, then we have to provide the revised prompt, and in v3 model this is the data you will get. So let's access that and store in our database as well. So it's available in the first index, revised prompt. We got it. Then we have to provide size, style, and this will be the image URL. Make sure to use it URL in capital, and we have to simply provide the URL of the image. So we can go take this AI image data first index and URL, and that's the entire data we are passing to our backend. Perfect. Once we're done with that, looks good. Let's check one more time with all the spellings. Perfect. Now here we have to do another check. So we can come back here, and what I will do, I'm going to get this entire portion, and that's what I can simply paste here, because once the user will make a post request and create the post, then I have to decrease the credit, because it's all the out business model is based on credit. So let's make a post request and decrease the credit. So we can change the endpoint. So instead of post, we have to change this to 1 because it's going to be create, and I have to change this to put because it's going to be a updated, and here I have to do the changes. So this will be user, this will be credit, remove this one, and we're going to have the user ID as well, and we can simply remove this one, and all we have to do is to simply decrease the credit. So first we have to get the actual credit, that how much credit is there for the user, which we can access very easily. We'll say current user, and in that we have the details about the credit, and from there I can minus 1. So we can decrease 1 from the actual credit. Perfect. I hope you guys understand the logic which I have implemented here. So what I'm doing, that when the user will create one image, we have to decrease 1 credit. So we got it. Now we can simply come back here and we can simply return the response. Perfect. And that's the only thing we have to do in this particular function. Everything's looking good. So you can come back here. First we are checking for the authentication, whether the user is logged in or not, or whether he has or she has created their account or not. Then we are checking for the prompt, if all the prompts are provided properly or not. Then we are converting our style to a lowercase, because that's our AI model will take. And here we are passing all the details like model, prompt, size, quality, h1 and style. Then once we'll get the URL, then we have to make a request to our backend and provide all of this detail. After that we have to simply decrease the credit of the user. So that's the entire function we have. Now simply close this one and copy and paste it for v2 model. So we can simply do exactly the same thing. We can change this to v2 and we'll still have the prompt, but in the prompt we have to do a little bit changes, because in v2 model we don't have this style variable. So for that I'm going to simply come back here. We'll change this to negative. Prompt would be there, size would be there, and this will be the number n. Got it? Now we can simply change this to n, and this should be not here. So we can simply come back here and change this to 2, because we are using 2 model like v2 model. Then prompt would be there. Remove the quality, because in v2 model we don't have the quality parameter, and remove the style and save it. And this will be the number. So whatever number we user going to provide, that how many image user wants to create, because that's the option we have in the v2 model, that you can create up to 10 image. So we can simply pass the number of the image user wants to create. Got it? Once we have that, now we can simply come here and we have to convert the image in a proper URL, because if user wants to create 10 image, so it will have 10 URL. So we cannot able to have the access just like this the way we done it. So we have to make a proper format URL. So we can come back here. We'll take a variable called image URL. Let's call this image URL, and we already built this particular function, extract image URL, and that we have to simply pass the entire array which we have in the data, and that's the entire array. It's going to give a proper array of URL, and that's what we can simply pass in our backend. Got it? Simply check here for length. If there is the length, then only we want to make the backend request. So here we have to do the changes in the v2, and the rest to be fine. All I have to do is to simply come back here, and I don't have this, so simply remove this one. I have the style, I have number, and I have this one. Simply copy, and that's what I can simply paste here. So that's the data we have to pass in our backend. Looks good, and this is fine. We don't need to make any changes. Let's keep it as it is, because we have to still decrease the credit in v2 model as well. So we are done with this entire function. Now we can go ahead. I hope you guys have followed it. So we have imported the packages. This is the OpenAI object we have the utility function. This is the registration. This is the login. This is the logout. This is the check auth. We have the like post. We have the dislike. We have generate image v3 and generate image v2. Now we can simply come back here and we can start working on the next one. So simply copy this one, dislike post, and that's where we can paste it, and we can change this to get AI images. Got it? Now in this we don't need any parameters. Simply remove this one, and all we have to do is to get the get method, and we have to simply change this to all and remove this one, because this particular endpoint will give all the images created in our backend. And we can simply remove this portion, and it's going to give a status of 200, and we'll have the response, and from there we can have the access of the data, and we can go to the post. So that's our simple function which give us all the data about the images. Now perfect. Simply close this one, copy this, paste here, and here we're going to make the change called user AI images. All we have to do is to pass the user ID, which we'll receive in the function. We'll say user ID, and that's what we have to pass in the endpoint. So let's change this to perfect. We got that. We can simply remove this one from the AI images, and we can also remove from here as well. So now it's look good. You got it? Perfect. Now we can simply copy and paste here, and here we have to do the changes for single post. It will be the post ID, and here we have to say, let's say single, and here I have to say post ID, and that's the only thing we have to do. Let's call this return post. Perfect. So this will give us the single post. Close this one, copy and paste here, and here we have to do the changes. So it will be delete post, and that we have to pass the post ID, and here we have to call delete, and here we have to call delete, and it will delete the post, and at the end it's going to return the response which contain the message that the post is deleted successfully. So perfect, we got it. The delete post, simply copy, and that's what we can paste here, and this will be called buy credit. So in this particular function will allow user to buy credit and update the credit in the backend. So we'll take the number of credit the user wants to buy it. What's what we have here. We can come back here, and we can simply come back here in the let's say in the image, and get this one, copy, because we need the user information, and paste here. Once we have that, here we have to do the changes to user. This will be credit, and here we have to simply pass the user ID. Got it? And in the body tag we have to simply send the details. So we can simply come back here, and we can copy this entire request, and that's what we can simply paste here. And we have to remove this all, and it will be have only credit. So let's say credit, and we can simply first get the credit, that how many credit is already there in the user account. So first I have to get that, and in that I have to simply add the credit which user wants to buy it. So let's add that. Perfect. So this is our dynamic credit. So first we are getting the credit which is left, and then we are adding the credit which user is buying. Perfect. And this is fine, we don't need to do anything. So that's the entire function we have. So like we get the response, and that's what we are returning. Remove this one. So that looks perfect. So everything is looking fine at the moment, but definitely we're going to do the testing, and if we find that we have made any mistake, we're going to simply rectify that. So simply come back here. Looks good. Let's have a one more quick overview, because we are done with this entire functionality in the context. So this is the import of the packages. This is the OpenAI. This is the first utility function. This one is for registration, user login, logout, check auth, like post. We have like, dislike post, image v3, v2, AI, user, single, delete, and buy. Looks good. So we are done with this entire utility function. Now we can simply come back here, close this one, and we can come back to the pages. We can go back to the home page first. And now we're going to start working on the home page. So let's build all the functionality, because most of the feature we're going to build right here in the home page is going to have the similar feature in other pages. So we have to spend a lot of time here, but once you complete this portion, it's going to be easy in the later and different pages. So let's start working on it. So first we have to import couple of things. So if I come back in the browser, if I reload the page, everything is working fine. We don't have any issue. Our backend is running, our front end is also running. So we can simply come back and we can start importing couple of things. So first we have to import, let's say, use state, and we have to import use effect. So these are the two things we are getting. Now we can simply come back here and import the access library. We have that. Now we have to import the cookie, because we have to check the cookie existent in the browser, and based on that we have to perform the authentication. So first we're going to simply import this cookie package we have, and it's coming from JS cookie. Once we have that, then we have to simply import the router, because we have to redirect the user and we have to get the query from the URL. So that's why we are using this use router, which is coming from Next route. This is the 4 imports we are doing. Looks good. Now we have to do a couple of internal import. Then we can simply come back here, call, and all of these imports are coming from our context CSV index. So we have to import a lot of icon here. So we can come back here. First is going to be the home logo, second one is going to be the search, third one is going to be the image filter, and we'll have the FA heart, and we'll have FA Instagram, we'll have AI outline YouTube, and we'll have BS camera reel fill, and the last one is going to be the FA rug heart and magic. All of these icons we are getting from our index file. Pretty good. I hope you guys can understand and watch the first part. In that I have explained the entire architecture about the project. So we got all the icons. Now we can simply import. So if I reload the page, everything is working fine. We don't have any issue. So we have done the success import. Now we can simply come back here. We have to simply import couple of components. So it's coming from component / index. So first is going to be the header, then we'll have get started, we'll have image card, then we'll have single image, we'll have up image card, we'll have notice, we'll have button, and we'll have payment processing. So all the components we have imported successfully, looking good. Now we can come back here. We have to import one function which is coming from our utils, and this function, can you guess which function we're going to call it? I hope you guys have corrected. We'll say get AI image, and this particular function will return all the images which user have created. And we need one more, check auth, for user authentication. So we have imported the packages, icons, and we have imported the component and the functions. Looks good. Now we can simply come back here, and we have to take actually a lot of state variable, because we have a filter system and we have multiple state management, and that's what we're going to do right up here in the page. So first we're going to take our, let's take the router in which we're going to receive the query, and here we have to build a use state. Is going to be, let's say, open filter, by default will be false. The second one is going to be our loader, by default will be false. The third one is going to be, let's call this category, because we have multiple category for YouTube, for Reels, for Instagram. So that's why we have taken this particular variable. By default it will open the reel category. So we got this. Now we can come back here, take another one. This will be called single ID. By default it will be empty. So this particular variable will keep when the user will try to read the entire details about a single post. So we'll store the ID right up here. Then we'll take another one. This will be called buying, and by default there would be nothing. So these are the main state variables we have which keep the track of the data, all of that. Now we have to take a lot. So we can come back here. We'll take a state variable. This will be called active user. Then we'll take another one. This will be called all AI image. Then we'll say all post copy. By default it will be an empty array. Then we'll take another one. This one is going to be for search. Then we'll take another one. This will be called search item In that we have to simply pass the search. Got it? Now we can come back here and we have to take couple of individual state variable for the models, because we have two different models. We have to keep the track of that. So let's call this v3, and we're going to define the state variable based on the dimension. So this will be, let's call it v3, and it will be 1024 into 1024. Okay, by default there would be nothing. Same thing I have to do 3 times, and I have to change the dimension. So this will be, let's call this 1792 multiplied by 1024. Now let's take the third one. Let's change this to 1024 multiplied by 792. Perfect. So these are the 3 dimension of the images we have. Now we have to take the same thing for the v2 model. So simply copy and paste here and change this to v2. And now we have to change the dimension, because we have different dimension in v3 and v2. So this one is going to be a little smaller one. So this will be, have 256 multiplied by 256. This one is going to be 512, and the last one is going to be, let's say 1024 and 1024. Perfect. We got our state variable. Now we can come back here. We can have to build a hook, because we have to check couple of data. So we'll take this use effect, and it's going to take a callback function, and here we have to do the checks. I have to check the query which is available in the URL. So we'll say if, because when the user will buy the credit, this particular variable will be available in the URL, and we are keeping the track of that, and based on that we're going to make an API call. So if the query and credit is available, credit plan is available, then I have to simply call this set buying, and that I have to pass the credit plan. So this will automatically going to call the backend API and is going to allow the user to increase their credit. This particular function I have to run every time there is a change in the query credit plan. Perfect. And that's the only thing I have to do. So let me repeat what exactly I'm doing. I'm checking for a condition that if there is a credit plan available in the URL. So as soon as this data is available in the URL, we have to make the backend API call, and we have to increase their credit because they have completed the payment successfully. So we got that. Now we can simply build this particular function which allow us to change the category. So it's going to be a huge function. So we'll come back here. We'll take this const change category. In this we're going to receive the category because it's going to have an on-click function. And here we have to do a lot of things. First, we have to simply get the model which is there in the local storage. So we'll say active model. So this will give us that which model is currently active, whether it's v3 and v2. And based on the model, we have to display the images. So if it's active v3, then we have to display all the images generated by using v3 model. But if it's v2, we have to display all the images generated by v2 model. So we got the model, and here we have to build a long if statement. So we'll say if model is equal to AI image art dall-e 2, make sure to give the exact name, because this is the name we're going to track in multiple pages. v2, then I have to simply render all the v2 images. So we can say if category is equal to real, then I can say set, this is the one we have, that's what we have to call. Let's call this set all images is going to be v2. And why I'm not getting the suggestion, v2 556 and 556, but I'm not getting the suggestion. So let's come back here. Okay, this is the problem. So I have to change this to v2, and now it will work fine. Change in all the places, looks good, and that's what we have to simply call it here. So simply change this to v2. Perfect. This is for, now I have to do the same thing for the copy. So this will be the all post copy. This one is for the real, and at the end we have to set the category, so it will be called real. So we got this. Now I have to build a next statement. So we'll say else if it's equal to Instagram, then I have to do the same thing. Simply copy this one and paste here, and I have to change the model. So this will be, let's call this 512, and this will be Instagram. Now we have to do for the YouTube, simply copy and paste here and change this to YouTube. and this will be 1012, 1012, 1024, 1024, and change this to U2. Perfect. So this is our if statement based on the V2 model. Now we have to do write the else statement for the V3. If it's not V2, that means it's V3. So we'll take this else, we'll say, and then we're going to build the if statement. We'll say if category is equal to real, then we have to say simply copy this portion, and that's what we have to simply paste. So let's paste here variable. So this will be called V3 1024 1024. Let's build the next one. So simply copy this portion, and that's what we have to paste here, and this will be for a different one. Actually I made a mistake, so let's change this to V3, and this will contain the dimension of 1024 1024, and here I have to do the changes in the real. So this will contain our V3 1024 and 1792, and copy one more time and paste here and change this for YouTube, and this will have the YouTube ratio. So it will be V3 1792 and 1024. So this is our entire change category function we have. Looks good. I hope you guys can understand that why we are building this particular logic, because we have multiple ratio, and that's how we can deal it in the easiest way. So that's the entire function for changing the category. Now we can simply go ahead and start building the next function called calling all post, and in this particular function we're going to call our backend API. It's going to be an async, obviously, because we have to simply wait for the synchronous behavior. And first thing we have to do is to take the cry and catch. If anything goes wrong, we have to catch that. So we'll say error. Got it? Now we can simply come back here. First thing we have to simply take and make an API request. So we already have the function. So we'll say response. We'll say await, and we have to simply call our function. And this particular function will going to give us all the images created in our backend. Now we can simply come back here, and we have to build this function is going to be quite huge. So we can come back here, we'll take the V2 model, and we have to take a couple of internal function. So this will be V2 256 256. It's an empty array. Let's take the next one, is going to be 512 512 empty. This is going to be the 1024 and 1024 empty. Same thing I have to do for the V3 model. I'll explain the logic that why I'm exactly doing it, because when this particular function is going to be execute, we have to simply filter all the data based on the size, because this particular API endpoint will give all the data as a chunk, but we have to design our data so we can display different data in different component based on the size. So that's why I'm taking this empty array. So that's, we'll take this 1024 empty array. Let's come back here, V3 1792 and 1024, and the last one is going to be 1024 and 1792. So we got all of this empty array. Let's add a unique ID. So we'll call this temp. Copy and paste this. Perfect. We got this variables empty array. Now we can simply come back here, and we have to build the if statement. So we'll take this response, and we have to run a for each, because it's going to be an array, and I have to simply run a loop, and I have to simply push the data in each one of this empty array. So we'll say for each, it will take the element, and here I have to build a if statement. So we'll say if element dot AI model is equal to, let's say AI image art dall-e v2. So if it's our v2 model, then we have to simply check the another if statement, and this time we have to search for the size. So we'll say element dot size, because every single image will have a size field. I hope you guys have watched the part I have explained when we have designed the entire field for the post. So in that we have the size. So we'll say if size is equal to, so if our dimension matches with 256, then I'm going to push the image into this particular dimension array. And let's provide this one more, because I have to check the string as well, the data type. So that's the one we have. If it matches, then we have to simply push it. So we already have this empty array. We'll say v2 256 temp push an element, and that's the exact thing we have to do for all the v2 and v3. So let's build the next one. We'll say else if size is equal to the next dimension. So this is the 512, then we have to simply push in the 512. So we'll take this temp push element. Now we have to do the third thing. Size equal to 1024. Then we have to simply push. So we'll say 1024 push element. Perfect. So this is for our v2 model. Now we have to do exactly the same thing for our v2 model. So we can come back here. Let's take else. If a model is equal to the same, we'll say dall-e v3. In that we have to build a if statement. We have to check for the size. If it's equal to 1024, then we have to simply push to v3 1024 an element. Let's go to the next one. We'll say else if size is equal to like 1792 1024, then we have to simply push into that particular array. So we'll take 1792 and push element. Then we can go to the last one. If size is equal to, let's say 1024 and 1792, then we can simply push in the empty array. So let's push that, and that's our if statement. I hope you guys can understand that what logic here we are following. We are getting the entire data in an array, then we are running this for each, and we are simply filtering out the data based on the size. That's pretty simple. Got it? All of things are looking good. Now we can simply come back here, and here we can simply say set v2 is going to be the array we have designed. So let's set that. We'll say v2 to 56, because we have filtered the data and stored in the empty array. Now once we have the data, we have to simply set in our state variable. So let's set very quickly. This is for the v2. Now let's take this one 512, and this is going to be 512 temp. This one is going to be, let's say 1024, and we'll have the 1024. So this is for the v2. Now we have to do the v3. This will start from 1000. Let's send this to 1000. This will be, take the next one. This will be v3 1792 and 1000, and the same thing we have to provide here. And this is going to be the last one. Let's say 1017, and we'll have 1017. So all of that array we are storing in our state variable. Looks good. Now we can simply come back here. Perfect. And here we can see things are looking good. So we have to simply check we are providing the exact data. So you should always double check, because there is a quite repetitive name we have, and the data we are using it for filtering and pushing. So you have to always check that you are passing and pushing the data in the right field. We got it. Now we can simply come back here. We can take this, and here we have to simply get the model. So we'll take this model which is coming from the local storage. We'll say active model, and here we have to simply build a if statement. We'll say if model is equal to our current model, means AIMageCard dall-e v2, then we have to simply set this. We'll say set all image is going to be our, this is the dimension by default we are setting up. So it's going to be our 256, and we have to do the same thing in our copy. We'll say 256. Perfect. Now we can come back to the else statement, and in that we have to simply pass the next one. We'll say 1024 and 792. We have set all the variables. Looks good. Perfect. We are done with that. Now we can come back here. We'll take a variable called store cookie value. So this time we are trying to access the cookie which is stored in the browser to perform the authentication, because if the user is not logged in, we have to open the login model, so user can provide their credential and they can create their account or they can log in. So let's take the cookie, which we can use it with the help of this cookie package, and we'll call this token. Got it. So we have our cookie, and here we're going to build a if statement. We'll say if cookie exists, means the user already have their account, and here we can simply call this. So we'll say user, and we're going to simply call the internal function we have built, check auth. This particular one going to give all the details about the user. We can simply set the user detail in our active user. Got it. We got the details of the user, and this is perfect. We don't need to do anything in here. Now we can simply come back here, and here we have to build other function. So we'll take this use effect, and this is the function we're going to simply call in this particular hook. So we'll say calling all post, and I have to call this particular function only one time when the page will reload, not multiple times. So that's the entire function we have. I hope this particular function is quite big and you guys have followed along with me and understood that what exactly we have done. So we are getting this, then we are designing this empty array based on the dimension, then we are running a for each loop and we are simply filtering out the images based on their size, and that's what we have here. Then we are storing that filter array in our state variable, then we are getting the model, and then we are simply storing an actual state variable which we're going to render in the component by default. And here we are dealing with the cookie to get the user information, and then we are simply calling the function. Perfect. Once we're done with that, now we can simply come back here and we can start working on the filter, because user can type the name of the image and they can filter. So let's build it. So we can come back here, let's build a function called onHandleSearch. Is going to take value and it's going to be a very simple function. We have built this particular function multiple times in other project. So we'll take this const filter post. We already have all the details about the post. So in this all AI image, we have to call this filter, and in that I have to pass the prompt. It's going to take a callback function. There I have to simply do the comparison. So we'll say prompt dot to lowercase, and in that I have to simply look for the include method which is there. In that I can simply pass the value, and I have to also convert it to a lowercase because I have to match it. And this particular method we have built, it will filter out the image in the array and give the exact image which user is trying to search. Now we got this. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take this if statement. We'll say if filter post.length exists, post.length is equal to 0, then we have to go with the default value. So we'll say set all post image is going to be our all post copy. Got it? Else we can simply pass our filter post. That's the only function we have on handle search. Now we have to build a next function called, let's call this on clear. So when the user will type and when the user will remove everything from the search, we have to display some data. So that's what we're going to code here. So we'll say on clear search is going to take nothing, and then we have to check for if statement. We'll say if all post AI image length exists or all post copy length exists. If this two condition is true, then we have to simply set the image like all post copy, and that's the only thing we have to do. Very simple. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take this, we have to build a hook. We'll say use effect, and we have to call this function we have built it. So we can simply come back here. We'll take this timer and we'll say set timeout, and I have to execute this function every 1 second. So we'll say set search. In that we can simply pass the search item, and I want to execute this in every 1 second. I have to simply call this return, and I have to simply clear the timeout. So in that I can simply pass the variable we have created. Very simple. It's just a JavaScript, nothing complex. So we got the first hook, and I want to execute this every time there is a change in the search item. Means every time the user will type one letter, this function is going to recall. So this is the first hook. Now I have to take one more. So I can take this use effect, and here I have to build if statement, and I have to call the function we have coded above. So we'll say if search is there, then I have to simply call this on handle search, and in that we have to simply pass the search item. So it will go into our function and it's going to filter the entire array. Else we have to simply call our on clear search. Means there is no information, no data available in the input field, so call the on clear function, and I want to execute this function whenever there is a change in the search item. Perfect. So that's our entire function. I hope you guys have understood that what exactly we have done. This is very basics. Now we can simply come back here, and all the data we'll get from the array is will come as a normal array. So let's reverse the array. So we'll take this array render, and first I have to simply spread the array. So we can say, and we already have that, so remove this one. We can simply say all image AI, and I have to spread it. Once I have spread that, now I have to call the reverse function. So always the first image will render. Okay, always latest image will display in the front, and on that I have to simply call this empty array if there is no array, and simple. So I hope you guys have understood that what exactly we have done. First we have imported these packages, then we have imported our icon, then we have imported our component and the function, and here we have taken our state variable, all of this state variable. This is for the size state variable. Here we are checking for the credit plan. Then we have our change category function, which will keep the track of that which category user is trying to see the images. Then we have our function. We are making the call to our backend and getting all the posts. That's what you can see. We are building this dynamic condition. You can simply do a console log to see that you are getting the data or not. So let's call this response, and I want to simply copy, and that's what I can simply pass all the way to down to see that all the function we have built it's working or not. So let's paste here. So it's good, and this is fine, this is fine, and this is the hook. Perfect. So everything is looking good. Now let's come back to the browser and let's execute that. Reload the page. The moment we reload the page, this function is going call. Let's do the inspect element to see that what exactly we are getting in the console, and you can see we are getting this empty array. Means the function we have built is working fine. It's pretty good. So it's quite satisfactory that we are seeing something, because there is no post available at the moment. That's why you can see there is 0 array. So we are done with all of this function, and to be honest, this function is going to be quite repetitive in other pages. That's why it took so long to write such a huge function, but it's going to be more easy when we start working on the other pages and other part of the application. So let's come back here to remove this one, and now we can start working on our JSX. So let's make it side by side to see what exactly we are working on. So that's how it's looking. Let's bring on the right hand side, and now we'll start working on the JSX. So first thing we have to do is we have to take this, and we have to take our header. There it is. Reload the page, and you will see our header component is looking fine. There it is. Now we can come back here and let's make it side by side. Perfect. Now we can come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class, and let's call this margin bottom. We're going to have a, let's say, 56 pixels. We'll have on a small screen, we're going to have, let's say, margin bottom is going to be 0. On a small screen, we'll have margin top is going to be 56 pixels, and somehow this instant conversion of the Tailwind CSS is not working properly. So let me redo the page, and you can see it's taking a little bit time to make the changes which we are writing here. So let's come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class, and let's call this flex column. Inside that, we'll take a get started component, and it's going to have a prop like the user information, active user information. You got it? You can see it's taking a lot of time to make the changes in our screen. So we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this with screen overflow x hidden flex column item center. We'll have padding y 4 pixels, padding top, margin top 16 pixels, and that looks good. Inside that, let's we can simply come here, reload the page, and here you can see it's reflecting. So let's come back and make it side by side. So we got this. Now inside the div, we'll take an anchor. We have to redirect to the home page, and inside that we have to display our logo. So home logo. Let's reload the page. Okay, this is quite weird. Our CSS is not getting converted instantly. It's taking a little bit time. So we got our logo. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take an anchor, and we can take a aperture, because when the user will click, we have to redirect them to the create page, and it will have a class. Let's call this cursor pointer. Inside that we'll take a p. It will have a class margin top is going to be 2, text excel, and we'll have text indigo -300. Active is going to be, let's say, scale 95, and text center font medium, shadow small, and let's make on the big screen. Reload the page, and you can see the stylings are not changing instantly. So let's work in this way. Okay, so let's come back here. Let's add the class over effect. Is going to be shadow medium, background is going to be indigo -300, background opacity 5 over, we'll say background opacity is going to be 10, and we'll have a border we'll have a border indigo is going to be 3, and we'll have a border opacity is going to be 10, and we'll have a over on that. We'll say border is going to be opacity, it's opacity CITY, opacity is going to be 20, and we'll have a transition all, and we'll have a rounded kind of styling, so we'll say rounded medium, and we want to have a padding X, so we'll have 6, and padding Y is going to be 2. So these are the classes we have applied. I hope you guys are familiar with the Tailwind classes. Okay, so that's what we are applying here. So if I come back here, reload the page, you can see the styling, you can see this box, it's working fine. Perfect. Now we can come back here, and inside that we can display our text. So we'll say AI image 10.5 is here. Save it, and you can see, reload the page, and there it is. The styling is working fine. On over effect, we are getting the nice border, everything is looking good. Now we can simply go ahead, come back here, we'll take a div, it will have a class flex item center with full max with 600 pixels. We'll have medium, margin left is going to be 48 pixels, margin top is going to be 8, and we'll have padding X is going to be 4, padding left is going to be 5. On the medium devices, we'll have padding X is going to be 5, and inside that we're going to take a div, it will have a class called width full. Inside that we'll take another div, it will have a class, let's call this width full flex items center relative, and it will have an on click function. So we'll say, let's call this change category, and by default we'll go with filter. We'll say filter. Perfect. So we got our button. Now if I come back here, you can see in this particular function we are receiving the category, and that's what I'm passing. Let's close all of this, and now we can simply come back here, and we got that. Now we can come here, we'll take a search component, and we have to display our input. Let's call this input, it will have class, let's call this background is going to be zin 700 flex 1, padding left is going to be 12, padding right is going to be 12, and we'll have a rounded full, and we'll have a text small, and we'll have padding X 4, then we'll have padding Y is going to be 2.5, and focus is going to be outline none, focus is going to be ring 1, and focus is going to be ring indigo 700. It will have a placeholder, and in that we can simply pass search for any image. Then we can simply come back here, we can add an on change, and we can simply get the data from the input in our search state. So we'll take this set search item, and in that we can say e.target.value. So we'll have this input data, and by default we'll display this particular value, the search item. And if you guys are not familiar with Tailwind classes, you can check this particular course. In that you will master complete blockchain development, and we have used the modern technology including the Tailwind CSS, a lot of things. So you can simply check this one, you will understand everything. So we got the input field. Now we can come back here and we can reload the page, and there you can see, beautiful, we got our input field, we got our search icon, everything is looking great. So slowly our application is coming to life. Now we can simply come back here and start working ahead on our button. So we can come here, we can take a div button, it will have a type, is going to be a button, it will have a class, let's call this margin left is going to be 2, height is going to be 10, width is going to be 10, and we'll have a rounded full, cursor pointer will have a flex, item center, justify center, background is going to be transparent. On over effect we want to have a background zinc 900, and inside that we can display the text. So we can call it our filter icon, we can display that. There it is, it will have a on click function, and on the on click function we have to display the model. So we'll say open filter, if it's true then we have to say to false. So we'll say set open filter to false, but if it's false then we have to set it to true. Perfect, simple if else statement. We got our button. Now we can simply come back here, and I'm getting this warning, simply reload the page, it's not an error. Reload the page because our Tailwind CS is taking a little bit time to get converted into our and display. Perfect, there it is, look good. Now we can come back here and we can simply go ahead and work in the next component. So we can simply leave to div, and we can take a div, it will have a class, let's call this flex width full, max width 600 pixels, On the medium device, we'll have margin left is going to be our 48 pixels, padding x4, padding L5, and we'll have on the medium device padding x is going to be 5. Inside that, we'll take our dynamic block and we have to display our notice component. So we'll say if open filter is true, then we have to display this component, notice component. Got it. And here we can add a custom style. So let's take that one. We'll say position is going to be relative. Perfect. We got it. Now if you come back here, reload the page, and if you try to click on it, okay, something's went wrong. Our component is not perfectly aligned. But if you click, you can see our notice component is opening, means our click event is working, but our CSS class, there is some problem. That's why it's not perfectly aligned. It's just the beginning. We're going to simply fix this. So here we have it. I can see the problem we are having. So this is the button we have. Simply come back here, simply copy this one and paste here, because we're going to have two buttons. And here we have to do the changes. Simply remove this portion, and we have to remove the classes as well. So this will have a different class. We'll say text base absolute right to, we'll say over effect, we'll say bg zinc 800 height 8 width 8 flex item center justify center rounded full. There it is. We can simply remove that and we can display the icon of the image and save it. Now we can simply come back here and take this portion and cut it. Now we can simply come here, leave the to div, and we can take a div. It will have a class called flex justify center. Inside that we can display our button. There it is. Perfect. I hope you guys have understood that what we have done. We have created a new button and we have removed the old previous button and taken into a separate div. And that's the fine. Reload the page and you can see still we have the problem. Still we have this problem. So we have to fix that. Come back here and I noticed one thing. So this is fine. Here we have the next component. Simply cut this one and we have to simply leave to div and then we have to simply paste here. Perfect. Now if you reload the page, you will see now it's perfectly aligned. So we got our search bar, we got the image icon and the filter button. Perfect. I hope you guys have done the changes. Now we can simply come back here and we can simply go to the public. Inside the public we have the assets. In that we have all the CSS classes we have applied. Now we can simply come back here, bring it, and we can start working on the next component. So this is what we have. AI image 10.5 is here. That's what we have it. So let's format that properly, because when you use Tailwind classes, your component structure becomes very big. So this is the one we have. Let's close this one. This is the external component. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here below the dynamic component. We'll take a div. It will have a class called margin bottom 8 flex column item center. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called flex space x2. Inside that we'll take a button. It will have a class called width 32. On a small screen we'll say width 36 and we'll say flex items center text small justify center text center. We'll have a height 9 rounded full. On over effect we want to change the background, so we'll say brightness 110. We'll say background is going to be opacity 0. We'll have a shadow small and we'll have a margin top is going to be 4. We'll have a background gradient to top and we'll have a from indigo 900 and we'll have via indigo 900 to indigo 800, and inside that we can display our search. Let's say search text and save it. Our button is ready. If you come and reload the page, you can see our button is displaying. Okay, there is a problem in the alignment, so there is a small typo in my CSS class. So what I can do, I can come back here and I can see the problem. So it's items s, add s, and we'll save it and reload the page. It will fix the issue. There it is. It's in the middle. Perfect. Now we have to work on the next button. So what we can do is we can simply come here, we'll take an anchor and we want to redirect the user to the create page. It will copy and paste here and we have to call it generator, and I have to simply remove couple of classes because I want to have only border. So I want to remove this portion, remove it, and let's call this border gray 700. On over effect we want background zinc 700, and that's the classes we have. Now if I reload the page, you will see the button is having over effect and we have the border. Perfect, we got the button. Now we can come back here, we got the two buttons. We can simply come here and we have to leave two div and we have to work on the next one. So we'll take a div, it will have a class. Let's call this flex space x2. Space x2, inside that we can display our button. So we'll have a multiple button which user can click and they can change the category from Reel, YouTube and Instagram. So we have to send a couple of props in the button. So first is going to be the icon. We already have the icon, so we'll say Reel. The next one is going to be the name, and we have to add a handle click functions, and we already have the function which is ready. So we'll say change category, and in that we have to simply pass the category, so it will be Reel. So we got it. Now we have to simply replicate it two more times, and we have to send the category as well. So simply save it and replicate it two times and change the icon and change the image. This will be, change the name, this will be YouTube. Copy, this one will be our Insta, copy and paste here. So we got our button, save it, looks good. Now we can come back here, take a div. It will have a class called margin top 2 and it will have a space. Then we'll take another div. Let's come back here, reload the page. You can see our button is perfectly aligned. We're going to fix this, that what exactly went wrong, but for the time being just work ahead. Now we can come back here, we'll take a div. It will have a class called margin top 3. We'll have a relative padding x2, on the median device padding x7. Then we'll have width full. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called active. We'll say outline is going to be none. We'll have focus, outline, none, overflow, hidden, and we'll have a new CSS style box. It will have a role, we'll say grid, and we have to add couple of custom class. So we can take this tab is going to be 0. Then we'll have a style, we'll say position is going to be relative, display is going to be grid. We'll have a grid column, template column. In that we can simply say repeat, auto fill, min max is going to be the size. So we'll say 200 pixels to 1 fr. Then we can say list style is going to be none, and we'll have a margin is going to be 0. We'll have a padding is going to be 0, and we'll have a gap to 1.1 RAM. Perfect. So this particular div will contain and display all the images perfectly. Now we can simply come back here and we can simply render our card image component. So we already have the data. We'll take this fragment and we'll take this dynamic block. We'll say array render, because we already have the array data, and we have to call the reverse function. So it will give us the latest image, and we'll say map item index, and it's going to return the entire component. So we already have the component image card. In that we have to send the props. So we'll say index is going to be index. Then we have to send the item. Then we have to send the set single ID to set single ID. Then we have to say active user. That's the card, we got it. Now we can simply come back all the way down, and we have to build and display the dynamic component like the single image card and the buying component. So let's work on that. So we can take this single ID. If it exists, then we want to display our single image component. In that we have to send the prop. So first is going to be the single ID. Then we have to set this set single ID, and this is the two prop we have to send. Now we have to do the same thing with the payment processing. So we can simply copy this one and paste here, and this will be the buying, and here I have to change this to payment processing, and we have to change the ID. So this will be our buying, and this will be set buying. Perfect. So that's the entire code we have written here in the index page. Everything's looking good. I hope you guys have understood. Let's redo the page, and you can see redo the page and everything is aligned. There is some problem in the alignment, but we're going to simply fix that, because when you write so many CSS classes, you commit some sort of spelling mistake here and there. So that's the part of the development. Okay, perfect. but the architecture is looking absolutely great. The component is also working fine. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here and we can start working on our header component before we start moving and working on any other component. So reload the page. This is good. This is also good. No problem in that. And we can come back here and this looks good. Let's have a quick overview that what exactly we have done. And let's format this one properly. Let's close this one. This is fine. This is the second section we have and the last section. And now we can start working on the header section. So simply come to the header section. So we already have it. We can go back here in the component. Inside the component we have global. In the global we have the header component. So close this one. And here we have to simply make an API call, and we have to also take a couple of state variable. So first we have to import a couple of things, use state and use effect. We got it. Now we can simply come back here. We have to get the cookie because we have to check the authentication. Then we have to simply import the couple of icons. This will be header logo. This will be account. We'll have generate, history, we'll have home and like. So this is the component we are importing. Now we come back here. Now we have to import the setting component, which is coming from the same directory. We'll say ./setting. We got it. Now we have to import the function. It's coming from our utils index, and we'll have this check auth. We got it, because this check auth will give all the information about the user. So we can simply come back here and let's take a couple of state variable. So this will be called auth. By default will be false. This will be our open setting. It will be false, and we'll have our active user. There is no data available. So once we're done with that, now we can simply come here. We'll take a nav list. We'll say nav list. It's gonna be an of object. So first is going to be the menu home, and second one is going to be link. Replicate couple of time and change this. So this will be generate departure, and this will be our history. This will be likes. This will be likes, and the last one is going to be our accounts. Perfect. Got it. This is our nav list. Now we can come back here and let's take this function. We'll say calling user details is going to be an async. We'll take a try and catch, and we'll console log out the error. Perfect. Now we have to simply make a call. So we'll take this user await and call the function we have built, check auth, and we have to simply console log out the user credit, and we can simply set this data to the active user. Perfect. We got the function. Now we have to simply call this function. So when there is a page reload, we have to call it. So we can simply take this use hook and we'll say first we have to get the data from our cookie. So we'll say store cookie value, and I want to execute this function when there is a cookie available. We'll say cookie.get, and we can give the token. So we'll have the cookie. We'll say if cookie exists, then we want to call this function. So we'll say calling user details, and we have to set this set auth is going to be true. Perfect. And we can come back here. We'll say else we can say set auth to false. Perfect. And I want to execute this only one time when the page will reload. So we are done with this. Perfect. Our function is working good. If you come back here, reload the page, nothing happened here. But if you go and do the inspect element in the console, you will see that you won't have any data because there is no cookie available in the browser. That's why the function is not getting called. Means the logic we have implemented is working absolutely fine. So now we have to simply work on our component in the JSX part. So we can come back here. We'll take a class fixed with screen bottom 0. On a small screen we'll say top 0, z index 50, flex row, items center, justify between, backdrop is going to be blur, background opacity is going to be 80, and we'll have a border top and border top, and on a small screen we'll have a border bottom, border opacity 50 and text small, and we'll have a selected is going to be none, and we'll have a background zing is going to be 900, and we'll have a border top zing is going to be 700, and on a small screen we'll say border bottom zing is going to be 700. If I come back here, you can see we are getting this nice blurry options. Reload the page. This looks good. Our blur effect is working fine. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here. Let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. Let's come back here, bring it on the right hand side. You can see the condition we have built, because on the small screen we are hiding the top bar and we are displaying our header component right down below, and that's what you can see. So that's the dynamic navigation we have built for our header. So we have a different header on desktop, but when it's come to mobile screen, we have a different footer navigation. Perfect. Now we can start working ahead. So it looks good. We can simply come back here. We can simply apply a styling. So this will be our, let's call this, height is going to be 56. Perfect. Now we can take this anchor, and here we can display our logo. We'll say hidden. On small screen flex, item center, cursor pointer, padding x4, padding left 6, left 0, height full, and width 32. You can see we are getting that. Now inside that we can take our header logo. If I make on the big screen, you can see we are getting our logo perfectly. If you reload the page, and you can see the logo is look good. Let's make it side by side. So let's minimize that one and bring here. Perfect. You can see the CSS is applying perfectly. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called flex, relative, item center, height full, margin is going to be negative, top 1, width is going to be full. On a small screen we'll say the width is going to be auto. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called absolute. We'll have a rounded, background is going to be zinc 700. Inside that we can come back here. We'll take this style and we'll say height is going to be 32, top is going to be 15. We'll have width is going to be 0, opacity is going to be 1, and we'll have a transform is going to be none. So we have all of this styles we have applied. Now inside that we'll take our dynamic menu list, and we're going to simply render that. So we'll say menu list map menu index, and there we have to simply render it. So we'll take the anchor, we have to provide a key, and we have to apply the classes. So this will be flex row, item center, cursor pointer, height full, padding white 1.5, padding bottom is going to be 0, and it will have justify center, transition all, and flex is going to be 1. It will have a href is going to be menu.link. Perfect. And then we'll have a style. Width is going to be 80, z index is going to be 2, and opacity is going to be our, let's say, 0.5. Perfect. Inside that we're going to take a div. It will have a class relative. On a small screen flex, justify center, hidden, width full. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called absolute, width full. We'll have a style. This will be the border. Bottom is going to be 2.5 pixels solid, and we'll have our transparent. Inside that we can display the bottom will be minus 17 pixels. Then we can come back here. We'll take a span. It will have a class. So we don't have any class. Let's give the data menu. Perfect. So the menu somehow is not reflecting. Okay, there might be some issue in the classes. Why the navigation menu is not reflecting? Let's go ahead. So we can simply come back here, and now we have to simply deal with the icons. So we have the menu, and I can see the problem. So we have this extra div. So just remove this one, and we have to simply close the div, because this style, the custom style we have applied, is going to be a self-closing div. So let's close this one and save it. Now perfect. So we got the span perfectly. Now we have to take a div, simply leave one div. We'll take our dynamic block, and we have to simply render it. So we'll say if menu is equal to home, then we have to display the home icon. Menu is equal to generate, then we have to display the generate icon. If it's equal to history, then we have to display the history icon. If it's equal to likes, then I have to display the likes icon, or by default I will go with the account icon. So we got all of that. Save it, and let's give this one, and perfectly okay. I'm getting this particular error. So somewhere I forgot to import the component. I'm not importing the component somewhere properly, that's why I'm getting this warning. So let's come back here, let's check all the component we have imported. So the problem is happening in this component, the icon component we are importing. So let's try to compare and comment this one. It's fine. So the problem we have in the icon component. So what I can do, I have to recheck the component spelling. So come back here, we already have the components in the CSV, and here we have it. So this one is for generate. Perfect, generate is fine. Copy paste. This one is history. Copy and paste here. Okay, then we have to simply copy the home. Good. And I can see the private, it's likes, sorry, it's likes. Let's give the S, and this will fix the issue. Now I have to simply change this S and bring it back and save it, and you can see everything is good, but somehow our menu is not displaying. Again, still we have some problem. But if I do the inspect element, you can see our border icons is reflecting, but they are not perfectly aligned. So we have some issue in the class. So I have to see what exactly went wrong. Now I can simply come back here, like in the code, and let's do a couple of fix. So I can see the problem. Like here we have to add one more class. So this is fine. Here I have to add one more class. So let's call this padding x is going to be 2. And I notice one problem is here. So margin negative is going to be 1. So give this slash. Okay, so then the class will apply. So this is the two changes. Let's come back here and redo the page. Still we are having the same issue. So this looks good. Okay, so what I can do, let's work on our button. After that we're going to simply do the testing. So take this dynamic block, will say if authentication is true, then we have to display this button, otherwise we have to display this button. So we'll take a div, it will have a class, let's call this hidden. Well, width is going to 32, height is going to be full. On a small screen we'll say flex, item center, justify, and margin right is going to be 6. Inside that we'll take a button, it will have a class called height 7, width 7, rounded full, text XL. On the medium device we'll have a text small, background is going to be zinc 800, and we'll have a border zinc 700. We'll have a, let's say, drop shadow, not prop shadow, it's a drop shadow. And we'll say flex, item center, justify center, and we'll have a opacity is going to be 80, and we'll have an over effect as well. So let's call this opacity is going to be 100 on over effect, and we'll have a custom style. So we'll say type is going to be a button, and we'll have an on click function. So on the on click function we want to simply call this set open setting is going to be false. So here I have to build a dynamic condition. We'll say open setting is, if it's true then I have to make it false, otherwise I have to make it true. So what I'm doing, I'm checking for the open setting state. If it's true then make it false, but if it's false then make it true. Simple logic. And here I can display the text. So we already have the details about the user, so I can take this active user, I can simply get the username, and I want to slice it. I want to get the first character of the user, so I want to say 1, and we'll say uppercase, so it will display the first letter of the name. Got it? Now we can come back here and we can display our component. So user can click and it will open the setting component where they can have all the details. So let's call this setting, and in that we can set this user information. Perfect, we got our button. Now we have to work on the next one, the dynamic one. If the user is not authenticated, then we have to display this button. We'll take a div, it will have a class hidden, width 32, height full, small screen flex, item center, justify, and margin 6. Inside that we'll take our anchor, and we have to simply redirect the user to the login page, and we can say class flex, item center, justify, center, height 8, rounded medium. We'll have a opacity 90, over effect is going to be brightness 110, padding x is going to be a 4. We'll have a text XL. On the medium device we'll have a text small, background is going to be a gradient to top, and we'll have a from indigo 800 VIA, we'll have an indigo 800/800. We'll have a top indigo to indigo 600. We'll have a drop shadow font medium. We'll have a white space no wrap. That's the classes we have, and we can simply come back here. We'll take this get started, and that's our entire class. Looks perfect. Now you can see our menu is displaying. So there is some problem in the alignment, or maybe in the closing div. Everything's looking fine. You can click and it will redirect you to the following page. So like it looks good. It looks good. Let's try to do a little bit inspect element, and we have to see what exactly went wrong. So it's still we're having the same issue in the footer as well. Come back to the code and let's go through one more time. So this is fine. This is fine, and we have some issue right up here. I guess this is the icon. No, there is no problem in that. So this is fine. We have this. So let's add one more border class here. So this will be our small screen will say border is going to be top 0. That's the one class you have to add. Then you can simply come back here and you can see this is fine. There's no problem. Okay, I can see the problem. So it's going to be a self-closing div. So let's close this one, and we have to remove one div. So this is fine. Come all the way down and remove one div from the bottom and save it, because this particular div we have for the styling purpose, and save it. Once you do the save, it will work absolutely fine. So this is fine. Don't need to do any changes here. You can see our navigation is working fine. Now you can reload the page and we have this navigation. You can click and you can go to different pages. Perfect. If you do the inspect element, you can see our icons are also displaying fine. So slowly our application is coming to life. Perfect. So we are done with this entire header component. This is good. This entire header is good. Now we have to work on the setting. So that's what we're going to work next. So we can come back here and we have to receive the prop. So this is what we are sending in the prop. Let's receive that. Come back here, close all of this open tab, and come back to the settings where it is. It's right up somewhere here in the components. So this is the one we have setting. Click here and we have to receive it and cover in this video. I don't want to extend this video too long because it's already more than an hour. So in the next video, we're going to start working on our setting component. So let's move to the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back to the fourth part of our AI art generator. In the last video, we have written all the functionality which connects our backend with the front end, and we have built a couple of components. Now we're going to start where we left in the last video. So we can come back to the pages index, and we're going to make a couple of changes in our UI component. So I made a couple of typo. That's what we're going to fix it. So we are importing the packages. Here we are importing the icon. Here we have all the components we have import, and here we have the two function get all image AI, and we have the check auth, and here we have all the state variables we have taken, which we have covered extensively in the last video. So if you haven't watched, make sure to watch that video, then watch this one. And here we have all the function we have built for filtration and getting the data from our backend. That's all looking good. Now the very first fix we have to do is right up here. So here I made a small typo in the spelling of absolute. So make sure to fix this. So instead of this, you have to type absolute, ABSOLUT. That's the one change you have to do. And you can come back here, and here is going to be a self-closing div. This is going to be the self-closing div, and that's what you have to do here. And from here you have to simply remove this div. If I bring it back, and if I'm going to bring this back, you will see that we're not going to have proper alignment. So let me reload the page, and you can see the alignment is not perfect. So we have to fix this. Simply close this one, and we have to simply comment this div. So make sure to do this change, and if you reload the page, you will see that now it's perfectly aligned. Everything's working fine. And this is the image which was not aligned perfectly because of the spelling mistake we made it. So here, instead of ABSOLUR, you have to type the right spelling of absolute. So if I bring this back and save it and reload the page, you will see that the image is out of the input field. There it is. So we have to simply give the right spelling. So this is the only two change you have to do. Simply remove this div and remove that. So everything is looking good. And now we have to do a couple of changes in the variable name in our utility function which connects our backend. So we can come back here in the utils. We can come back to the utils, and here we have built all the function which connects our backend. So the very first change we're going to do, I hope some of you have noticed this. So we can simply open this particular function, and here we have to change the method. So it's not going to be delete, and you will encounter this problem. You will commit this mistake when you're going to do a little bit copy paste. It's a normal. If you are getting that, you can see I'm also getting it. So it's normal. It's a part of development. So all we have to do is to change with put, because we have to update that. So if you come back to the backend API, in that we have to go to routers. In that you will see that here we have the user, and that's what we are targeting. If I open this one, in that we have this method call put, have this method put, and that's what we are calling it here. So change this to put in capital. That's the one change you have to do. That's the first change you have to do. Once you're done with that, save it, and the rest will be fine. Now close this one, and the next we have to check list delete. So delete is fine. We don't need to do any changes here. This is absolutely great. Then we have to check this get single post. This is also good. We are getting all the data from a backend API based on the single post ID. That's good. And here we have this return, and that's what we are returning in our backend, and that's what we are calling here. So it's perfect. Close this one. Now we can simply come back to the get user AI images, and here we have to do the changes. You can see the endpoint is not this. We have to call the user endpoint instead of all. We have to call user. So this is fine. Here we have to make the changes. So we can come back here in the router, in the post section. There you will find we have this user. Like this is the one we have to call it. So simply copy, and that's what we have to call. Simply copy, and that's what we have to simply replace. This is the URL we got it, which will give us all the posts created by a user. Perfect. We're done with that. Now we can simply come back here, and we don't need to do any changes in this. It's absolutely fine. Here we have this v2 model, and here we have to do the changes. So you can see we are checking the Auth Controller, and here you can see that I have called prompt v3, but it's a v2. So we can change this. There is no problem in that, but let's make it v2. And here we are taking this n. Let's change this first v2 and change this to v2. So this is the first change you have to do, and this is fine. We don't need to make any changes. We need all of this data, and you can see this is the extra variable we have. Actually, we don't need this one, so we can simply remove this one, save it, and the rest would be fine. We are simply making the call to our backend, and we are storing the data. Perfect. That's the one change you have to do. Now you can simply close this one. Now let's come back to v3 and let's have a look in this. So this is fine. We are getting this, all of that, and then we are making the call. So this is fine. You don't need to do any changes in that. Then the next one we have is dislike post. Open this one, and in that we are making the call, and absolutely fine. Don't need to make any changes. Come back to the like post. We are getting the post ID and simply passing the details to our data and the ID. This is also good. Close this one. Here we have the check auth. We don't need to make any changes. It's going to give us all the details about the user, and that's what we are returning at the end. Then we have this logout, and this is fine. Keep it as it is. And here we have to make the changes in the logging user. So this is fine. This is two information we are getting from the front end for logging, but we have this extra variable I have noticed. Let's remove this one and save it. So this is the one change you have to do, and the rest would be fine. Like this is fine. Perfect. Close this one. Come back to the register user, and you can see we don't need to make any changes. This is going to be exactly the same. So make sure to do this update. I hope you guys have understood that what exactly we have coded in the last video and how you can do this minor changes. Now we can come back to the index page, and now we're going to start working ahead. So if I reload the page, you can see everything is working fine, and here you can see everything is working fine. The button is aligned. We have the tab. Now we're going to start working on the other components. So let's come back to the code, and here you can see that this is what we have noticed. So let's start with the notice, because this notice will contain the information about the two different models which user can select. So that's what notice we have here. So we can come back here, close all of this open folder, and we can go back to the component. Inside the component, we have this particular one called notice, and that's what we're going to start working on it. So we can simply come back here, make side by side, and let's click on this tab. You can see our notice component is opening perfectly. Now let's write the code. So first we have to import a couple of things: use state, use effect. Then we can import our icons, and that's coming from SVG file. In that we need the tick and arrow down. So these are the two icons we need. Then we can simply come back here, and we're going to take a couple of state variables. So first is going to be our open notice. By default will be false. The second one we're going to take is, let's say, active model. This will keep the track of that which model is active currently. So by default I will go with this v2 model. So I'll say v2, and you have to give the exact name, and this is the exact name we're going to use it for triggering different function based on the v2 model. So this is what we have by default. Now we can take an array of models which we can keep in this particular variable AI model, and we'll keep it as an array. So first is going to be the same one, simply copy and paste, and we have to simply copy the same thing, and we're going to simply give this will be v3. So we got this 2 model. Now we can come back here and let's take a variable. This will be AI model, and by default we'll have v2. Perfect. Got it. Now we can come back here. Let's build a function which allow us to change the model. So in that we're going to take the model as an input. So let's come back here. We'll simply call set AI models to be model, and this model will come from the input field. So we'll take this model, and that's what we have to pass here. Then we have to set this model in our local storage so we can utilize in different pages. So we're going to give this name active model, and it's going to be a model. So that's the key name, active model, and the value we're going to store in the model. So that's the function we have. Now we have to simply set this to active model to model, and the last one is going to be the set open notice is going to be false, because when the user will click, it's going to open pop-up model, and after that we have to simply reload the page. So let's call this window location reload, and that's our function is ready. After that we can simply come back here. We'll take a use effect, and we have to get the information from our local storage. So what we can do, I want to run this function one time when the page will reload. So here I have to do one thing. I have to get the information from the local storage about the model. So we'll say var value local storage get item, and we have to target the key, so active model, so I can know that which model is currently active. After that I have to simply check if value exists. Then I have to simply set that in a AI model, and this will be our set active model, and that's the only thing. So it's going to change the entire application based on the model and all the data. Now we're going to start working on our JSX. So we can come back here. Let's take a class. It's going to have flex width full, max width is going to be, let's say 48 pixels. Then we'll have padding x 4, padding left 5, and on the medium device we'll have padding x 5. Then we'll have a style. It will have position going to be relative. Perfect. Inside that we're going to take a dynamic data. So we'll take this open notice. If it's true, then I want to display this component. We'll take a div. It will have a style. Let's call this display is going to be flex. Flex direction is going to be column. We'll have min width is going to be 238,492 pixels. Then we'll have top is going to be 0. We'll have bottom is going to be 0 pixels. We'll have height is going to be 44. Let's take it as a string. So we'll take this 44 pixels, 441, and then we'll have the margin is going to be 10 pixels and 0 pixels. Then we can come back here. We'll take this min height is going to be 732 pixels. We'll have max height is going to be 753 pixels, and we'll have z index is going to be, let's say, auto. Then we'll have position is going to be absolute, because we have to change the alignment based on the different screen size. So that's what we got it. Now inside the div we're going to take couple of more data. So what I will do, I'll simply come back here and I'll give this hey, and I'm going to simply check the click event. So if I click on this, you can see our click event is working and the components is open, so everything is working fine. So what I will do, I'll simply remove this one, and now I can simply come back here. Let's take a div. It will have a style. Let's call this box. Sizing is going to be border box. Then we'll have max height 100%. We'll have display flex direction column, outline none, pointer event auto. That's what all the styles we got it. Now we can come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class background zinc 800, padding 1, drop shadow medium, border zinc 700, rounded medium. Then we'll have a style. Let's provide the property. So it's going to be position is going to be relative. We'll have flex 0%. Overflow is going to be auto. Inside the div We can come here, we'll take a div, it will have a class. Let's call this select none. Inside that we'll have our dynamic data. So we have taken the two model and those data we have to run, and that data we have to render here. So we'll take this AI dash model, we're gonna run a loop and we'll call it model index, and it's going to be an instant return. And here we have to simply build that JSX, a div. So we'll take a div, let's close this one. It will have a key, let's call this model. Let's provide an on click function. When the user will click, we have to change that. So we already built the function change model, in that we can simply pass the model. Then we can assign the class, let's call this flex space x2 items center padding x4 padding left 8 padding y2, and we'll have a cursor is going to be pointer. On over effect we want to have a background color is zinc 700, and we'll have a rounded. Text is going to be small relative. We'll have a focus. On that we'll say outline is going to be none. So these are the classes we have. Now we can add, come back here inside the div, we'll take a span and it will have the data, the model, and you can see we have the model. Now I can do one thing, I can come here and I can take a dynamic block because I have to display the data. So I can come back here, I'll say if AI model is equal to model, then I can display the span. Let's close that one. In that I will have a class called width 6 left 0, and we'll have absolute. Got it? And we can have it here, and we have to display the tick that which one is active. So everything is looking good, and I can see the problem. So here we have the issue. So width is going to be something big. So let's change this to 600 pixels, and I want to add one more class here. Let's call this one is medium. Margin left is going to be 48 pixels. Now I can come back here, and here I can simply do one thing, and we can come back here and we'll take a, let's say div, it will have a class, we'll call this width full flex column item center. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called width full padding x3 padding top 3 flex space x1 item center. We'll have justify center padding right 12, and there it is. You can see the click event, it's working. Now we can simply come back here, we'll have a button, we'll say it will have a class called flex cursor pointer select none on over effect background zinc 900 over effect background opacity is going to be 50 padding left 3 padding right 3, and we'll have a padding right point 2.5, padding y is going to be, let's say 2, and we'll have a items center justify center space x 1.5, and we'll have a rounded. On focus we'll say outline is going to be none, text x small, and we'll have text zing 200 color, and you can see the stylings are looking good. Right now you can see the empty space, but all the stylings are applying, so let's good. Now we can simply have a type is going to be a button, and here we can add an on click function, and based on this we have to simply open the notice. So we'll say if notice open notice is true, then we have to make it false. We'll set open notice to false, but if it's false then we have to turn it to true. Perfect. Now we can simply display the text. So we can display, take the span, and it will have a style. Let's call this pointer events is going to be none. Inside that we can take this active model, and there it is. You can see the text is reflecting fine. This looks good. You can click and it will open the model, but there is some problem in our pop-up model. It's not displaying properly, so I have to see what's went wrong. Now we can come back here and we can take a span. It will have an aerial attribute, so aerial hidden is going to be true, and inside that we can take this arrow down icon. So there it is, the icon is looking good. You can simply close open and you can click on this, it will open the pop-up model, but somehow it's not working. So we have to see what exactly went wrong. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here and I can see the problem. So what I will do is come back here, and here we have to simply provide the tick icon. So come back in this AI model equal to model, in that we can simply provide the tick icon. So it will open the pop-up model and is going to display that which one is currently active. That's the one change you have to do, provide that. And the next one you have to do is here. So you can see this is the problem. This is the problem. So you have to replace this with instant return. So remove this and you can simply come back here, and here you have to do the changes and save it, and this will fix the issue. And you can see I'm getting this warning because I have this semicolon, and that's what I have to remove. Just remove this one, and this will fix the issue, and now it's working fine. Now the moment you will click, it's going to open the pop-up model, and you can see currently v3 is active, but you can simply click on v2 and it will be active, and it will read the page. So if you click on that, you will see it's v2 active. So the logic we have implemented, the tick is everything is working fine. So that's the entire code we have in the notice. I hope you guys can understand that what exactly we have done. So make sure to do this minor changes, but the rest would be fine. Here you have to make it instant return, and here you have to provide the tick, and the rest would be fine. This all looks good. Now we're going to start working on the next. So come back to the index page, and there we have done with this notice. Now we can simply come back here, and we can start working on our button. So where it is, we have it. So come back here, and we can go back to the header, and inside the header we have a lot of components. Before we start working on the button, let's work on the header component because we have multiple components in that. So we can come back here, and you can see here we have this header logo. That's fine, and this is fine. We don't do anything in here. So here we have this icons, and here we have this setting. So that's what we have to work. Simply copy this one, and that's what we're going to receive right up here. Let's receive the prop. And I remember one thing, before we start working on the setting, we have to work on this get started. You can see on the top we have. So let's work on that first, because we have two components in that, and this setting component we are utilizing in this get start as well. So let's work on this first. So we can simply copy this, and let's receive that in the prop. So we can come back here, and let's receive it. We got it. Perfect. Now we can simply import couple of things from React. Is going to be use state and use effect. We got it. Now we can simply come back here. We have to simply import the cookie because we have to get the cookie from the browser to check the authentication. So we got it. Now we have to import the setting component. This is going to be an internal component which we're going to utilize it. So that's the setting component. Now we can come back here. Let's take a state variable. This will be auth. By default it will be false. The second one is going to be our another state variable. This will be called open setting. So when the user will click on the get started, it will open the setting component. So by default it will be false. Then we can come back here. Here we have to take this use effect, and we have to get the data. So come back here. First we have to get the cookie. So we have to get the cookie which is stored in the browser. So we'll say store cookie value. We'll say cookie dot get, and we can give the key pair we have given, which is the token. We'll say if store cookie value is available, then we have to simply set this to auth to true, else we can make it to false. Simple logic. I hope you guys have understood. We are getting the cookie and doing the authentication. That's ready. Now we can simply come here and we can start working on the JSX. So first we have to convert it into a fragment, and then we have to remove the text. Inside that we're going to start taking this dynamic block because it's going to have two components. So first we have to say if auth is true, then we have to render this, otherwise we have to render this. Simple logic. Now let's work on the JSX. So we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this, on a small screen we want to say hidden. It will be absolute, width full, flex, item center, justify, and top to, right to. We got all the classes. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take a button. It will have on click function, and we have this called open setting. If it's true, then we have to make it false, and if it's false, then we have to make it true. Simple logic. We got it. Now here we have to add the classes. So it will be height 7, width 7, rounded, full, text, Excel, and it will have a media. We'll say text small. Background is going to be Zing 800, border Zing 700, and we'll have a drop shadow, flex, item center, we'll have justify, center, we'll have opacity, let's call 800, and we'll have on over effect. We want to have opacity turned to be 100. So we got all of these classes. Looks good. Now we can simply provide the type is going to be a button, and inside that we can display the G, because that's what we're going to display. We're going to display the first character of the user name, which is the G. We got it. Now we can start working on the next one. So this looks fine. What we can do, we can simply come back here. We'll take this portion, copy and paste here. We got it. Now we have to do the couple of changes. So first thing we have to do is, this looks good, And this particular is good. We don't make any changes. We have to make the changes in the button. So convert it to an anchor, and we have to remove this one, and we have to redirect the user to the login page if they're not logging. So we can say /login, and we have to change the classes. So simply remove all of this, and we can add flex, items, center, justify, center, height 8, rounded, medium, opacity 90, overfit we want to have brightness 110, padding x 4, we'll have text extra small. On the medium device we'll say text is going to be small, background is going to be gradient 2, and we'll have from indigo 800, we'll have VIA indigo is going to be our 800, and we'll have 2 indigo is going to be 600, and we'll have a drop shadow, we'll have font medium, and we'll have white space is going to be no wrap. Perfect. You can see that blue with the text looks good perfectly. You can click and you will redirect to the login page. So that's working absolutely fine, because right now we are not authenticated. That's why this particular button is reflecting. So we can simply do the changes in the text. This looks good. Now we can simply remove this to get started, and there it is. Perfect. And that's the only thing we have to do here. Everything is looking good. If we find that we need to add a couple of more things, then definitely we come back here and we can do that. So let's make on the big screen to see. You can see that's how it's going to look. Reload the page, and things are looking good to me. Now we can simply make it here. Let's expand on the different screen sizes. So it's good. Come back to the code. So we're done with this. Close this one. Now we're going to start working on our setting component, because this setting component is also going to be available in the get started component and the navbar components in 2 places. So that's what we have to work. So we can come back here and we have the button. So before we work on that, let's do one thing. We can simply come back here and we have the header here. So let's work on the setting first, then we can start working on the button. Come back here. Let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. So let's click on this, make it here. So that's how it will look. Now we can start working on the setting component. So first we have to import a couple of things. So we have to import the utils, and in that we have to simply import our logout function, because in that we'll have the function which user can click and they can log out. We have the logout function, then we have to simply import. Let's import our CSV icons. Let's call this ISO log in out. We got it. Now we can come back here, and here we can start working on the JSX straight away, because we already have the function ready. So inside the div, we can take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this class width 64, background zinc 800, z index 5, fixed ring 0, top 5, rounded medium, drop shadow, text small, flex column, items start, overflow hidden, border dash zinc 700, we'll have a slider, drop and fade. Perfect. We have all the classes applied on the div, and we can add the divider. So we'll say divide y, and we'll have divide z 700, and we'll have our style. Let's call this margin right is going to be 1 ram, and we'll have a margin top is going to be 2 ram. Perfect. We got all of the classes and our custom style. Inside the div, we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this padding x is going to be 4, padding y is going to be 2, background zinc going to be 700. We'll have a background opacity. We'll have a background opacity is going to be 50, width full. Inside the div, we'll take a div. It will have a class called flex, items center. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called rounded full, height 7, flex shrink 0, we'll have a width 7, flex item center, justify center, background zinc 800, margin right 2. Inside that, we'll take a p tag, and it will have our data about the user information. So we'll take this user, active user, and that we can display the user name, and we have to slice it down and we have to display the first character of the user. So we'll take this 0 to 1 and I have to convert it to uppercase. So I hope you guys have watched the demo video in which I have explained that what exactly we are building. So this is what we have, the name. Perfect. Now if you come back here, so what I will do, I will simply turn this to false. So here I'm in the head, I will simply give this one and save it, and if I come back browser, you can see it's reflecting fine. If I click, it will open the pop-up module. So now I can come back here and I can simply come here and I can simply see all things are looking good here in the header component. Perfect. Close this one, come back to the get started, and here we have exactly the same thing. If I simply provide this, it's also going to be visible in our mobile device. So here you can see it's reflecting that G. So we can come back here in the setting. Now we can simply go ahead and start working. So we'll take a span, we'll take a class, let's call this font medium. Inside that we'll take our dynamic data. So we'll take this active user, email, we got it. Now we can simply come back here and we'll take an anchor, and in that we have to take this custom styling. So we'll take this display is going to be flex, we'll have a justify content, content is going to be center, we'll have a align items going to be center, and we can come back here and we can have the regular classes. So let's call this width is going to be full, padding x4, padding y is going to be 2, and on over effect we want to have a background zine 7 and flex, justify, center. Well, come back here, inside that we'll take our text, we'll say create credit left, and we can give this HTML space tag and we can display our icon, and when we have to simply copy and paste here and display the actual credit which user have, and that data we have here in the active user credit. Perfect, we got it. Now simply copy, and that's what we have to simply replicate here, and all we have to do is to simply remove this one, and we can simply remove this data because we don't need this data. Simply provide this href and we want to redirect the user to the account page so he or she can buy that. Now we can simply remove and we can call it buy credit. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here, we'll take a button, it will have a on click function, and we'll simply add a logout function. So we'll take this logout and it will have the class. So let's call this width full, padding x4, padding y2. On over effect we want to change the background color to zinc 700. Inside that we can display call sign out. Perfect. If I make on the big screen, you can see that's how it's going to look. So I'll come back here, reload the page. If I come back to the code, and here I am in the setting, and if you can come back to the header section, go to the header, and I can simply bring this back. So let's give this to exclamation, and here we are having our setting component. You can see looks fine. If I turn this on and save it, come back to the browser, it's reflecting that circle, but the data is not reflecting because there is no user we have created. If I click, it will open the component. You can see all of the data, all of these details are looking fine. Perfect. You can close it, you can open it. You can come back here, and if you want to check the data is reflecting, you can simply do that. You can simply come back here and you can provide this G, and you will see it will reflect fine. So when the user will create their account, they can able to find their details right up here. So it's working absolutely great. Now we can come back here and just remove this one and save it. So this is the setting component. Looks good. Now close this one. Now we can simply come back here. This is good in the desktop mode. Now we have to do the same thing in the mobile device. So first I have to change this one, remove this one, save it, and just keep it as it is. Close this one. Now we can simply come back here in the get started component, and here you will see that here we have this one. So we have taken that exclamation mark. Now we already have this setting component, and that's what we have to call here. So it will also visible on a mobile device. So we'll say if it's true, then we have to display it. So we can simply send the user information, and perfect. Save it. Now it will work fine. So come back to the browser and just make it side by side so we can see how it looks on a mobile. Bring it back and you can see it's look great. If you click on it, it will open the model and you can find the details. Click open, working fine. So we are done with this component as well. Let's remove this one for the time being, because when we going to bring the login functionality, it will automatically going to trigger based on the token. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here and come here, minimize this one, And we can simply come back here, and we are done with this. We're done with this. This will also look good. Now we have to work on the button components. So this button component we have to work. So let's make it side by side. Now we can simply come back to the button component. So it's in the component button, and we have to receive the prop. So it's going to have multiple props. So first is going to be the icon, second is going to be the function, and then we're going to name, and it will have the category. Let's convert it into a button. Let's provide an on-click function. In that we can simply pass the handle click. Let's assign a class. It's going to be a dynamic class, because when on the click event, based on the active category, we have to change the classes of the button. So first is going to be, let's say, text, extra small, rounded, medium. We'll have on a small screen, we'll say text is going to be small. We'll have a group, margin top is going to be 4, white space is going to be a no wrap, flex 1, flex, we'll have a select none, cursor, pointer. You can see it looks beautiful. We have to simply change the brightness to be 110, and we'll have a background. Gradient is going to be to top, and we'll have a width fit content, justify content, items center, padding x 2.5, and we'll have a drop shadow, and we'll have our dynamic class. So we'll say if category is equal to name, then we can simply apply this class. So we'll say from indigo 900 VIA indigo, this will be 900. We'll have a to indigo 800. We'll have padding 2.5. We'll have active is going to be scale 95. We'll have a transition all, else we have to apply these classes. So this will be from zinc 700. We'll have a VIA zinc is going to be our 700. We'll have a 2 zinc 700. Padding y is going to be 2. So we have all these dynamic classes. Looks good. You can see it's automatically apply. Now we have to simply display the icon and the name. So we can simply come back, take the icon, and we have to give the HTML space tag, and then we can simply provide the name. Copy and paste here, and then we have to give the name, and there it is. You can see the icons and the names are reflecting fine. So either can click and they can select different category. Perfect. Absolutely great. Click, it will open. They can select the different models. Button is also looking good. Now we can come back to the index page, close this one. So we are done with the button as well, and now we have done with the notice as well. Button is also done. Now we can come back here. So right now we don't have data about the images, so we cannot work on this. We can work, but when we'll have the actual data, then we'll start working on it. And we have this two components, so we'll start working later. First we have to work on the important component. So we can come back here. Now we can simply go back to the component. Inside the global, we have this called auth. So we have to check the authentication. We have to allow user to log in and create their account. Then we can able to do the validation. So we can come back to the auth, and that's what we're going to work on it. So before we start working on it, we have to set this in our app.js page. So we can come back to the pages, and here we have to write the code, because there right here in this page we're going to attach the auth function. So we can come back here, and we have to import a lot of things. So we can come back here. Let's import React. Let's call import React. In that we can take this use state and use effect. Then we have to simply import the header tag, because we have to display the title and the fab icon of our application. Then we have to simply import our cookie, because based on that we have to do the validation. Then we can come back here, and we have to simply import the auth component, which is coming from the component. We got it. Now we can simply come back here and take the state variable. So first is going to be, let's call auth. It will be auth. By default it will be true, because we have to check whether the user is logged in. So it's going to be true. So let's make it this small a. Then we can reload the page, come back here. We can take this use effect, and in that we have to simply make a call and check. So first we have to check the cookie. So we can say store cookie value, get cookie, which is the token. We'll say if it's available, and based on that we have to set this to false, otherwise we have to set it to true. If cookie is available, then simply make it false, otherwise make it true. We got it. Perfect. And that's the only thing we have to do. Now we can simply come back here, And here we have to simply import the header tag. In that, have to display the title and the metadata. So first is going to be the title. You can call whatever you want. I will call AI image art, and I have to give my metadata. So first is going to be the name, so I'll call it description, and the second one is going to be content, and here you can give a brief description about your application. So AI image art generator powered by the blockchain coder. Perfect. We got our metadata. Now we can simply come back here and we can provide the fav icon. So we already have this icon in our file, asset file. So I'll access from there, assets / AI logo, AI logo.png, and this will be our call shortcut icon. Perfect. So we got our metadata in the header tag. Now we can simply come back here and we can build a dynamic block. So if auth is true, then we have to display the component. So we'll display that. And that's the only thing we have to do here. Everything's looking good. If I come back and make on the big screen, you will see that this data is available. So the name is changed, AI image art, and the logo is also reflecting here. You can see the logo is also reflecting. Perfect. The tabs are also working fine. Now we can come back here and start working on the auth component. So come back here, go back to the component global, and we have the auth component. So in that we have to do a lot of work, because in this we're going to have login as well as sign up. So first we have to import a couple of things. So let's make it side by side before we actually write the code. Looks good. You can see the auth component is visible on the top, and that's what we're going to work on it. So first thing, we have to simply import a couple of things. So it's going to be use state. Then we have to simply import the icon. It will be called login log. We'll have ISO login outline. Inside that we have to import. So first component is going to be the input field. The second one is going to be the loader. So this is the two components we're going to use it. Then we can come back here. We have to simply import the function we have built. In that we're going to take two things, register user, and we'll have a login user, and that's what we have. Now we can start working on the state variable. So let's take a couple of state variables. So first one is going to be the auth. Let's change this to true. Then we can come back here. Let's take the another one, which is for the loader. By default will be false. The third one we're going to have is for error. So when there is any problem will occur, that's the error message we have to display. So we have to simply remove it and empties. Then we can come back here, and this will be called login, and in that we're going to have the details about the login, like email and password. So it's going to be an object. So we call it email. This will be password. And this is the exact name we are giving in our function and receiving it. Okay. Then we can come back here. We'll take this for sign up. We'll say sign up. It will be our object. We'll take name, email, password, and we'll have a confirm password. Perfect. We got all of this. We got the component, the functions, state variables we have taken. Now we can start working on the function. So we can come back here. Let's write the funcs function. So this will be called calling register user. It's going to be an async function. It will receive the sign up data. It will come as a form of object. Then we have to simply take this try and catch. If anything goes wrong, we are returning the error. So that's what we have to receive. So first thing, we can simply console log out the entire error object. We can come back here and we can take this loader to true. Then we have to make a call to our API we have built already. So we'll take this response, await, register user, and in that we have to simply pass the data called sign up. Perfect. We're going to make the API call, and all the details we'll have in the response. So we can come back here. We'll say if response is there, then we can simply say set loader to false. We'll say set error is going to be the response. Perfect. Got it? I hope you guys have understood the logic, and simply copy and paste here, and that's what we can simply access the error, and we can say data error. Perfect. That's the entire function for register user. Got it? Now simply copy, and that's what we have to paste here, and this is going to be exactly the same for the login. We have to change the data. This will be login user, this will be login. Copy and paste here, and the rest should be fine. We don't need to make any changes. Perfect. We got the login and we got the register. Now we have to work on the JSX. So first we have to simply take this fragment. Inside that we're going to simply take the div. It will have a class. Let's call this fixed inset 0 background zing 900. We'll have background opacity is going to be 40, z index 5. You can see the apply perfectly. Then we'll have our inline style. We'll call this pointer events is going to be auto. So it's looking good. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take a div and we'll have a class called background zinc 800. We'll have items center fix shadow XL rounded 2XL Z index 50 padding X 8 padding Y is going to be, let's say, 8 text small. We'll have border zinc 700. It will have an inline styling. Let's call this one top is going to be 50%. We'll have a transform is going to be translate -50%. Left is going to be 50%, and we're going to have max width is going to be, let's say, 330 pixels. Perfect. You can see the box look good. Now we can come back here. We'll take this width is going to be 100 pixels and max height is going to be, let's say, 85 VH. So there is a problem in the model. Why it's not in the middle? Okay, first work on it. We'll see that what exactly went wrong. Now we can come back here. We'll take a div. It will have another div inside the div. It will have a class flex call text zing 200 text center item center. Inside that we'll take our icon. There it is, the login logo icon. We got it. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take this dynamic data. We'll say if auth is true, then I want to display this, otherwise this. Perfect. This is our dynamic block. Now we can simply start working on it. So we'll take a div. Let's take a div, close this one, and let's turn this. We'll have a class style. Let's call this one margin. Top is going to be 1 RAM. Then we can come back and inside the div we'll take a input. This is going to be our input component. In that we have to send the props. So first is going to be the placeholder. This will call email address. Then we have to send the type is going to be email. This will be handle click, and we already have the functions. We'll take the set login, and then we have to simply target the email and we have to simply update that e.target.value. Pretty simple. Perfect. Let's change this. Okay, my bad. So simply remove this one, save it, and you can see we got this input. Now looks good. Come back here and we got the handle click. Now we can simply copy and paste here, and this will be going to be a password. This will be text, and here we have to change this to password, and here we have to add a custom style. So we'll say style CSS. We'll have a 1 RAM. We'll have a button. We'll take on click, and we already built the function calling login user, and that we have to simply pass the data. So we'll say class is going to be over effect. We'll have brightness 110, background gradient to top. We'll have from indigo 800 VIA indigo. We'll have 800 to indigo is going to be 700. We'll have a border. We'll have a border indigo, and that's going to be 800. We'll have a padding X is going to be 4. Padding Y is going to be 1.5, and we'll have a rounded is going to be large. We'll have a shadow, and we'll have a height is going to be 9, and width is going to be 64. We'll have a drop shadow. We'll have flex items centers. We'll have a justify content, and margin top is going to be 3. So it looks pretty good. We got our button. In that we can display the text. So we can come back here. We'll say log in, and we can display the icons. We'll say if loader is true, then we have to display the loader component. So it will display the loader when the user will click on the login button. Perfect. We got it. You can see it's not perfectly aligned, so there is a problem in the alignment. So we can come back here in the code, and I can see the problem is happening here. So this is fine. Okay, this is the problem we have. Make sure to close this one. Okay, close this one. I hope you guys have noticed it. And here is the another problem. We have to simply remove this L from the width. Then the width will apply properly. So make sure to do these 2 changes, Save it. Now you can come back to the, and you can see reload the page, and it's perfectly aligned in the center. Let's bring it side by side and look good. So now it's in the middle. So our login is done. Now we have to work on the next statement. So what I will do is, it's going to be quite similar. So what we'll do, that when the user will provide the wrong condition, I have to display the error message. So let's write that. So we'll take this, if error exists, then we have to simply display that. So we'll take a P, and it will have a style. We'll say color is going to be red, and it will have a padding. Top is going to be 0.5 RAM, and here it is C. Now if I type this, notice you can see the red, and it will display that. So it's also looking good. That's the one. Remove this one, save it. Now I can take one more. So I can come back, take a P, it will have a style, and this will be margin top is going to be 1 RAM. We'll have a display, flex, we'll have a justify, content, center, we'll have a align item, and this will be gap is going to be 1.5 RAM, and we'll have a cursor is going to be a pointer. So we have to display the sign up button, so user can click and it will open the sign up component. So that looks good. Now I can simply come back here, it will have an on click function. So we'll take this, set auth is going to be false. If it's false, it will open the sign up, but if it's true, it will open the login. Here we can say, let's call it sign up, and we'll display our icon. Perfect. By default it will open login, but user can click and they can open the sign up component. So we are done with this. Now we can simply come back here, we'll take a div, let's take a style, it will have a margin top is going to be 1 RAM, and we have this component. So I guess I need couple of things. So let's do one thing, let's bring it back. So you can see now the sign up component is opening, and we need couple of things. So we can simply copy this one, and let's copy this 2, and that's what we can simply paste here. So we got the 2 component, and all we have to do is to change it. So this will be the name, this will be text, and here we have to sign up, and this will be name. Copy and change here, and this will be email address, and here we have to say email. We got it, and this will be email. Now we need 2 more for password and confirm password. So simply copy this one and paste here, and here we have to change the password. So it will be password, and this will be password, and this will be text. Simply copy this one and paste here, and this one is going to be confirm password. So we'll say confirm password, and here we have to say confirm password. Save it. We got it. Now looks good. We got all the 4 component, and we need the button as well. So simply copy this one, copy this till here, error component as well, and that's what we can simply paste here. Got it? We got that, and we need this. So simply change the function. This will be called register user. We have to pass the sign up details, and this is fine. And here we have the error component. Now we can simply come back here and copy this one as well, and display here. There it is. Perfect. And this will be login, and the rest will be fine. Now we can simply do and check one more time. Everything's looking good. We have no issue. So this is what we have, and this one is going to be a self-closing div. So let's close this one, and you can come back all the way down, and from here we have to remove one div. So just remove this one, save it, and perfect. So that's the only thing we have to do. Let's remove this one, and here we got it. Now we can simply come back here, and here we have this. So let's change this to true, and if you click, it will open sign up and login. Perfect. It's getting switched between the component. Now I can simply come back here, and here we have the placeholder. Simply copy that one, and that's what we can receive in the input field. So let's receive the placeholder. Then we have the handle change. Now we can come back here, convert it to an input, and remove this one. Then receive the data. So we'll have a style is going to be, let's say, margin top, and in that we can add the custom style. So we can say Let's receive that. We'll say style CSS, and that's what we can simply pass here. Save it. If you come back here, this is what we are providing. Simply copy, and that's what we can receive and change here. Then we can come here. We'll add the placeholder. It's going to be a placeholder. Let's add a type. Is going to be a type, and that's also what we have to receive. So let's receive here. We got the type. Now we can come back here and let's add a classes. So we'll say width 64, padding x3, background zinc 700, focus is going to be outline none. We'll have focus ring 1. We'll have focus ring indigo 600. We'll have a rounded leg large border zinc 600. On over effect we have the brightness. Let's call this brightness 110. Got it. Look good, but we have to provide the padding as well. So come back here. Let's add a padding here. So we'll say padding is going to be y2, and there it is. Perfect. Now you can click and you can go back to the different components for the login and the sign up. Looks good. Now we can come back here and we can attach the function. So we'll say on change, we have the function. We'll say handle change. Perfect. So we are done with this. Let's have a look one more time. And here we have the login. So let's change this to, this is what we have, login and sign up. So I can come back here. This is where in the register user, and have to change this to sign up. So they can simply go to different component. You can see it's changing. If it's login, then it will show sign up, but if it's sign up, then it will show login. Perfect. Working fine. Now we can come back here, and this is good. We don't need to make any changes. Everything is looking good, and now we are ready to test this out. So we can make it on the big screen, and let's test our login functionality we have already built. So let's reload the page and let's try to provide some data. So if I paste this and I paste this random and click on this login, is going to throw me this error that user not found. Means it's working absolutely fine. It's working with our validation check because we haven't created an account and we are trying to log in with the invalid data. So it's working, the error message. Now reload the page, come back to the sign up, and let's try to create an account. So I'll give this data and I can simply click on the sign up. It will throw me this error that data is missing. It's also working fine. Perfect. Reload the page. Now we can simply come back to the sign up and let's provide a real data. So we'll take this. We can simply call this the blockchain coders, and we can give the email ID. So this is the email ID for the blockchain coder. If you have any question, you can simply ask me right up here. Then we can give a password 12345, 12345, one of the strongest password, and click on the sign up. And here you can see it's say data missing. Why? But we have provided all of these details. Let's do the console log and check why we are getting this error. And come back to the code and let's try to simply console log out this. Console.log. That's what I have. I can come back here and let's try the data, and you can see the data is not updating. Okay, the data is not there. It's still empty. So we have made some mistake in the update function. So come back here, and this is what we have is the sign up. So I have to change the spelling as well. I made a wrong spelling. So come back here and I can see the problem. Okay, here is the problem. So it's sign up is this one is fine, but here we have to call this a set sign up. So I can come back here and I can simply copy. I hope you guys have noticed this. You have to be little attentive, and that's what you have to change in all the 4 places. Select all and simply change. So we have changed that. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here, and here is the spelling mistake. So I can simply rectify this one. It's a sign up. Copy, and this looks good. No need to do any changes here. I can simply come back here, and this one is also wrong. Simply change it. Perfect. Save it. Now you can see everything's looking good. Now let's give the data. Let's give the data, all of this data, and perfectly we are getting all of this data is getting updated. Absolutely. Now you can reload the page and let's test this out. Now let's come back to the sign up and let's give the details. So this time I called the blockchain coder. Then we can give the email, the blockchain coder gmail.com, 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 and sign up. And you can see our loader component is opening, but nothing is happening. Why? Again, this weird behavior I'm getting. Let's come back here and you can see there is no data available. But all the logic is looking good. We have done all the updates. So come back here and we have to do a little bit debugging. So we can come back here. So this is fine. This is the function we are calling it. And we are getting all of this data in this sign up. And that's what we are passing here. If I come back to the function, if I go to the utils, there you will find that if anything goes wrong, it's going to throw the error message, but the error message is also not getting. So what is the problem we are having? We are not getting the error message as well as any response. So we can come back to the utils. You can see this is the function we have, and we are providing this, deconstructing it, and then we are simply passing in our API, and it's taking all of this data. At the end, it's going to simply give us the response, or it's going to simply reload the page if there is a successful account creation. That's good. This is fine. There is no problem in that. Let's open our terminal and you can see that I'm getting this error message that user is not found. So right now we are in the development, and when you will get an error in a development, you have to simply save it to restart the server. So you can see somehow my server got stuck. So I have to simply save it, save the file to restart the server. If I save it, you can see it will restart the server. But when you will deploy your application online, the hosting provider will automatically restart your server whenever any problem will happen in your application. So you don't need to worry about it. So that's what you have to do. Restart your server. Simply ignore this warning because we are using some of the old version packages, not the updated one. And currently Node version is in the test phase. So that's why we are getting this. Simply ignore these warnings. It looks good. Our server is looking fine. There is no problem in that. Now we can simply reload the page. And let's try to test one more time. So what I will do is I'll make on the big screen and I can simply come back here, give this credential and give this text, the blockchain coder, give all of these details and simply click on the sign up. And you can see we are getting all of this data. And here I'm getting this that user on email already exists. Okay. So you can see in the last API call, I guess we have created the account, and that's the error I'm getting here. So what I will do is, this looks fine, there is no problem in this. It's saying that the user is already exists. So come back to the database and you can see this is the database I have opened. And if I come back to the collection, you will find that all the accounts we have created. So if I come back to the user, you will see that the function we have built is also working fine. Absolutely. It's already working fine. You can see it's already there in the two users we have created. So the last user which we made the request is already got created. You can see the email and the username. So our function is working absolutely fine. So let's delete this two user and let's try to recreate one more time. So the function we have built for the backend API is working absolutely fine. Maybe in the front end code I'm just doing something wrong. That's what I have to spot here. So this is fine. Let's click here, console log out the response to check that what response we are getting back. And I can simply copy, and that's what I can do with the data as well. So I can simply, let's do one thing, copy this portion and let's console log out here. So we can see what data exactly we are providing after deconstructing. So simply remove this one. Now let's reload the page. Make sure to reload the page and save your file so it will restart the server. Now let's give the name. So I'll say Daulat. This will be the email ID. Let's call this coder. And it will take the gmail.com password and we'll have our regular password and click on the sign up. And here you can see our account is got created successfully. We got a successful response. Okay, my bad. So this is good. All the data is got back. And the problem we have in the status code, you can see it's give us status code 201. If you can see, once you will create an account, the cookie will be available right up here in the browser. And that's what we're going to access. If I come back here, if I reload the page, click on this, it's going to give you the details about the user we have created just now. So it looks good, absolutely perfect. This is the email. Let's try to log in. I'll say, and give the password. So once you create an account, you have to log in because that's the double authentication we have used. Let's click on this login and it's going to simply log in. You can see we have created an account successfully. Perfect. We can see by default we are providing 3 credit and that's what we are rendering. You can see the name is also reflecting fine. D is reflecting because we are taking the first character of the user. If I click on this, you can able to find the name, email and the credit left. So our account creation is working fine. I can simply log out and I can re-log in. Let's give me the password, log in, and I'm logged into the application. So our account creation is working absolutely fine. There is no problem in that. You can click and it's also working good on the mobile device. Now we can simply close this one, come back to the code and come back here, and here we have this input. Close this one, close this one, close this one, close this one, come back here in the loader, and let's work on this loader before we actually test that why it's not reloading the page after the account creation. So let's work on this quickly. It's going to be a 3 to 4 lines of code. So what I can do, I can simply come back, take a class, and let's call this 3 body, copy this one. Inside that we're going to take a 3 div. It will have dot and simply replicate it 3 times. Perfect, and save it. Got it? Now it will display our loader. So reload the page. Let's quickly log in. So I'll simply come back here, copy the email and the password. I'll give it 1234 and click on this login, and you can see the loader is working fine. Now I can click on this and I'm logged in successfully, and I can log out. Now I can simply paste. I can give one more password. Wrong, it will say wrong credential. So the login authentication is working fine. Now we have to work on the sign up. So reload the page and come back to the sign up, and let's give the name, give the email, then we can give the password, and we can give the confirm password and click on this sign up. So we have made the request, still nothing happening. Let's do the inspect element and let's come back to the console. We are getting the data. You can see all the data is reflecting there. If I come back to the database and if I do the refresh, you will see that okay, the account is created successfully, but why the page is not reloading? That's the weird thing happening here. So it's working fine. Now I can come back here. You can see our server got stopped. So simply save it one more time to restart. So I can come back to the files API section like this one and save it. So this is the starting file of our application. You have to come back to the index and you have to simply save it. And our application got started. Reload the page and there it is. So what I will do, I'll simply delete the user quickly to test one more time. So the login is working absolutely fine. Somehow the account creation is happening, but the page is not reloading perfectly. So let's come back here, sign up. Let's create one more account. I'll say, let's call this Jim. This will be jim@gmail.com 1234, and this will be, let's click on this sign up. Okay, my bad. It's 201 status code. The account creation is happening, but its status code is 201 and I have used 200, I guess. That's why the page reload is not happening here. So if I come back here, this is the one we have. Okay, this is the one. And here is the problem. You can see response.status is 200, but it's 201. Now it will work fine. So, you know, sometimes it's become very mind-boggling error. If I reload the page and everything will be working fine, I can simply give the email and I can pass it. If I call it, it will say data missing. Come back to the sign up and let's create, and let's log in with the account we have created. So I can say Jim, and this will be 1234 and log in, and we have logged on. So you can see our account got created and we got the credit perfectly. Now let's come back to the sign up. Let's create a new account. So we'll say time@.com. We'll have a password. We'll sign up, and perfectly we are successfully logged in. Our page reload, and now we have to simply log in after creating an account. So we'll say time@gmail.com 12345. Click on login, and here it is. We are back in our application perfectly. T is reflecting. So every single thing is working fine. I hope you guys have done the changes. Now simply close this one. Done with the loader. Now we can simply click on this and you can see it's reflecting the data about the user, and all of this looks great. And we can simply click and go to the next. Now we have all of this component which we have to work. So there's a lot of components we have to work. So this is the thing we have. Now we're going to simply come back here and we can come back to the index page. And before we start working on the other component, let's set up the structure for history page and like page, because these are going to be a very small pages. So what I will do, these pages we're going to do later when we're going to create the images. So what I will do, I'll simply say select all, because this is what I'm going to simply replicate. Select all, and that's what we have to simply paste here in the history file. So that's fine. Copy this one, come back here in the history and simply select and remove and paste. Change this to history, and simply copy this one, and that's what we have to simply change here as well. This will be history. Simply select, reload the page and click on the history, and you will be having the same thing in the history page. Perfect. Come back here, simply select, and that's what we'll have in the like page, and change this to likes. Copy, and that's what we have to change here to likes. Perfectly. Now we have to do a lot of changes. The structure is going to be the same. We have to change in the component and the variable type. So we can come back here, and let's start with the history first. This is what we have. So first thing, we have to simply remove couple of packages which we don't need it. Remove this XCS, and we have to remove this router. Then we have to remove the SVG icon. So this, remove this one, and we have to remove the filter, and we have to remove this like magic and heart. Then I have to remove this like this heart we are not using on this. Let's remove this image. We are using the heart but not the image. So this looks fine. Let's remove this as well. This 4 we are using, and remove this one, remove this one, remove this one, and we have all of this. Now here we have the function. So instead of getting the, we have to get the user function, user. So we can have that already. So we can come back here, and we can get this user, all user AI images, and we have this import. Now we have to change and remove couple of state variables. We don't need this query, and we have to simply remove this one. We're going to have the loader, and we're going to have it. So what else we need to remove? So this is going to be fine. This is going to be, remove it. Just remove this as well, and this is going to be okay. We don't need to have, actually we need the search bar in the history section as well. So just keep it. And here we have this 2, which is going to be there because we have to still filter and store based on the size. We don't need this credit, so remove this one. And we need this function, change category. This is going to be exactly the same. And here we have the function. So here we're going to do a little bit changes. So this is what we have here. Now what I will do is I can simply come back here, and here we have this function. That's what we have to call. Instead of all images, we have to get the user images. We got it. And here we have to get the cookie from the browser, because only authenticate user can have the detail. So we'll take this, which is coming from cookie, get token, and then we have to simply build an if statement. So we'll say if it's there, and we can validate it. So we can simply call our check auth function, and we have to store this data about the user in our active state user. And then we have to simply copy all of this code, and that's what we have to put inside this. So simply cut and paste here. We got this, we got all of this. Now we have to put more. So please select this one, and that's what we can simply paste here as well. Then we need this model as well. So like this is good. We can simply select all of this, and that's what we can paste here. Actually we don't need the cookie because we have taken on the top. So simply select and remove this one. Perfect. And this will be fine. And we need the search. So this function is going to be here. Just keep it as it is. And this is the render, which we're going to utilize it to render it. Perfect. So we come back to the JSX, and we need this header. We're going to have the same class, and here we're going to simply have this. Perfect. And we're going to have this div exactly the same. Here we have the logo. Actually we don't need the logo, we need the text. So let's do one thing. We can simply remove this and call history. This will be called history, and we have to add the classes. So let's remove this one, and let's add couple of classes. This will be called text 5XL. On a small screen we'll say text 6XL. On the medium device we'll say text 7XL, and on the margin bottom 8 fonts logo will have a font bold. Margin top is going to be 0, text center. So we got all of these classes. Looks good. Now we can come back here in the div, and we have to do a little bit changes here. So this looks fine. So this will be called 500, and let's remove this one, and let's remove this as well, and the rest should be fine. This is what we have. We need the function on the div, so don't need to make any changes here. Then we can come back to the search input field. So we need the input field, so just keep it as it is. We don't need to remove anything from here, but let's have a quick check here. So this looks good. Now we have this button. So actually we don't need this button, so remove that one, because it's going to be only the input field. So remove that one. Now we can come back here, and here you can see we have this flex. So let's change this to Margin bottom is equal to 8. We have this still. Change this one, and this will be called search, and the rest will be fine. And here we have to simply remove this one and add the classes. We'll say width 32, small, we'll say width 36, flex, item centers, text, excel, justify, center, text, center, height 9, rounded, full, over effect will have brightness 110, background opacity 0, shadow small, margin top 4, background gradient top 2, from indigo 100, VIA indigo 900, we'll say to indigo 800, and that's the button we have. Looks good. Now we can come back here in the next section, and I guess we have to do the changes here as well. So we can come back here, and actually we don't need this section. Remove this one, and we have to close this one, and we have to remove this section as well. So let's bring it back. Let's remove this first, remove that, and we have to remove this div as well. So remove, select, and remove it, and save it. So we're going to have the buttons. Perfect. And is there any changes we have to do? Actually we don't need this as well, so remove this as well. Perfect. And here I have to build a dynamic block as well, because I have to check for the length of the images. So I can simply come back here. Let's come back here, and let's take a dynamic block. We'll say all image, there is a length, means images are available for the user. Then I want to simply display the button component. So we need all of this. Simply cut and paste here. We got all of the button, and let's come back here and let's write the else. It's going to be nothing. Perfect. The category is going to be the same. So let's come back to this and come back here. We'll take a div, and it's going to be just a styling one. So we'll say margin top is going to be 2, and we'll have a space. Perfect. Okay, we already have this, so let's remove this one, and we already have this entire section, so we need all this entire section. Simply select this one, cut this, and that's what we're going to utilize it here. So let's take a, call it category, and let's paste this one. It's going to be exactly the same, because we have to display all the images created by the user. And here we have this grid. Perfect. And I just want to remove the gap. Let's remove this one, and this is going to be exactly the same. Perfect. Okay, here we have to write and display a message if there is no images created by the users. We'll take a div. Let's add a class, text center, padding x10, text small, margin top is going to be 4, text zinc, we'll say 400. Inside that we'll take a p. It will say your camera roll is empty, and we have to redirect the user to the create page. So we'll say aperture, and we'll have a class. Let's call this generate an image. Okay, simply select and cut, and it will be underline, and we can display the text here. Perfect. Now we can come back here. The single component is going to be there, and actually we don't need this. Remove this one. Perfect. So that's the entire code for our history. Let's come back here and just reload the page. You can see things are looking good, but the alignment of this divs are not in perfectly aligned. So we have to check what we made. So we can come back here, and I can see this is fine. This is good. We don't need to make any changes here. So we can come back to the search and input, and here I guess we have to make the changes. So what we can do is we have to take a div. So we can simply come back here. Here we have the extra div. So this one is the extra one, I guess. Close this one, and let's remove this one. Remove this and remove this. Save it. We got it. Now we can simply, we got that. Now we can simply come back here, and we'll take a div, close this one, and from here we have to simply remove it, one div. I hope you guys have understood what we have done. So simply remove one div and close and reload the page, and there it is. You can see perfectly aligned. Let's check the responsiveness. It looks great. Perfect. So we have the text, and all of things are looking great. So we're done with this entire page. I hope you guys would follow along with me. Make sure to rewatch the video if you haven't understood properly. So our history page is done. Simply select all, copy, and that's what we're going to simply paste in our like. So let's select and remove and paste and change this to likes and simply copy, and that's what we can simply paste here, likes. And here we have to do a little bit changes. So we can simply come back to the likes. You can see we have the exact thing. We're in the like page. Now we can simply do the changes. So what I will do is I can simply come back here, and here I can change the text. So this will be called likes, and we don't need this. Actually we need button, not the anchor. Let's take a div and let's change this one, and here we can simply remove this. This will be 7, and here we can say margin bottom is going to be 12, font logo, font bold, margin top, and this will be likes. Perfect. This is good. We're not going to have the filter, so this is what we have. So close this one, and we have to remove this one because we don't need this. We have to display only the images. We don't need to have the filter, we don't need to have the buttons. This is fine. We are getting this. Copy this one, and that's what we have to paste here. Perfect. And do we need the button? Yes, we need the button, and the card looks fine. And here we can change the text. So let's select this one and say you haven't like any images yet, and the rest will be fine. And we have to make the changes in the function as well. So reload the page. That's how it's going to look the like page. The like page is ready, history page is ready. Now we have to do the changes in the function. Like there is no need to do any changes in the change category function, but we have to do the changes here in the calling all posts, because this time we have to simply call the all images, all post. So here we have to do the changes. So I can simply come back here in the let's say where we can come back to the index, and we have to simply copy this get AI images, all images, and that's what we can simply call it here. And we have to import here as well. We got the function. Now we have to build a if statement to run and check those images liked by the user. So that's the image we have to display here in the like page, not all the images. All the images which user will like, only that images we have to display. So here we have to build a if statement. So this is the for each we have. In the response we'll have the entire array. So we have to add one more if condition here right on top. So we'll say if, let's close this one. We'll say if like element likes includes, if that likes will be in array, in that if it includes the user ID, means the current user ID, which can get by this user ID. If it's include means that user is like that particular post. So we can simply take and we can cut and paste here, and that's the only thing we have to do. Perfect. We're done with that. I hope you guys have understood that what we have done. We have simply checking the user have liked or not. If it likes, then we want to simply execute, and we have to simply store that in a perfect category, and the rest would be fine. Looks good. This is the image auth, and that's what we are checking here. So that's the entire thing. Now we can simply come back to the likes. It's also looking great. So we are done with that all. Now we can simply come back here in the aperture, means in the create section, and that's what we're going to work next. So if I reload the page, you will see everything is working fine. There is no post, that's why no data is reflecting, but when the data will come, it will reflect fine. Now we have to work on this generate one aperture. So come back here. We have to simply select all of this, and that's what we're going to simply paste here. So simply select and remove and paste, and we have to remove couple of things. So remove this one, we have to remove this, and remove the icons, couple of icons. So this time we're going to take only 3 icons. Let's move this one, and in the component we're going to import couple of component as well. So we're going to take this. We don't want the, let's say we want the prompt input, and we want the prompt. Got it? Now we can simply remove this one to AI processing. Got it? Now we can simply come back here and remove that, and then we have to simply import the subscription component. That's what we got it. Now we have this. This looks good, and we don't need this. Remove that one and save it. So this is all the component we're going to utilize it. This is perfect. Now we can come back to the utils, and there you will see that we have this particular function like v2, v3, and these are the function we need. So simply copy, and that's what we can import. Then we can come back here, copy this one. Let's import that. We got the 2 functions. Now we have to get let's say one more for the user. So let's come back here and we have to get the user one and replace with this one. And we need all of this for function. Looking good. Now we have to do the changes in the state variable perfectly. So we have to remove this and we have to simply come back here, and we don't need this one. We don't need this one. Actually, we need loader. Remove that one. This three thing we needed. And by default, I want to take one more. So I'll take this use state, and this will be called active model. By default, it will be false. Then I can take another one. This will be called error, because when we get the error from the API, we have to display that. So that's what we have. And in the category, by default, I will show YouTube. And this is fine. This is good. Don't need to make any changes. And we can simply remove this copy because we are not going to add filter. So just keep it as it is. We don't need to have search. So remove that one. And just remove this query part as well. We don't need this. Remove this. Actually, we need this because this function we're going to attach on the button so user can change between the categories. So we need this function. Perfectly. Now we can come back here and let's take a state variable. This will be called prompt v3, and in that we need couple of data which we're going to take from the user. So let's take that. So it will be have prompt, then we'll have a negative prompt, then we'll have the size, we'll have a style. Perfect. And by default we'll go with this one, vivid, and this will be this particular size, 100, 1000, 24, 1024, and simply copy this one and paste here, and this is going to be for v2. And we have to change the few things in here. So we don't need this style, we need the number. By default I will set 3, and the size is also going to be a different one. So we'll say 256, 256. Perfect, we got it. Now we have to build the function for both the model. So we can come back here and we'll take this use effect, and that will have to get the model from the local storage. So we'll take this get item is going to be active model, and once the value is available, I have to simply set that in the model, and I want to run this every time there is a change in the model, active model. Perfect. That's the hook is working fine, and this is the function, and we don't need this function handle click and also all of this. So let's select and remove this one, remove the 4 and save it. And we're going to have this. We can come back here and let's start working the function. So let's take a variable called click v3, means we're going to call the v3 model. It will be async function. In that we're going to receive the prompt v3. We'll take a try and catch, and we have to catch an error if anything goes wrong. First we have to activate the loader, then we have to simply make a call to our API. We'll say await v3, in that we have to pass the prompt. Then we have to build if statement. So if the response is success is equal to data missing, means the data is not provided properly. So if the response is equal to data missing, then we have to throw the error message and update that. So we'll take this response and we'll set the loader to false. Else we can simply say status code is equal to 201, means for create. Then we can simply display that. We'll say set loader to false, and this will be called set single ID is going to be the ID of the post, which we're going to pass to our single image component. Perfect. And here we have to simply deal with the error. So we have to construct the error. So this error can happen for two places, one from OpenAI and the other one is from the backend. So we have to construct that error. So we'll take this error message. First we'll get this error.message. So when there is an error available in the OpenAI, that's what we are accessing. Otherwise we can go with this default error. An unexpected error occur, we'll say OpenAI. Perfect. We can set this loader to false, and we can set the error into the error component, and that's our v3 is ready. And this data is missing is important variable which you have to check in the utils. So if you come back here in the v3 model, actually v3, and here you can see we are passing data is missing, so we have to check the spelling. That's what you have to provide, data is missing. And that's the exact thing you have to do here in this bell. So data is missing, paste, and here you have to check, and here you have to check. Perfect. So this function is ready. Now simply copy, replicate it, and change this to v2, and change this v2, and we have to change the function to v2, and we have this. Now change this v2, and the rest should be fine. Just keep it as it is. Perfect. So our function is ready. Now we can simply ahead and start working on our other components. So this is fine. Now we're going to simply take this portion, like take this one and bring it here, and we need to adjust the component. So we're going to simply remove this one. We'll have a div without class, and here we have to do the changes. Remove this one. This will be overflex hidden. We don't need this section, logo and the value. Remove that one. And here we have this, and here we have to have the full width. So let's remove this portion. Let's add this on small screen. Margin top is going to be 4. Medium screen margin top is going to be 10. Perfect. And we have this full. Let's change this to padding x is going to be 2. Medium device padding x is going to be 10. Large padding x 16. And flex item center, flex column, and we'll have a max width is going to be 1300 pixels. We'll have width full, and we can come back here, and once we have this, let's do one thing, and we can come back here. Let's take a div. We'll call it part 1, and we can take a div. It will have a class called width full, flex column, reverse. We'll have on the medium scale, we'll say flex row, and that's what we have. So I can simply remove this one and save it, because we don't need that. Here we have inside the div, we'll take a prompt, and in that we can send all the prompt. Let's send that. It's going to be v3. We'll say set prompt v3. We have to do the same thing for the v2. Then we have to take this v2. Then we can take the loader, error. We can take this active user, and we'll have our function. So we'll say generate function, and we have to simply call it. So we'll take this, build a dynamic condition based on the model. So we'll take this, if active model is equal to v2, like v3, then we have to call this v3 function and pass the prompt, else we have to call the v2 model. Perfect. So that's our first prompt. Now we have to work on the input field. So we'll say prompt info, and we have to provide the exact prompt. So we're going to simply copy this portion and paste here, and we need to do a little bit changes. So we need to add this active model, and we have to add this sect active model as well. Got it? Now we can simply remove this one, and we are done with that. I guess we are done with that. Now we can simply come back here, and here we have to work on the body. So this will contain the body. So let's take a div. It will have a class called item center, width full, max width is going to be 800 pixels. Inside that, margin top is going to be 8. Padding x is going to be 4. Padding left is going to be 5. On the medium device, we'll say padding x 5. It will have a style. We'll say min height is going to be 1 pixels. We'll have a position is going to be relative, and inside that we'll take a div. We're going to have empty div because we don't want to add any classes. We just want to have a space. Let's come back here, and here we're going to simply add our subscription component. In that we can send the user information, active user. That's good. Now we have this, so I don't need this. Remove this one. Fine. Now we can simply close this one. Actually remove this one as well. Select this, and let's do one thing. We need to close this one, and this is what we have. So we don't need this. We want to use a different component called AI one. So we'll call this loader. If it's true, then we have to display the AI processing, and in that we can simply pass nothing. This is going to be here, and looks good. And we have this 4, but we need to have one more. So we can come back here, and let's close this one. And from here we can simply do one thing. We can simply close this div and remove this portion, and we have this empty div, and remove this as well because we don't need this. We got it. Now we can come back here, and we can come here. We'll leave one div, and actually we don't need this empty self-closing div. Remove this as well. Perfect. Now actually remove this one and call this body, Come back here, reload the page, and there it is. You can see our full width is taking and we have the button. If I click, it will giving me this error because this particular variable is not there. But everything is working fine. You can see perfectly it's aligned. So all I have to do is to simply come back here in the change function, change category, and I have to simply remove this one. Remove this. Let's format this properly. Do the same thing from here, and here. We got it. Reload the page. Now you can click and you can go to different tab. Perfect. So we're done with this. Now we're going to start working on this component. So perfect. This is the one which we're going to work. So simply copy and let's receive that as a prompt. And that's what we have to receive. Let's quickly format that. Perfect. And that's the only thing I want to cover in this video because this video is already very long. In the next video, we're going to start continuing from here. So let's move to the next. Hey everyone, welcome back to the fifth part of our AI art generator. So this is where we left in the last video. Now we're going to start working on the prompt section. So we have imported all of the prompt. Let's come back here and let's import more. So we're going to take the loader, and that's coming from our global file loader. Then we have the prompt. Now we can simply come back here and we have to take a couple of state variable. So first is going to be for reload, and this particular function will allow us to reload the browser. So we'll say window.location.reload. Very simple. We got it. And all of these tabs are working absolutely fine. Now we can come back here and we have to take the classes. So we'll take a class name. It will have flex1, min width 0. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called flex justify between text small, padding 2, padding bottom 1, padding top 6. On the medium device, we'll have padding top is going to be 0. Inside that, we'll take another p tag. It will have a class called opacity 40. Inside that, we'll take a description tag. We'll say describe your image, and there it is. You can see the description. Now we can come back here, come out of the div, and we'll take a div. It will have a class called relative z-10. We'll have shadow background zinc 700, background opacity is going to be 60, border x, border top, border zinc 700, rounded xl. Inside that, we'll take our text area component. So I'll simply remove this one and let's apply the classes. So it will be block resize none. We'll have background transparent. We'll have overflow y hidden. We'll have width full, rounded xl, leading relaxed. We'll take this small, padding left 4, padding right 7, and I have to give this space. Now perfect. Come back here. We'll take a padding top 2.5, padding bottom 10, and on the focus we want to have outline none. We'll have focus ring 1, focus, let's call this ring indigo 700, and there it is, looks good. Text field. Now we'll say placeholder. Let's call this opacity 550, rounded bold XL. We'll have border bottom 0, and we have got all of these classes. Looks great. And I want to do a little bit fix, so I can simply come back here and provide this space, and I have to simply remove this one and save it. Now perfect. You can see it's looking good. Our highlight color is also looking good. So we are done with this text area. Now what I can do is I can simply do one thing. Let's add an inline class. So we can say style. We'll say height is going to be 96 pixels important. There it is. Perfect. We can come back here. We can add an onChange function so it can get the data. So we'll take this set prompt v3, and I have to simply update it. So we'll spread it out and we have to target the prompt, and we can simply say e.target.value. So that's how we can update it. Perfect. So this is the one, and actually I want to update one more. So simply copy this one, entire section, wrap this in this bracket, and we need this portion copy, and that's what we can simply paste here. So make sure to wrap this in bracket because we have two state we are calling here. So here this will be called 2 and this will be 2 and the rest would be fine. Got it? Perfect. Now we can simply come back here and it's going to be a self-closing text area. Remove this one. Now we can come back here, we'll take a div, it will have a class called border transparent. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class, let's call this margin minus top is going to be 31 pixels, padding x is going to be 10 pixels, and we'll have a padding bottom is going to be 7 pixels with full. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called flex wrap gap 1. It will have a style, let's call this position is going to be our relative, and it's going to be a self-closing div. So let's close this one and remove this one because it's a decorative element. Now we can come back here, we'll take another div and we'll have a style called position relative, and it's going to be a self-closing div. So let's remove this as well. So these two divs are self-closing div. Now we can simply come back here and we can start working on the next component. So we can say p is going to be have a class called opacity 40, text extra small, we'll have left 2, bottom 1, and top is going to be 4. We'll say prompt and tag. Perfect. Now we can come back here, we'll take another. So we already have this, so we can simply copy this entire text area and that's what we can paste here. And we have to do a little bit changes. So first thing, we're going to simply come back here and select all of this till here and remove it, and let's apply the classes. So it will have shadow, overflow, y hidden, we'll have width full, background zinc 700, background opacity is going to be 60. There it is, you can see the stylings are applying. We can come back here, border, we'll have border zinc 700, it will have a rounded, extra small, extra large, we'll have leading, relaxed, text small, padding x4, padding y 2.5, and this looks good. You can see we are getting this rounded shape, and I want to get this detail, so I can simply come back here and I want this portion from focus, copy till here and paste here. So we got the focus outline, focus ring, and all of things are looking good. Now we can simply come here, we'll say placeholder is going to be opacity 50, and that's all looking good. So you can click and we are having that nice event. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here, and here we have to change the height. So we want a small height, so I'll take between 45. There it is for the tag, and this is the on change function. So I have to change the tag name is gonna be negative prom, copy that one, and that's what I have to simply paste here, this one. Perfect. Got it? I hope you guys have understood that what exactly we are doing here. We got all of that. Let's add a placeholder. So we can say black and white, and we can give this tag. You can give whatever tag you want, and we have to do the same thing from here as well. Let's give a placeholder. We'll call it a cat, a cute mouse, pilot, wearing, avatar, Google's Unreal Engine render, and 8K. This is the placeholder I have given. You can give any brief placeholder which you want. So that looks good. We got our input field. Now we can simply come back here in the change the state. Looks good also. Come back here, we'll take a div. It will have a class called with full, flex, item centers, we'll have justify, center, medium skin will have justify, and top 24 dot, margin top 4, space x 4. Inside that we'll take our dynamic block and we'll say if active user has credit equal to 0, because we have to display different button based on the user credit. Okay, so it will have multiple state, like for buying, for generating, for error, for loader. So we'll have 4 different stage. So we'll say that if credit is equal to 0, then we'll take this fragment, and for the time being just give this, and let's work on the first one. So we have to display the buy button. So we'll take a div and it will have a style. Let's call this cursor is going to be a pointer. We got it. Now we can take our classes. We'll say transition all. We got that. Inside the div we'll take a anchor and we have to redirect the user to the account page. So we'll take the account. Let's apply the classes. As well, text small, background gradient to top from indigo 900 VIA indigo 800. We'll have a rounded full drop shadow text medium padding x4 padding y2 transition. Let's call this transition all, opacity 70, and we can come back here. Inside that we can display buy credit. Perfect. We can save it, and right now it's not displaying. If I change this to, and it will reflect. And the reason why I'm doing it, because when the user will create the account for the very first time, they will get 3 credits, and right now that's why it's not displaying. So right now you can see it's displaying. Now I can see that it's quite close, so I have to apply one more classes. So we can come back here and let's come to this 900 and let's add one more. This will be to indigo is going to be 800. Perfect. Now you can see it's on top and we are getting the full fledge of the button. Perfect. We are done with this button. Now what we can do is we have to work on the next one. So let's bring it back. Let's work on the next component, and this will keep the track of the loader. So if the user will click and it's loading for the generating the image, so that's what we have to display. So let's call this loader. We got it. So we'll take the div. It will have a class called transition all. Inside that we'll take a button. It will have a class called text small, background gradient to top from indigo 900 VIA indigo is going to be 900, and we'll have a 2 indigo. This will be our, let's call this one 800. So we already have the classes. I'm going to simply copy till here, and that's what I can simply paste, because it's going to have the same button. And inside that what I can do is I can see, do I have to make any changes? No, this looks perfect. And let's add one more class. This will be cursor default. Perfect. Now we can come back in the button and we have to display the loader component. Got it? Now we can simply come back here, and here we have to handle the error. So if anything goes wrong, we have to display that. So we'll say div. It will have a style. Let's call this cursor is going to be a pointer, and we can come back. It will have a on click function, and we have to simply reload the page so user can have the all the states get resets, and user can simply put and get the details and generate the image. So let's call the function, and call the function reload. Perfect. Got it? Now we can simply copy this one, and that's what we can simply paste here. And here I have to display the error message. So we'll take the error, and I can tell the user to reload the page. So I'll say click to refresh. Perfect. We got all of that. And this looks good. I don't need to make any changes in the shadow, and I have simply removed this one. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here and write the last statement. So we can simply copy this one, the entire error component, and that's what we can simply paste here. And I have to do the minor changes. So the rest would be fine. Like this classes would be great. I just remove this to generate, and I don't need this one. Let's come back here and we can take this classes. So we'll take this transition all and remove this one, and now we have to call the function we have. So we'll take this generate function, and that's what we can simply call it. So user can click and they can generate the image. So it looks great. If I make on the big screen, you can see it looks absolutely perfect. So the left section is done. Input field description and the buttons, that's also look great. Now we have to work on the prompt input. So all of this are looking great. Come back to the code, and this is the imports we have done. This is the one we have. This is the classes. Perfect. Here we have the tags. Everything is looking great. Close this one, and now we have to start working on the next one called prompt. This is the one we have to work, prompt input. Let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. So let's bring on this side, and here we are. Now we can come back here and we have to receive the prompt. So this is what we are sending. Simply select all, and that's what we have to receive in the prompt input. So let's remove this one, remove all of this. Perfect, we got the prompts. Now we can come back here, import couple of things like use state. Then we can come back here. Here we have to import couple of things. So it's coming from our SB icon, and we need a lot of icons. So we need our AI logo, and we need our dimension icon. This two is enough for time being. Now we can simply come back here and we have to simply import the index, and from there we need the active model component and we need the FastSlow component. These two components we have imported. Now we can simply come back here and we can simply come and take a state variable. So we'll take this range value, and by default is going to be 3, and we can take the another one. This will be called v3 style. By default it will have this particular module. We want to call it VIVID, vivid, because in v3 model we have two models, vivid and natural. So I will go with vivid by default. The second state variable we have to take is for the AI size style v3, and by default I will go with this one. Perfect. So these are the state variable we have. Now we can simply replicate it, and this is going to be for v2, and change this to 256. Perfect. Now we have to write a function which allows us to change the model. So we'll give a option to the user to change the model between v3 and v2. So let's build the function. So we'll take this const change model. It's going to receive the model, and all we have to do is to simply set that in our set active model to model, and we have to change in the local storage. So we'll set that in the local storage as well. Perfect. And we can simply reload the window once it's get done. Perfect. Now we can simply come here and we can start working on our JSX. So first we're going to take the class. It will be full width. Margin top is going to be 20 pixels. Margin left is going to be 0. We'll have medium device margin 8. On the medium device we'll have max width is going to be 300 pixels. Come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class relative border zinc 700, rounded, large, shadow, medium. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called padding x5, padding y4, padding bottom 5. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called margin bottom 4, text small, opacity is going to be 40, and we'll have a select none. Inside the div, inside that we have to display the active model. So we can simply take this figment and that data we have in this active model. So you can see the active models are reflecting. We got that. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called flex space x2, padding x2. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have an on-click function, and on that we have to simply call the change model function and pass the model name. I told you this name is very important, this big name. So we'll call it AIMageCard dall-e EV3, and it will have a classes. So let's apply that. We'll take this dynamic class and we'll say text small. And the reason why I'm taking this dynamic class, because based on the active state we have to change the classes, because both the button will have a different classes on this active mode or on the deactive mode. So we'll take this rounded medium. On a small screen we'll say text is going to be small. We'll have a group. Margin top is going to be 4. White is going to be space, no wrap. Flex 1, flex, select none, and let's call this cursor pointer. On over effect we want to have brightness 100%, background gradient to top, and drop shadow. We'll have items center, justify center, padding x 2.5. So it's applying all the colors successfully, and it will have our dynamic classes. So we'll take this. We'll say active model, if it's equal to v3, so copy this one and paste here. If it's v3, then we have to apply all of this color. So we'll take this padding y 2.5 with full content. Active is going to be scale 25. We'll have a transition all from indigo 900. VIA indigo is going to be a 900, and we'll have a to indigo is going to be 800. Perfect. And I have to add a else statement as well, so let's add that. And perfect. So we have added the else statement, and you can see right now we are getting that blue line. Perfect. And we got that. Now we can simply apply the other classes. So let's call this from zinc 700 VIA, zinc 700 top, zinc 700 padding y 2. We have width is going to be full content, fit content. Perfect. Now we can simply come back to the div, and we can take the logo. We already have it, and we can display the name of the model. So we can take this space tag and we can div the model. We'll say dall-e v3. Perfect. Our one button is ready, and currently that model is active. You can see on top AI art image. That's why it's getting this dynamic classless. Now we have to do the same thing for the v2. So what I will do is I have to simply replicate it. The rest would be fine. I can see that looks great. Do I need to make any changes? Simply close this one, and we have to simply copy this one, and that's what I have to simply paste here. And here we have to do the changes. So this will be v2, and I have to do the changes in here as well. So this is fine. Let's change this to v2, and the class is change. Perfect. Okay, the click event is somehow it's not working, so that's the fix I have to do. So this is the function we have, change model. Let's remove this one. We don't want to reload the page. Let's remove this one. Perfect. Now we can come back here, and this is what I have, the function we are passing at it, and it's going to simply set in our local storage, but still it's not working. I have to see the problem where it's happening. Let's continue ahead in the other part of the component. So we can come back here, so we can work on the next component. So let's take this to comment this, and this particular component is going to be dynamic. It's only going to be visible in v2 model, because in v2 model user can create up to 10 images, but not in v3. So that's what we are working on. So we'll take this active model is going to be, we can simply copy this portion, and that's what we can paste, and we can build a dynamic block. So we'll take this, we'll fragment, and we'll take the label tag, and we can give this label range. It will have a class. Let's call this slider. We'll have a style, and then we can simply say width is going to be 100%, margin top is going to be 1.5 RAM, and perfect. Inside that we can take this input, and it's going to be a range. It will have a class. Let's call this label. It will have an ID, so we'll say label range, and it will have a min value to 1, and the max I want to allow 5, because it can generate up to 10, but I want to restrict the user to 5. I don't want to exhaust my API, and the value is going to be the active range value. Perfect. And we can add this on change, and we have to get the data. So we already have this particular function, handle range change. Actually we haven't built this function, so this is what we have to build. So come back here on top, and let's work on that. So paste the function, and we can say event. Once we have the event, now we have to simply set this value. So we'll take this set from v2. I have to simply spread it out from v2, and I have to simply pick the number of image which user wants to create it. So event dot target dot value. I hope you guys have got it. Once we have this one, now we can simply copy, and this is the exact value we have to set in our range, so we can display in the front end. So this is the range we have to have, and remove this one. Perfect. So this is the function we have which allow us to get the data. Now we can simply come back here. Looks great. Now we can simply come here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called margin top is going to be 1%, and it will have, let's take a div. It will have a class called select none. Opacity is going to be 50. Text extra small. Flex item center. Justify start. Margin bottom 3. Inside the div, we'll take our dimension, the icon, and we can display the text is going to be inside the p tag. We'll say quantity, and we have to display the range value. So right now it's not reflecting because our v3 model is active, so I have to change to v2, then it will work. So you can see, come back, reload the page, and somehow it's not working because currently v3 is active. So we can simply come back here and we can see this is what we are simply calling it, and we can come back to the home page and change the model. So click here, click on this v2, and now v2 is active. Come back to the generate, and there you will find the v2 model is active, and this slider component is looking great. You can click and you can able to display the number of quantity of the image which you want to create. Perfect. This looks good. Now we can come back to the code. Let's make it side by side. Let's make it side by side. Come on, drag it there. Perfect. We can click and we can go that. So the range component is done. Let's simply what we have, close this one, and we can come back here. Now we have to work on the next dynamic component. Now we have to take another dynamic component. So we come back here, we'll take this active model. If it's equal to v2, then we have to render this, otherwise we have to render this. So let's work on the first JSX. So I'll take this active model, and in that I have to simply send the props. Simply copy and paste here. Let's change the prop to active model is going to be active model. Then we have to send this size. This size 1 is going to be 256. Then we have the next size is going to be 512, and the third size is going to be 1000. This is for v2, and we have to set other data. So this particular function will update that. So we'll take this update. We can simply pass this set prompt v2, because this active model is a reusable model we are using for both the component. That's why I'm giving this keep here. In the value I can say prompt v2, and we'll have a add class. In that I can simply call this AI size style v2, and we'll have this one called update class is going to be our set AI size by v2. Perfect. Simply copy and paste here, and all we have to do is to simply change this. So simply copy this and paste here like 1024 1024. In the second we have to have this 792 and 1024, and here we'll have this 792. Perfect. We have changed all of that. This will be 3, this will be 3, this will be 3, and this will be 3. Perfect. We got that. You can see the component is reflecting fine. Now we can simply come back here and we can display our last component called FastSlow. Perfect. So we are done with this entire section. Now we can start working on our active model. So simply copy this one, and that's what we have to come back to our active model, and let's receive that. Remove this one, remove this all. Perfect. So we have received the prop. Now we can receive a couple of things. So we have to receive the icons that's coming from our CSV file. There we have to call this Instagram. This will be our camera for the reel, and the last one is going to be for AI logo, and we'll have a dimension. Perfect. We got the icons. Now we can come back here and we can start working on the other part of our section. So we can come here, we can see this is what we have. Fragment, we can simply remove this one, and we'll take a dynamic block. We'll say if AI model is equal to our v2 model. Let's change this to v3, because that's how we're going to keep the track. v3, then we have to display this component, because in v3 model we have the style attribute which we don't have in the v2 model. So that's the component we are working on. So we'll take a div, it will have a class. Let's call this margin top is going to be 3, and inside the div we'll take another div. It will have a class called select none. Opacity is going to be 50. Text extra small, flex item center, justify start, margin bottom 1. Inside that we'll take a dimension, and we can display the text. So we'll take a p, it will say image style type, right? Image style type, but it's not reflecting. So if I click, it's still in v3 model, but this component is not reflecting. Okay, I see the problem. Let's give this a. Now it will display. You can see it's reflecting fine. So we're done with this. Now we can simply come back here and let's take a div. It will have a class flex space x2. We'll have padding x, 2 pixels, and I'm getting this warning. Okay, my bad, I have to wrap this in a fragment. So let's take this fragment and wrap it, and perfect. Inside the div, we'll take a div, it will have a onClick function, and we can simply take this bracket, and inside that we can simply call this update state, spread the value, and we have to simply target the style attribute which we have in the prompt, and we can simply update this to vv2, and this will be, the next one is going to be, let's say style v3 is going to be vivid. Perfect. If I come back here, this is what we are getting. Actually, we need to take one more prompt. This is fine. So here we have this one, the web3 model. So I can simply take one more prompt, set vivid v3's model. That's what we have, and we have to also take this, the attribute. So we have taken this, set v3 model, send that prop. Now we can come back here, and I want to set the value as well. So let's call this v3 style v3. Perfect. We are sending to both the state, and that's what we are receiving here. Let's receive that, and let's receive this. And now we can simply come back here and let's add the classes. So we'll take this dynamic classes, text extra small, rounded, medium. On a small screen, we'll say text small. We'll have a group. Margin top is going to be 4. White space, no wrap. We'll have a flex 1, flex, select none, and we'll have a cursor, pointer. On over effect, we want to have brightness 110. Background is going to be gradient to top, and we'll have a drop shadow. We'll say items center. We'll say justify center, padding x 2.5, and we'll have our dynamic classes. So we'll say that, let's take this v3 style, if it's equal to our vivid, then I want to apply this class, else I have to go with different class. So let's add the classes. Padding white 2.5, with is going to be fit content, active select, scale 95, transition all, from indigo 900, VIA indigo 900 to indigo 800, and I can see some sort of error is happening because I have to format it properly. Save it, and you can see just format it. Bring the question mark down below. Now it's looking good. Let's save it. Let's format that, and now let's add the next classes in the else statement. We'll say from zinc 700, VIA zinc 700 to zinc is going to be 700, padding y 2.2. We'll have width fit content. Perfect. You can see the blue line looks great, and we can simply come back here. We'll take this logo, and we can give a HTML space tag, copy and paste here, and then we can simply display this VIVID vivid. There it is. Perfect. Now we have to write the same thing for the next button. So let's come back here. We'll take this button. It will have an onClick function, and we'll take this update state, because when the user will click, we have to update that. So we'll take this. Actually, we need this one. Copy this one, and that's what we can paste here, because this is our second button, and we have to do the changes. So this will be called natural, fine, and I have to apply the classes. So let's copy this entire classes, and that's what we can apply. And we have to do the changes a little bit. So this is fine, don't need to make any changes. We can simply copy this one logo, and that's what we can simply paste inside the button. There it is. But both the buttons are very close to each other, so I have to see what exactly went wrong. So let's change this to nature, and now we can come back here. Let's work ahead and we'll fix this problem. Let's build the skeleton first. We'll take a div. It will have a class called margin top 3. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called select none. Opacity is going to be 50. Text extra small, flex, item center, justify, start, margin bottom 1. Inside the div, we'll take our dimension icon, and we'll display the text. So we'll take the P. It will call dimension. There it is. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here and I can see this, and here we have to do the changes. So first we have done with the vivid. This one is going to be natural, and you can see it looks great. Perfect. Now we can come back here and we'll take a div. It will have a class called flex space 2x padding x2. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have the couple of things. So we need this one, copy this one, and that's what we can apply on this. Then I need the button. So before we do that, let's change this style. It's going to be the size, and this will be for size 1, and this will be update class is going to be the size 1. I hope you can understand the logic that what exactly we are doing. So we are simply updating the state in the prompt field. Perfect. Now we can simply take this entire class, and that's the class we're going to have it. So let's paste here. We got it. Now let's change this to size 1, and this is fine. Inside that we can display the icon, and we can give the HTML space tag and the size name, size 1. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here, and I need to do a little bit changes. So this is the button we have. Simply copy this button, and that's what we can simply paste here. So let's come close this one and simply paste here. We got the button, and we have to do the changes. So come back here, we get this, copy this one, and that's what we can apply here. So simply paste here, not here, here we have to paste, and I have to do the changes to 2. Perfect. And here we have to do the changes as well. So we can come back to the first button, and we can change this section. So instead of v3 style, we have to say add class, and that's the same thing I have to do here. Let's change this to 2. Perfect. Now you can see the classes are applied successfully. Perfect. Now we can simply change this to v2, and we're going to have one more. So what we'll do, simply close this one, copy this entire section and paste here, and we need only one button. So let's change this to v3, 3 and 3, and this will be Instagram 3, and let's remove this one. Perfect. We got all of that. Perfect. Now let's make on the big screen. You can see we got our fields. The only problem we have in the styles, they are very close to each other, so we have to say, you can see the click event is working fine, but this click event is not working on the model, but everything is working fine. Come back to the code and let's try to fix out. So let's try to fix that. Come back here, and we can see that this is the problem we have in the space spelling. So let's change this to proper spelling, SPACE. That's the sample typo I have done, and you can see right now we have this page, so it was a typo. Reload the page, looks great. Now this click event is not working, so we have to deal with that as well. So we can come back here, and we can simply see this. This is the place where we are simply updating it. And where is the next button we have? So I can simply close this one, and this is the one we have, and here we have the dynamic component. So what can do is, okay, I noticed the problem. I can simply come back here in the let's come to this. So before we fix this, let's fix this one. Let's work on this fast component. It's going to be a very small one. Then we'll try to debug that what exactly went wrong there. So come back, let's take the class call minus margin left is going to be 1, margin top is 25, flex space x 2.5 item center. Inside that we'll take a button. It will have a type called button. It will have a class rounded medium padding y1 text extra small white space no wrap. Focus will have an outline none, padding x2 relative width is going to be 1/2, disable is going to be cursor none, not allowed. We'll have text zinc 400. That's what we have. Let's add this attribute. So we'll say disable is going to be empty, and inside the button we have to take this slow. Perfect. Now we can simply copy the button and replicate it one more time. This is fine. Simply change this to fast, and we have a div. It will have a class called text extra small, opacity is going to be 50. Inside that we'll say generation speed, and perfect. Now I can see the problem, so I have to take a div and I have to wrap this button in that. So let's come back here, take a div. It will have a class called relative, self center, background zinc 900, rounded large, padding is going to 2 pixels, flex, shadow, and I can simply see this. Perfect, everything's good. Now we have this one. Let's remove this one and add this background zinc 700, text white. That's the one change you have to do, and the next change you have to do right up here. So this is fine. We have to take this button, this div we have taken, so simply take this div, closing, and that's what you have to simply paste here. And perfect. Now you can see we got this styling, slow, fast, and generation speed. Perfect. And that's the only thing we have to do here. So this component is look great and it's ready. Let's make on the big screen, and perfect. This component looks great. We can tab and we can go to this, and this one is not working, so we have to check that where we have made the mistakes. The rest should be fine. So we can come back and close this one and close this one, and here we are in the Apache file page, and this is fine. This is great. Now we can simply come back here and we go back to the component. So we have the component right up here in the prompt input, and there is an issue. So this is the model we have, but somehow it's not working on the click event. This one, sorry. Okay, I can see the problem. So this is the second button we have, and here I'm checking for v3, and this one is also v3. Okay, this is the problem. So the first one is perfect. This is v3 model. This is the v3 model, and here I have to do the changes. It's not v3, it's v2. So simply change that v2 and now it will work. This will be v3. I hope you guys have noticed this. If you open that, we have this v3 in v2 in all the places. Perfect. Now save it. You can see if you click, it will simply change the color and it will open the component, and perfect. So we are done with this section as well. Reload the page and it's working absolutely fine. Now we can go to the different section and we can create. So looks great. Slowly our application is coming to life. This looks perfect. This looks good. Now we can start testing the feature we have built. So what I will do, we don't need to do any changes. We are done with this. We are done with this entire section. Actually, before we start testing, let's work on this subscription component because it's going to be a very small component. So let's simply copy this one and let's complete this one. After that, we're going to do the testing. So it's all the way down and we have to receive, and let's work on it very quickly. So I'm going to work on the subscription and the AI processing, these two components, because these are the two small components. So let's come back here. Let's make it side by side. Perfect. Now we have to work on the subscription. So we'll take a class. It will have flex, column, full width, flex one, item center, justify, center. Inside that, let's add a class slide. It will be position, relative. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called max width is going to be 800 pixels. Then we have to take a div. It will have a class called margin y 4, margin bottom 8, text small, background indigo 800, relative, border 1.4, border is going to be 1, indigo 500, background opacity is going to be 10. It will have a rounded large, border indigo 900, border opacity 50, shadow will be medium, padding y is going to be 2, items center, and we'll have a width full, padding x4. Their space is looking good, and we can simply come back here. We'll take a p and we can display the text. We'll say font medium, text small, margin top 1. Inside that we can display the dynamic data. So we'll take this if user credit is greater than 5, then we can display welcome, and we can give the user name. Perfect. And we can display the else statement. If it's not greater than 5, then we can display the user, and we can display your credit is going to be the credit left in the user account. So we'll take this credit. Okay, that's the problem, it's getting undefined. Okay, that's not a big deal, we can fix that very easily. Let's work on the component. We can come back here, we'll take a p, it will have a class. Let's call this margin top 2 text small. Inside that we can take a span, and here we have to build a dynamic message. So we'll take this if it's greater than 5, then we can take this or else. So what I will do is I can display a dummy text, but you can display your text. So I'll simply cut and paste here, and cut this half and paste in the else statements. Let's format this properly. So let's click here and format this. Perfect. Let's do the same thing with this, format and format this one. So this is our else statement, but you have to display actual text message. We got it. Now we can come back here, we'll take a p anchor, because anchor, and we have to redirect the user to the account page so he can buy more credit. So we'll take this account. Inside that we can take this button, we'll call the classes top 4, bottom 2, text small, padding y 2, that's 4, we'll have y padding x 4, padding y 2, background gradient top 2, we'll have from indigo 700, VIA indigo 700, we'll have a 2 indigo called 600, we'll have a rounded medium, we'll have a drop shadow, and looks perfect. We'll have a text is going to be medium, shadow, active, scale 95, and we'll have a transition is going to be all. On over effect we want to have brightness to be 110. There it is, you can see the button. Inside that we can display the text. So we say view plan, there it is. If I make on the big screen, you can see it's look perfect. This Node.js component looks perfect. So the user can click and they can go to the plan, but somehow the data is not reflecting. So I have to see, you can see that we already have the data in the header bar, but the data is not reflecting in our page component, means there is some problem in our page component function which we are calling. So this looks good. Now we can come back here, and this is the data we have. We are getting the data, and that data we are storing here in the state variable, and that's what we are passing. So we are passing correctly. This is the function in which we are updating the data. Oh, I can see the problem. That's the problem we have. So you can see this is where we are updating. So I can do in different way. I can simply come here, console log out, to see that whether we are getting the data or not. Let's do the inspect element and reload the page, and you can see I'm getting this error, get AI image is not defined. Okay, that's the problem, the function is not defined. So I can simply come back here on the top, and this particular, so I don't need to call this particular function, I need to call the user information. So you can see I have imported this particular function, get user AI image, and that's the function I have to call. Simply copy, and I have to simply change the function. Okay, now all I have, in this I need to pass the user ID. So we can do is we can simply bring the cookie one on top. So we have this section, like this section we are updating all of that. So we have this section, so we can simply cut this one and bring on top, and simply paste here, and we have to simply cut all of this and take in the if block. So we can simply come and paste here, and in this particular function we have to simply pass the user ID. So we are getting that, and we can pass this user dash ID. Now it will work fine. Now we'll have the data, and this looks good. Reload the page. Here I'm getting this server error. Not a problem, it's not an error. Make sure to reload the page, and this time you can see it looks good. We are getting the data, about the user, and we are having different error this time. So this particular set all post copy is not defined, and we have already removed this state variable. So let's remove this because we are updating it here. So let's remove this one and remove this one. Perfect. And that's the only thing we have to do. Now it will work fine. Simply redo the page, and this time you can see everything is working fine. We got an empty array. So now things look good. And if you see, we got the name and the credit is left. Perfect. You can click and you can go back to the account page. So everything you can see, it's working fine. And when you encounter this error, it's part of development. You can click on different tab and you can go it. Now we can simply provide and we can start generating the images. So we can come back here. We're done with this entire section. Let's work on this AI process. After that, we're going to get our API key from OpenAI. So we can simply come back in the AI process, and it's going to be a very simple component. So let's turn this on and save it. Close all of this. Let's make it side by side. So you can see AI process components is reflecting fine. Now let's make it side by side. Let's bring it back, drag it here, and there it is. Now we can simply start working on this component. So we'll import our logo login icon, and that's coming from our CSV. Got it? Now we can simply take this fragment. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this fixed. Inside 0, background zinc 900, opacity is going to be 40, Z is going to be 50. You can see we got the overlay. It will have a style which will say pointer events is going to be auto. Inside the div, we'll take a div. It will have a class background zinc 800, items center, fixed, shadow, XL, rounded to XL, Z index 50, padding X is going to be 8, padding Y is going to be 8, text small, border zinc 700, and you can see the square on top is looking great. Now we have to simply adjust the alignment. We have to bring in the middle. So we can take this style and we have to add this. Top is going to be 50%. Then we can add the transform. So we'll take this translate minus 50%, minus 50%. Then we can simply add this left is going to be 50%. So it will be in the center. You can see. Now we can say max width is going to be 330 pixels. Width is going to be 100%. Max height is going to be, let's say, 85 VH. Inside that, we can display a div. So we'll take a div. It will have a class flex column text zinc 200, text center, items center. Inside that, we'll display our logo. There it is. Then we can simply display a div. It will have a class called new loader JS on, and in this we can have the animation. So inside that, we're going to take this span. It will have a class called binary. You can see the number is reflecting. Simply replicate it, and this will be 1, and we want to have one more. So this will be called getting 3, and inside that we can say AI processing. Okay, it's why it's coming on top. So okay, my bad. Here I have to do the changes. So this will be there, THERE there. Now it will come down, and you can see it looks great. So that's the entire section we have. Let's make on the big screen. You can see the loader is looking fine. Now we can come back here, close this one, and now we have to simply get our API key. So that everything is looking great. Perfect. Let's have a look quickly. Great. Now we can come back here. We can go back to the environment variable, and this is the key we have to get it. That's what we have to get it. So we can simply do one thing. We can come back here, open a new tab and type OpenAI, and here you have this. Click on this API references. You will come back to the OpenAI, and there you will find all the details about this particular provider. So you can check all the models they provide, but we have to simply get into the account. So I have already logged in. Make sure to create an account and log into that. Click on the dashboard. There you will find the section. Click on the API, and from here you can generate your own API. So I already generated a couple of API and use this in my project. So to create one, you can click here and you can give the name, and you can click on this and generate. and here you will get it. Let's copy, and that's what you have to paste here. In my case, this particular key will not work because I have already generated the key and I have used my free credit. So if you are creating your account for the very first time in OpenAI, then you will get the $5 credit. But if you have already used it, or if you already created your account, then this particular key which you have generated, it will not work. So I'm going to use my different key which I have generated already, and it's working fine. So this is how you can get your own key. Okay, save it and done. That's the only thing we have to do. You can come back to the uses, and there you will find all the API requests you have MERN. And you can see I got the 0 credit, so I cannot be able to use the key which I have generated. I have to simply buy the credit, or I have to simply upgrade my account. Perfect, looks great. Come back here, we got the key, close this one, and now we can simply test our application. So everything's looking good. We have already have the feature. Now we have to simply restart the application because we have provided the API key in our environment variable. So when we'll restart the application, it's going to reload our environment variable. So close this one, clear it, and start this one again. So our backend is running, everything is working fine. So let's come back here, and this is the function we're going to call it v3. So before we call it, let's do one thing. Simply copy and do the console log, so we can see that we are passing all the data in every single section. Simply cut this one and paste here. And I want to get the image generated by the OpenAI. So simply copy and let's console log out here, so we can see the data flow. So that's what we have. Simply cut, and that's what I can simply take it here in the response as well. Let's paste here, and we have this response, and that's what I can simply change this to v3, and I can simply paste the response. Okay, I'm getting some sort of warning. I can give this let's give this comma, and now it will fix the issue. So that's the one thing we have to do. Simply copy, and here we can simply paste. This will be credit. Copy and paste here. So looks good. So we can tracking all the stacks. Perfect. And this is the function we're going to call it v3 model. So we can come back here, and that's what we have here. Let's format this all. It's going to simply take the data, and it's going to make a call, and we're going to set all of that. So things looking good. We are ready to test our application. Everything is looking good. We'll get the response. Now let's come back here, reload the page, and let's try to test this out. So let's do the inspect element, and let's make it big. Click on it, and let's try to test this out. You know the page, you can see we are getting the information about the user. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here, select the v3 model, and I can select this nature, and I can select this particular one, the Instagram one. Now I have to simply give the description of the prompt. So we'll say flying cat in sea, say animal and cat. So let's check the spelling. It looks good. Now click on this generate. You can see our AI model is working fine. The processing. So here we have given the prompt in the terminal. In the console you can see it's processing. It will take a little bit time. So just wait. Once we'll have the data, it will reflect in our console. So here you can see finally we got a response from our AI model. This looks good, and we have made the call to our backend, but something went wrong when we try to update our create like credit function. So we have successfully created the image, we have successfully make a request to our backend for storing the image, but when it's come to updating the credit, something went wrong. You can see something went wrong. That's why we got this 400 status code, but we have successfully stored the data in our backend. Post created successfully, and there you will find all the details. So something is wrong in our credit function, like update credit. Okay, so that looks good. So this is the one. Everything is looking good here, this portion, but this is something wrong. Here we have some issue. You can see it's 201. I have applied the same status codes there, but why our credit function, this one is not working? It's not updating the user credit balance. Okay, this is fine. We got this. If you open that, if you go to the data, in that you will find the images you have generated. So we'll get this reverse prompt from the v3 model, and here we have the URL of the images. So this one, you can simply select, and that's what you can simply paste here, and remove this comma and hit enter. Okay, the image is not that great, but you have to give brief prompt. And the one thing I would like to tell you, that this particular image which you can see is available in this URL is only available for 1 hour. After that it will not work. This endpoint is not work. So that's why we are storing this image in our local file system, so from there we can access anytime. So everything is looking good. This is the problem we are having here. We are having some sort of issue, but everything is looking good. Let's check our function, come back to the API, go back to the router, and this is the router we have, API/AP user credit. If I come back to the user, this is the exact name I have given, credit. That's what I have in user ID. If I come back here, I'm calling the same thing, user. We are verifying for the token, and that's what we are passing here in the endpoint, because it will take the user ID as well. Okay, so we can see this is the endpoint, user, and this is the method I'm calling put. We can come back here. This is, everything is good. Let's come back to the index, this one. I can simply copy and let's paste here to double check, because sometimes you have something in front of you but you can't see. Let's come back here. We have to get the router. So let's come back to the router, and credit spelling is good. Yeah, it's good. We are passing the ID of the user. There's no problem in that. This is good. We can come back in the API controller, user controller, and this is the function we have. In that we are receiving the data and the ID. We are checking for the data in the body, then we are making the call and checking for the users, and then we are sending the response. Looks good. This is the one we have. We are simply targeting the credit property, and that's what we are updating. So we are sending the exact data. Let's change this to, I guess this is the response. So we have one response, two response. Reload the page one more time, and let's do one thing. You can see there is a one post we have created, and that's reflecting fine. You can see all of this data looks great. So we can able to get all of the posts we have created. If you come back here, and if you simply come back to the upload, there you will find the image we have created. So you can see there is a lot of images I have already, and this is the one we have generated, which we have stored in our local file system. Now what I will do is I'm going to simply remove all of this, because this is what I have generated in the testing phase. So I'll just remove all of the other one which I have not generated and not stored in the backend API. So let's remove this one and select all and remove this one. Perfect. So this is the image we have generated just now. So close this one, and let's change this to credit, and looks great. The status code is fine, so we don't need to make any changes here. Everything's looking great. And here we have the status code to be 1, and here we have the v3 model. You can see this is also fine. We are calling the exact model. Let's reload the page, and let's try to generate one more image. So let's select this one. We'll select this v3 and go with this vivid. Let's give the prompt snow, mountain, and we can say nature and tree. Let's give more details with tree cover and click on generate, and here we got the prompt correctly. So this is fine. Everything is working fine. It's processing. Once we get the response, it's going to make a call to our backend API. So we got the image. Perfect. We got the API response for the backend, but our credit means updating the user credit and decreasing it's not working. So there is a problem we have. You can see we got the 2 posts we have created in our backend. If you come back here, click here, it looks beautiful. It's created a beautiful image like mountain, snow, and the tree. Perfect. The dimension is also working fine. So we have to check that what exactly went wrong. So let's create one more. Boy doing workout in gym. Let's and give more details. We'll say with weight, and this will be gym workout, and let's fix this one. I get this suggestion from Grammarly and I'll go with this, and let's click on generate. It's working. Once it will generate, we'll have the image, so just wait. And finally we got the image, and we are having the same issue. So perfect. We'll see that what exactly went wrong. So let's come back to the home page, and we have all of these tabs, and this is the image we have generated. Perfect. Now we can simply close this one, and for the time we just keep it as it is. We're going to simply fix, and we're going to debug in detail that what exactly went wrong, because all the function in the front end side and the back end side is looking good. So we have to check some sort of authentication we are doing with the cookie, so we have to do the testing there. So let's close this one, and we can come back here in the, let's come back to the home page, and let's work it, because we already have the image, so we can start working on our components and display the image. So this is the index page, the home page, and this is the component we have to work, because this time we have the image, and we're going to work on it. Simply copy. We can come back to the image card, and we can receive the prop, remove this one, remove this, and remove this, and save it. We got the prop. Now we have to simply import a couple of things. So it's going to be this will be called image search. We'll have magic fa reg heart, and we'll have fa heart. Come back here, we'll take this domain, and we have to provide our domain path, which is coming from our environment variable next public -domain URL, because right now we are testing on localhost, so that's what we have provided. So we'll give the domain name and the folder name where we have the image, so it will display. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here, and let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. So we'll take a onClick function, and on that onClick function we have to simply update the set single ID. So it will receive an ID and is going to fetch our data about the images from our backend API. So in that we can simply pass the ID of the post, which is available in -id. And I also want to provide the key. So let's call this key is going to be index. Then we can simply add the class. We'll say class name is going to be new card with. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class, call this block relative group select none overflow hidden margin 0.5 border indigo 600. Cursor is going to be a pointer, and it will have a style. We'll say transition is going to be opacity 250 millisecond easy and 0, and we'll have a, let's say, background radius, border radius is going to be 5 pixels, and let's give this, and we'll fix the issue. Now we can simply come back here and we'll say hi, and I can click, and I can see there is a problem. Why this is not reflecting? So we have to do a little bit fix in the function call as well. We have the array, but why it's not reflecting in our filter system? So let's come back to the page, and there we have, we are getting the data. I can come back on top, and here we are calling this reverse. So I'm calling reverse twice. So let's do one thing. Let's remove this reverse, because we are all doing the reverse. And now we can simply come back to the function. So this is fine. There is no issue in that. Let's console log out to see we actually have the data or not. And this is the function we are calling, which is going to give us all the data. And we are calling the function correctly. Now you can see we are getting it. So it's 101. So this portion is giving me the data. Let's remove this one. And I can simply come here, console log out this all AI image. Okay, there is a problem. We are not getting the data. Actually we are not getting the data. So what I can do is I can see this is fine, you don't need to make any changes. So we are changing for the model, and based on that we are making the state call and we are updating that. So this is fine, this is the model, is like great, don't need to make any changes. Just cut this one and paste here to see that we have the data or not inside the function. Let's reload the page. Okay, there is a problem in our function. Somehow we are not able to filter it properly. And finally I found the problem. I made a small typo in the function and it took me half an hour to find it out and fix it out. So let me show you. So I've already created 9 posts. We already created 3 posts earlier, but I created more to test that what exactly went wrong, and I found all the problem which I did in the functions and the typo. So this is great, you don't need to make anything in here. We are getting all of this data. Now we can simply come back here. First thing, we have to go to our API, and remember that the credit, like decreasing the credit from the user, it was not working because I had a typo. So we can come back to the controller, go back to the post, and we have to do a little bit fix. So first fix we have to do in this particular function, generate file name. So instead of calling this toDate string, we have to call this toISO string, because if you call this toDate string, it's going to replace the previous images which you will create using the V2 model. So let's remove this one and activate this. Perfect. That's the one change you have to do. Now you have to do the same thing here as well. So simply copy and paste here. So this is the one change you have to do, and we can come back to the function, and here we have this AI model, MODEL, but I made a typo, it's DAL I did, that's why I'm getting this error. So if I come back to the model, inside that you will see that here I made a typo, MODEL. So you have to simply change this to E, and it will work fine. So that's the one change you have to do. This is fine, and we are done with that. Now you have to come back to the middleware and we have to fix in the token. So this is the problem I have did, is JWR, but here we are calling JWT, but that's the problem. So make sure to change this to JWT, and now our token will work fine when it's come to updating the credit. Because if you come back here, you can see we are calling this verify token, and this is the function throwing the error. Perfect. So this is the small fix we have to do. Now if you come back to the functionality, the rest should be fine. We don't need to do anything in here. Close this one. Now close this one, and here we have this. So you have to keep it as it is, and we can do come back here in the V3 model, and here we are simply calling this credit. Make sure to call this credit. Okay, so this is the testing I was doing. It's credit, and that's what I have called it. Do the same thing for the V2 model as well, because if you type response, that's going to create a complication. So let's change this to credit, and that looks great. Perfect. So make sure to do these changes and everything would be working fine. Let's reload the page. We are getting the data. Now you can come back to the database, and I have already created a lot of posts and the users. So what I will do, I'm going to simply delete all of those data. So let's first come back to the post, and let's delete all of this post very quickly. So to delete, click here and delete. So let me do that very quickly. So I have deleted all the posts. Now let me do the delete in the user, because let's create from fresh. So finally we have deleted all the post and all the user. Simply reload the page, and everything is looking good. We have no data available. Perfect. Now we can see sign out, and there is no data available, and our pop-up model is also working fine. That you are not logging, you have to create an account or you have to log it. So let's create my account. So click on the sign up, and let's call this the blockchain coder. Let's give the email ID blockchain coders gmail.com. We can give the password, and we can give the password. Let's click on this sign up, and here is going to make a call, and we are logged in, and we have created an account successfully. Now we have to simply log in. So let's give the email, and we can call the password and click on this login, and we are logged into the application. You can see we got this 3 credit free, which we can use to create the image. Now we can come back to the generate, and let's generate an image. We'll say body builder working out in the advanced gym, Let's give this body, let's fix this, let's select the model. It's going to be natural, and this time we'll have this one, generate, and it's going to make a call. Just wait, it's making a call to our AI model. This might takes a little bit time. Once we'll get the response from the AI model, then we're going to make a call to our backend, and we're going to update all the data in the post and the user credit. And finally we got the response, and you can see, and this time everything is working fine. You can see we got the response from our credit, and we got the data updated. You can see it's reflecting 3, but the moment I will reload the page, this will go down to 2 because we have used 1 free credit. And here we have this, the data we have generated. Perfect, everything is looking great. Now we can simply start working on it on our home page. You can see this time hi is also reflecting because we have the data. The tab is also looking great. Let's come back here and let's try to generate one more image, so we can start working on the front-end component. So we'll say create beautiful nature image with birds, and we'll say nature, and select the typo and this. Perfect, and we got the response from the AI, and here we got the response from our backend. So everything is stored perfectly. Now you can see we have 1 credit. Let's do one thing, come back here and let's start working on the next. So you can see this looks great, and now we can start working on our component. So we can come back here and we can simply go back to the upload folder, and there you will find the images we have generated. So this is the images when I was doing the testing, but if you come down here, and this is the one we have generated, this is the gem one. So you have to give brief prompt. The brief you will give, the better image you will get. Looking great. Now we can come back here, and this is what we have, and this is what we are working on. Now we can simply come back to the component and let's start working on it. Let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. Bring it here, drag it on the right, and let's go ahead. So we'll take a anchor, and we'll have a class called, we'll say absolute inset 0. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called absolute inset 0 z index 10. Block is going to be block text zinc 100, opacity 0, group over opacity is going to be 100. We'll have a transition, opacity, duration 100, pointer events none, line clamp, padding x2, text small, padding x4. It will have a style, we'll say linear background, and we have to assign the property. So let's call this to top RGBA, we'll say 0 0 0.8. it will have a 0%. Then we'll have the next one RGBA 0 0 0 0, and this will be 60%, and the last one is going to be our 0 0 0 0, and it will be 100%. Perfect, but I'm getting some sort of error. Okay, my bad. I have to give the keep here, so I can say background, and this will save. Perfect, we got it. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class flex shrink full height full flex items end. Inside that we can display this div. It will have a class called flex column. Inside that we'll take a p. It will have a class called text small, and we'll have margin bottom 1.5, and let's give this one. It will have a class called font medium, leading sung. Inside that it will have a style called overflow hidden. Display is going to be minus WebKit box, and we have to do the browser setup as well. So WebKit, we have multiple property, so this will be, let's say 3, and we'll have this WebKit box origin is going to be vertical. Perfect. Inside that we can display our text, the dynamic text. So we'll say item dot prompt, and we have to slice it down. I don't want to display the entire prompt which user have asked, so I want to slice this to 24, And right now it's not displaying because this data, the prompt, the icons will only be visible on the over effect. That's why it's not reflecting here. So let's work on our data set, and this will be the length. If its length is greater than this, then we can simply display this or this. Perfect. Right now it's not displaying because it will be activate only on over effect. If you do the inspect element, we have the data. Perfect. So don't think that it's an error. We have the data right up here. Based on the filter, we are getting it up. And here we have an issue called AI model. AI model. So I have noticed one more problem. I have to fix in one more place. Come back here in the index, and here we have to do a little bit fix. So this is the function we have. This is good. And here we have it. It's not AI model, MODEL, because this is the fix we have done in our post controller. And make sure to do the changes here as well. Perfect. And that's the only thing we have to do. Remove this one. Now we can reload the page, and you can see this time we are getting the data. Perfect. This is the one we are getting based on the filter one. We have this prompt. Make sure to check the spelling correctly, that we have applied the prompt. Correct. Now we can simply do the console log of item, that we are receiving the data, and there you can see, yes, we are receiving the data. Here we are, all of the data about the single post. It's also looking great. It's getting. Now we can start working ahead. So we have done all the small fixes in our code, and we have all of this data about the user and the post, all of that. Now let's come back here and let's make it side by side and just continue working on our JSX. Remove this one. Perfect. So this is the prompt, and now we have to display the negative prompt. To simply copy and paste here, and we can come back here, make the changes here. So we'll say opacity is going to be 70, leading, sung, text, Excel, margin bottom 1, and this will be negative prompt. Copy and paste here. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here and we have to display the icons. So we'll take a div, it will have a class called absolute, top 0, left 0, right 0, padding 2, flex, z-index 10, text, zenc 100, justify, between, pointer, events, none, opacity 0, group, over, opacity 100, transition, opacity, let's call text small. Inside that we'll take this anchor, and this will be class is going to be background zinc 900, background opacity is going to be 50. On over effect we have background opacity is going to be 100, transition opacity is going to be flex item center, and we'll have justify, center, pointer, events, auto, cursor is going to be a pointer, text large, height 10, width 10, rounded large. That's all the classes we have. Now inside that we can take our icon. So we already have this image search. That's the icon, we got it. Now what we can do is we can simply come back here, take a div. It will have a class called flex column space y2. Inside that we'll take our dynamic data and we'll say item likes include the user who's actually logged in. If that particular user ID is involved in the particular post likes, then we want to simply display icons on different icons. So what exactly I'm doing here, we are checking for that whether the user have liked the post or not. If it's liked the post, then we have to display a different icon, or if the user not liked the post, then we have to display a different icon. So we'll take a button, it will have a class, let's call background zinc 900, background opacity is going to be 70, overflow is going to be background opacity 100, flex item center, justify center, we'll say padding is going to be a pointer, events, auto, cursor is going to be pointer, active, we'll say scale is going to be 90, transition all, we'll have a rounded large, let's call it rounded large, text large, height 10, width 10, and inside that we can display the heart, and we'll have a color is going to be red, means user have liked the post. If it's not like the post, I can simply display the same button, but I have to simply change the color, and perfect, got it. Now we can simply copy the button, and that's what we can paste here, and we have to do a little bit changes. This will be 50, and I can simply come here, remove the portion from here. Now we can add the classes called transition, opacity, flex, item centers, will justify center, pointer events auto, it's if pointer. Then we can add the, let's say, rounded large, and that's our icon, and we can simply change the icon to be magic. Now we can simply come back here and we can display the image. So we'll take the image, so we have the image in this, we'll take this template here, and now we have to get the domain. So we already have the domain URL, and we can simply provide the path which is inside the folder, the name of the image, which we have right up here. So what exactly we are doing, that we are simply storing the name of the image in our database, and in the folder we have the image. So we are simply providing the path, and I want to have the first image, because in V2 model we can generate up to 10, and I'm allowing user to generate up to 5, so it will have based on the index. So I'm accessing the first image. There it is, you can see it's reflecting. Perfect. But somehow it's quite big. We have to see the classes, that's why it's so big. And on overeffect you can see it's looking great. We can tap and we can open it up, and on overeffect our icons and images are also displaying fine. Okay, you can see the condition we have built, everything is looking great, but why the image size is quite big, we need to have a perfect alignment. So let's add the class. We'll say pointer event none, but still I'm having the same issue. So we have to see the div, that what else we made a mistakes. Let's come back here. So I have noticed few things I need to do the changes. I made a small typo. So first thing, you have to change the spelling of this SNUG, it's not SUNG. So this is the fix you have to do. Simply remove this one, and this is exactly the same thing. Make sure to change the spelling to this, remove this one. That's the two fix. Now we can simply come back here, and here you have to provide this bracket, comma. I forgot to add this one, so make sure to provide this, and after that you have to do the changes here. So it's INSET, okay, that's what you have to provide here. Now looks good. Now we can simply come here, and here you have to do the changes. So this will be background, so provide this, provide this background, opacity 100, and the rest will be fine. Looks great. Now we can come back here. Still we are having the same issue, but we have fixed a lot of it, and it's looking perfect on the mobile device. You can see it's responsive on the mobile device, but we have to do a little bit fix. We can come back to the generate, and let's generate one more image. Let's give the prompt. So I can call this nature with tree and birds, and let's give the tag. It's going to be nature, it will be trees. Let's click on this ratio size, is going to be this one. Just click on generate, and it's generating. Just wait, it's processing. Once it's get generated, we'll have the images, and everything will be updated perfectly. And you can see it's generated successfully, and if you reload the page, you will see the credit went to 0, and now you can click and you will come back to the buy page. So everything's working fine. Come back to the home page, and we have got these two images we have generated, but somehow it's not perfectly aligned. So we have to check the CSS which we have applied. So there might be an issue in the CSS file which I have to do the testing, and that's why I really don't like to use Tailwind, because it's make our component pretty huge. You can definitely do the refactoring, but it's make our component looks very huge. because we have so many classes to apply, and looks good to me. And that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. We have written so many code in our component and we have done a lot of fix. In the next video, we're going to do the fixing and complete the entire project. So next video is going to be the last video of our project. So let's move to the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back to the final part of our AI art generator. In the last 5 part, we have completed all the functionality and designed a lot of UI component. In this video, we're going to complete our entire application. This is where we left, and we had generated these images, but we have some problem in the CSS styling, and that's what we're going to fix. After that, we're going to simply continue. So this is what we have to fix this one, and the images are not properly aligned. That's what we have to fix. The task systems are working fine. If you come back here and change the model, and we have a problem v2 model, so it's not filtering it. So that's the one fix we have to do. We can come back to the v3 and will reflect the same image. So we have to do a little bit fix. So come back to the code, and here we are in the image card, and we're going to start fixing from here. So we can simply come back here, and I noticed that I made a small typo. It's inset, and this is the fix I have to do. Let's do that, set, and save it. Now you can come back here. You can see this text and the overlay color is perfectly aligned, and we are getting description and title perfectly on overfit. That's working good. Now we can simply come back here. So we are done with this. Now we can simply come back to the index page, and here we have to do a small fix. So this is the problem we have. I forgot to add this bracket, the entire closing bracket, and because of this our grid system was not working. So make sure to provide this and save it. And if you come back here, reload the page, and you will see the images are perfectly aligned, and we are getting this nice over effect and the images and icons, and on the click event we are getting this image, single image. So things are looking pretty good. This is fine. Now we have to simply deal with this one, and I made a small typo here as well. So that's the fix. We're going to do it. So what we can do, come back to the code, and we can simply come back on the top in the index page, and we have this particular function which allows us to filter the entire data. So we can come back here. This is the entire function I have. You can see calling all post. All we have to do is to fix this portion. You can see I added an extra e. I have added this extra e, and because of that it was not working. So let me remove this, uncomment this, and remove this portion and save it. Remove this and save it. So it's DALL-E-V2. So this is the naming convention we are following. Once you will save, our AI model will work fine. So reload the page, and now if you change the model, the image will be not visible because we haven't generated any images using v2 model. So things are looking great. Now we can come back here and bring it back the images. So all the filter systems are looking great. We have no issue in that. Now we can come back here, click here, and close this one, close this one. Now we can simply come back to the history page, and there we have to do a little bit fix. So this is the one which is fine. We don't need to make any changes here. Now we can simply come back here. Here we have to do the changes in the model. So exactly the same mistake. Remove this one and save it. Perfect. Now we can come back to the history. There you will find that this is the images I have created, and everything is looking great. You can even do the filtration. So if I type create, you can able to filter. If you remove that, it's going to pull out all the images. Come back to the YouTube, and that's all is working. If we check the filter system here, it's working perfect. So we are done with this. Now we can simply come back here in the history page in the main function, and here we have to do the changes. So you can see this is what we have. I forgot to add a wait, and that's obvious. You have to add it because when the data will come as a form of promise, we have to simply wait and resolve the promise. So that's what you have to add, and here you have to add it and provide the user ID, because this time we are going for the user images. The user is logged in and fetching all the images which that particular user is created. So we have to pass the ID. So make sure to do these changes, and the rest will be fine. Perfect. Simply remove this one and remove this one and save it, and that's the only change you have to do here. Now you can come back here, go back to the like section, and here we have to do exactly the same thing. So we have to simply provide this await, remove this one and save it. Now we can simply come back here, and we have to simply remove this one. This is the old one, and this is the changes I have done. Perfect. Now if you click on the like, you will come back to the like page, and we haven't liked any images, that's why it's empty. So we can come back here, everything is looking great. Now we can simply start working ahead, and we can work on the single image component. So let's come back to the code and let's close this one, come back here, go back to the components, and this is the one we have to work, single image. So let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. Perfect. And you can see the image is the component is opening. Now we can simply close this one, come back here, and we have to receive the props. So we have to receive these two props, single ID and set single ID. So let's copy that one, and that's what we can receive. So let me come back here, give this bracket and receive that. Now we have to simply receive the last one is single ID. So this is the one, copy, and that's what we can receive. So this is the only two prop we need, because based on the ID we're going to make a call to our backend and we're going to fetch out the entire information right up here in the single image. Perfect. You click here and you can click on this and it's opening perfectly. Now what we can do, we have to import a lot of things. So first we have to import from React. So we'll import use state and we'll use effect. Then we have to import file save, because we'll allow the user to download, and from there we need this save as. Then we have to come back here and we have to import the, let's say, SVG icons. In that we need the close, copy, link, follow, magic to, arrow right, arrow left, arrow right to, we'll have a download, and we'll have a heart, rug heart, outline, delete. That's perfect. We have got all the icons. Now we can come back here. We have to import the function. So it's going to come from our utils /index, and we have to import dislike function, then like function, then we have to import check auth function, then we have to get single post function, and we have to get the delete function. Perfect. We got all of these 5 functions. Now we're going ready to interact and work on the project. So first we're going to take the environment variable. We'll take the domain URL, and that's coming from our environment variable. Next public, we'll call it domain URL. Perfect. Now simply copy and paste here, and this will be called domain, and we'll call it domain. Perfect. We got this two environment variable, and now we have to take a lot of state variables. So come back here. We'll call it use state. This will be like, by default will be false. The second one is going to be post details. It will be empty by default, because when we're going to get the details from our backend, we're going to store in this particular state variable. Then we have to take another one. This will be active user. Then we'll take another one. This will be a loader. Then we'll take another one. This will be a selected image. Then we have to take another one. This will be called recall, and by default it will be 0. And the logic I'm going to implement that when the user will click and the component will open and user will like the image. So whenever the user will like, delete, or do anything action, we have to simply recall the function internally in the component. That's why I'm taking this variable. Come back here. Let's take another one. This will be delete post, and by default it will be false. So we are getting all of this state variable. Now we can simply come back here and we have to take a function. We'll say AI image download, and all we have to do is that when the user will click on the download button, we allow the user to download the selected image. So it's going to take the image, and here we have to build the condition. So we have to build the URL. So we'll take this domain URL / and the image, and I have to give this, save it. So we got the image URL. Now we have to allow the user to save it. So we have to simply call the library and provide the information. We'll say domain, and we'll give the, let's say, image name. Perfect. So we got it. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take a function. It's going to receive the text, so we can allow the user to simply copy the prompt. Inside that, we're going to call it navigator.clipboard write text, and we can pass the text. So it can copy. Now we can come back here. We'll take a variable called calling like. So this function will allow us to like the post. So it will be a async function. In that, we have to simply pass the post ID, and we have to do the normal work. So we'll take the cry and catch, and we have to simply console log out if anything goes wrong. So first, we're going to simply turn off the loader. By default, it false. And then we have to simply call the console.log the error. Now we can come back here. We have to start the loader. After that, we have to make a call to our API. So we'll take this response await, and we already have the function. So we'll call it like post, and we give the post ID. Then we have to check for the response, because when the post will be liked successfully, we'll get a response. So that's the response we have here in the response object. We have to check for the status. If it's equal to 200, means the post is liked successfully. Then we have to simply update the state variable. So we'll say set recall is going to be recall +1. So it will increment and is going to recall the fetch function. Now we can simply call this set loader to false, and that's the entire function we have for liking the post. It's very simple, because we have done all the hard work in our backend and in the utility functions. All we are doing is simply calling the function. Now simply copy and paste here, and this is going to be our dislike post. It's going to take the entire same parameter. All we have to do is to simply change the function name. So this will be dislike post. Perfect. That's our function is ready for disliking the post. Now we can simply copy this portion, and this one is going to be for our delete post. So it's going to take the post ID, and here we have to change that to delete post, and everything is ready. And we can simply remove this, because once the post will be deleted, I want to reload the page and I want to reset everything. So let's call this window.location.reload. Perfect. This is ready. Now we have to get the function which allows us to fetch all the information about the single post. So let's build that. So we can simply come back here, copy this one and paste here, and change this to, let's say, user info, because in that we're going to fetch the user info as well as the post ID. So we're going to simply come back here. We'll remove this portion. We'll take this if post ID exists, then I want to simply call this single post, and we have to make a call to our backend. In that, I can simply pass the post ID. So I will have the single post. Once I have the single post, I can simply set that data to our state variable. That's the first thing. Now the second thing is we have to check, and by default we have to set the first image as a default. So we can use this selected image. In that, I can simply access the data. So we'll come back here, and I can say single post, and I can take the first index, because this images will contain the array of images. So I can simply access the first image. Simple. Once I'm done with that, now we can come back here. We'll take this const response, and this is going to make a call to our check auth, and it's going to give us the details about the user. So first we have to set that to response, because this response will contain all the information about the user. And then we can come back here. We'll build this condition. We'll say if response ID is equal to single post, in that we'll have user ID, means the owner who created the image is logged in and interacting with the image. Then I want to simply activate this call set delete post to true. So the delete button will display. Simple logic. What I'm doing, I'm checking the user who created it, and I'm just trying to match it. If it matches, then I have to simply activate the delete component. I can simply come back here, build a second condition. We'll say single post likes includes the user who is logged in, and the data is available here, response.id. So if the user already liked the image, then I can simply set this to true. So it will display that like button, already liked button. Perfect. Else we can simply call it to false. Simple logic. In this way, user can like or unlike the images. And that's the entire thing we have to write here in this particular function. So first we are getting the information about the single post, then setting up the state variable, then we are calling the auth function and just checking for the condition and the like and unlike. We're done with that. Now we can simply call this function whenever this particular components get open. So we're going to use this hook. Inside that, we can simply call this. So I want to call this function every time there is a change in the recall. and let's call this one. Perfect. And pass the single ID, and that's the only thing we have to do here. So this is the entire function is ready. First we are importing this, then importing the icons, the function, state variable. We have taken all of these states, then we have built the internal function for downloading. This is the copy, and here we have for like, dislike, delete, and here we have this user information, and this is the function we are calling. Now we can start working on the JSX straight away. So everything is looking good. You can simply go to that and you can see the components open. Now let's write the JSX. So first we're going to take a class. Let's call this single image with fixed insert 0 with screen, height screen, overflow hidden, padding x 16, padding y 4, flex, justify, center, z index 40, on a small screen z index 50, background zinc, it will be 900, background opacity is going to be 80. Now if I click on this, you can see we are having a nice overlay effect and we getting our text. So the overlay effect is working fine. Now we can have to work on the internal component. So this component is going to be very big. It's one of the biggest components we're going to write here. So we can come back here. Let's add the inline style. This will be called style. We'll have over scroll behavior, it will be contain. Then we'll say min height is going to be WebKit fill available. Perfect. Now we can simply remove this one, take a div. Inside the div, let's come back here. Let's add a onClick function, and on the onClick function we have to simply remove the single ID. So it will close the component because we are working on the closing button. It will have a class. Let's call this absolute. Top is going to be 0, left is going to be 0, cursor, pointer, it will have a h12, width 12, flex, item center, justify, center, text 4 pixel, drop, shadow, and there it is. Perfect. Now inside that we can display our close icon, and if I simply click here, you can see the close icon was working fine. So they can open and they can close it. That's how it's going to look on the mobile device. Okay, so we're done with that. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class single scroll flex, flex column, background zinc 800, drop shadow, excel, overflow hidden, rounded, excel, border, border zinc 700, box, content. Inside the div, we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this flex, flex shrink 0, overflow hidden, text base, padding x 5, flex, flex call, height auto. It will have an inline style. Let's call this height, fit, content, width is going to be 400. Perfect. You can see right now it's looking great. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this margin top 6, padding x 4, padding y 3, background zinc 700, rounded excel, shadow, background opacity 50, font light, flex, flex call, space y 5. There it is. You can come back here. We'll take a p tag. Inside that we can take an anchor, and we can take a class. Let's call this background red 500, background opacity is going to be 0, rounded over effect, background opacity is going to be 40, cursor, pointer. Inside that we can display our data, the prompt. So we have that in the post details, and if I click, you can see the prompt is reflecting. Now I can simply come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this flex, text small, font light. Inside the div, we'll take another div. It will have a class called flex1 flex row space x2 margin right 2. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a onClick function, and on the onClick function we have to simply call this copy text. So user can simply click and they can copy the prompt, and it will have a class. Let's call this text extra small rounded medium. On a small screen we'll say text is going to be extra small, active is going to be scale 95. We'll have a transition all, we'll have transform, let's call this one transform GPU. We have width is going to be white space no wrap, flex1 flex select none, cursor pointer, over effect we want background zinc 600, and border zinc 600, background zinc 700, items center justify we're going to have center, and it's going to have shadow. This will call shadow padding x 2.5, padding y is going to be 2, width is going to be fit content, and these are the classes we have applied on our div. Now we can see we can come back here, we can simply give the icon. So we'll take this copy icon and we can display the copy prompt text. Now if you click, you can see icons are reflecting and we have our text. Perfect. We're done with this section. Now what we can do is we're going to have a similar section. Simply close this one and copy this one and paste here. All we have to do is to simply do the changes. So this will be called, let's say, domain, and we'll have the name of the images. So user can simply copy and he can open and share wherever he or she wants. Once we're done with that, now we can simply come back here and we can simply change it. So this will be called link and this will be called URL. Copy. If you click, you can see we got these two buttons. Now we can simply come back here, leave to div, and we'll take a anchor, and I want to redirect the user to the create section. So I'll apply the classes text small width 12 flex select none, cursor pointer, over effect we want background zinc 600, border zinc will have, let's say, 600, background zinc 700, item center justify center, rounded medium, shadow padding x3. Perfect. Inside that we'll take a link follow and we can simply display the link, so user can click and it can follow. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here, leave to div, and we can take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this one to flex space x2 padding 2. Inside the div we need this section, copy the anchor, and that's what we can paste here, and we have to do the changes. So this should be, let's select or remove this one. Let's apply the classes called rounded medium. On a small screen text small, we'll have a group margin top 4 white space no wrap, we'll have flex 1 flex select none, then we'll have a, let's say, cursor pointer, over effect we'll have a brightness 110, background gradient 2 top, it's 2 top, then we can say from indigo 900 VIA indigo, this will be 900, and we'll have a 2 indigo is going to be 800, and we'll have a drop shadow, items center justify center, and we'll have a padding x 2.5, padding y is going to be 2.5, and width is going to be fit content, active is going to be scale 95, and we'll have transition all. So this is all the classes we have applied, and this will be called magic 2. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here and call this open creator. So if you click in here, you can see our button is working fine. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here, copy this entire anchor section, and we have to replicate it. And here we have to do the changes to history. So user can click and it's going to go to the history section, and the classes would be fine. We don't need to make any changes. Like, we have to do a little bit changes. So let's have a look. So this is fine. Like, we're going to have the active, and this section should be not there. Remove this one. Perfect. Now here we have to do the changes to be, let's say, arrow right, and let's bring it on top, and let's change this to explore your history. Perfect. The button is reflecting. Now we can simply come back here and we'll take a div. It will have a class called, on the medium device we'll say margin top 6, margin top 4, opacity is going to be 80, margin left 2, grid calls to, we'll say gap 2, on the medium device flex wrap, medium device will say flex call, medium device will say space x0, medium device will say space y1, and height is going to be auto. Padding bottom is 32. On a small screen we'll say padding bottom is going to be 8. Inside the div, we'll come back, we'll take a div. It will have another div inside the div, and it will have a class. Let's call this text extra small, opacity 50. Inside that we'll take this model, and we can display the data. So we can take a class. This will be called text small. Inside that we can display the data. So we have the details in the post details, and I can display the model which we have used to create the images. Now if I click on it, you can see the model is reflecting and the section is reflecting perfectly. Now all we have to do is to simply do a little bit copy paste. So simply copy this one and paste here and change the data. So this will be called dimension, means the image ratio, and the quantity. So this will be called quantity. Got it? Now we can simply copy this one and paste here, and this will be, let's call this quality. And what kind of quality we have used? So quality, copy and paste here, and this will be called style, and change this to style. Copy this one and paste here, and this one is going to be called creator. So we already have the data. So inside the post detail we have the user information, and from there I can get the access of the user name. Perfect. We got it. Now we can simply come back here and we can leave two div. Come down here, we'll take a div. It will have a class called width full, medium screen we'll say height full, flex call, style is going to be, let's say, ordered is going to be 0. Inside the div, we'll take a div. It will have a class called flex, max auto, margin top is going to be 20 pixels. Inside the div, we'll take the button. It will have a class. Let's call this height full, width 14, text 5 pixel, flex, item centers, justify, center, opacity 10. Inside the button we have to display the icon arrow left. Then you can see the arrow icon is looking good. Now we can simply come back here and we can take a div. It will have a class called relative. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called absolute. Top is going to be 2, right is going to be 2, z index 30. Inside the div we'll take a button. It will have a class. Let's call this to background zinc 900, background opacity 70. On over effect we want to have background opacity 200. Flex, item center, we'll have justify, center, pointer, event, auto, cursor, pointer, active, scale is going to be 90, and we'll have a transition all. We'll have a rounded, large, text, large, height is going to be 11, width is going to be 11, and that's all we have. Inside that button we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this one to scale 50. Inline style is going to be, let's say, font size is going to be, let's 2.5 RAM. We got it. Now inside the div we'll take our data. So here we have the like state variable. Based on the true and false we have to display like button or unlike button. So we'll say if it's true, then we have to display this particular section for heart, and it will have a inline style. So I have to turn this to, let's say, color red, means the user have liked the post, else we have to display the user to like it. So it will also have an unclick function. Let's call this calling dislike and pass the post ID. Perfect. Same thing we have to do with the else statement. So we'll take this reg heart and we have to send the prop, the function we have to pass. So we'll take on click and we have the function for like, and in that we're going to simply pass the post ID. So that's our like button, or like button is ready. Now we can simply come back here. So come back down below the button, and from here we have to take this dynamic block and we'll say delete post, and this particular section will only visible if the person is interacting who created the post. So if I have created the post, so I only can delete it. So we already built the condition above, so we'll say delete post. If it's true, then I want to display this. So we'll take this, let's call this button, close this one, let's apply the style. It will be called margin, top is going to be 1 RAM. It will have a class called background zinc 900, background opacity 70, on over effect we can say background opacity 100, flex, item center, justify, content, pointer, events, auto, cursor, pointer, will have active, scale is going to be 90, and it will have a transition, let's call this transition, all, rounded, large, text is going to be large, and will have height 11, width 11. Perfect. Now inside the button we can take the div. It will have a class called scale 50. It will have a style, let's call this font size is going to be 2.5 RAM. Inside the div we can display the icon, delete icon, and it will have an on click function, and we have to simply call the delete function we have, pass the post ID. Perfect. Got it? Now we can simply come back here. We'll take an image, and we already have the image, so we can simply display this select image, and it will have, so we have to build a dynamic condition. So we'll say if select image is there, then I want to give the URL of the image. So we'll take this domain URL slash select image, else I can simply say domain URL slash post detail image is going to be first index. Simple. So when it will open for the very first time, it's going to simply display the index value image, but when the user will select on the other images, is going to be selected and it will display in the selected image. So perfect. I'm getting some sort of warning here. Okay, this is the error. Okay, I noticed one thing, simply format this properly, and I have to simply format this one as well. And okay, my bad. So this is the bracket I have, which I need to simply provide here. So provide this and remove this one, save it. Perfect. Make sure to check what I have done. Okay, now you can see the image is reflecting, but the image is not perfectly aligned, so we can have to fix. So here I have to provide this RAM, so it will make our icon a little bigger. Now you can see the icon is bigger. Now we can simply come back here, and here we have to work. It will have a class, let's call this single image new. Then we can simply copy that one and paste here, and here we have to do the changes. So this will be our, let's say, relative z20 new height image, and I can add a little bit more classes here. So let's add this absolute, top is going to be 0, left 0, and z index 10. So this is the classes I have applied on the first one. Actually we can come back here, and we can come here, we'll take a style. This will call width is going to be 330.056 pixels. We'll have a height, let's call this 457 pixels. We'll have a max width is going to be none, and we can come back here. I can see the image is not reflecting. That's interesting, and I notice the problem. We don't need to apply these classes, so simply remove this one and just keep this one, single image new. Now if you click, the image will reflect here. We're going to fix this. So let's come back here and come here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called absolute, bottom to, right to, space y to, flex call, item end z-index 30. Inside that we'll take a anchor. It will have an on-click function, and we'll say AI image download, and we allow the user to simply download it. So we can simply pass the selected image. It will have a class. Let's call this background zing 900, background opacity 70. On over effect we want background opacity to be 100. We'll have a transition opacity flex, item center, justify center. We'll have a cursor, pointer, text large, height 10, width 10, rounded large. Inside that we can take our download icon. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here, lift to div, and we can take a button. It will have a class, height full, width 14, text 5 pixel, flex, items center, justify center, opacity 80, over effect will have opacity 100, cursor will have a pointer. Inside that we'll take our arrow 2. Now we can simply come back here, and we have to display the images down below. So we can simply come here, we'll take a div, it will have a class called flex, space x2, items center, justify center will have overflow is going to be hidden, width full, flex wrap, margin top 4. On the medium screens we'll say margin top is going to be 10 pixels, and will medium screen padding x is going to be 2. Inside that we have to display the images, because in v2 model we can create up to 5 images. So let's render that image. So we'll say post details. Inside that we'll have the images. It will be an array, and from there I can simply run a map, and we'll say image index, and I have to do instant return. So in that I can take a div. Let's close this one. Let's take a key is going to be index. We'll have a class relative. It will have an on-click function, and on the on-click function we have to simply set the image to our state variable. So we'll pass the image. Perfect. Now we can add the style. Height is going to be 50, width is going to be 36 pixels 111, and we'll have a margin. Bottom is going to be 6. We got all of the classes. Now I can simply come back here and copy this entire image, and that's what I can simply paste here. I have to do the changes, so I can simply remove this section. So remove this section. We're going to have the domain URL and the image. Let's pass this one. Okay, so domain URL and the image, and the rest should be fine. This should be changed. Let's remove this one, and let's add this select none. Cursor is going to be a pointer. We'll have opacity 100. I want to remove this one to auto, and remove this one, and it will have an object. Fit is going to be content. We'll have a background color is going to be black, and perfect. You can see the image is reflecting fine, but still we have some issue, but we are getting the data. Now we can simply we can do one thing. We can come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called hidden. Inside that we can take an image, and I can take this template literal. We'll say download / images. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here. Let's make on the big screen. So this is fine. This is fine. All of things are looking great. We don't have any issue in that. We have written all of that. That looks great. This is the entire huge section we have for like, and this is the delete and images and all of the things we have here. Perfect. Now we can come back here, and if I click on this, okay, there is a problem in our width. So it's working fine. We are getting all of this detail, but the width is not perfectly aligned, and you can see on the click event the image is also changing. So all the logic we have applied is working fine. I'll click and get the image. So let's try to fix this one. If you click on this, it will take us to this particular one. Okay, I have given the wrong name. So that's the one change I have to do. Come back here. If I click on the prompt, I can copy, and you can see I can copy the URL, and the image is working fine. Perfect. Close this one, open. Everything is working good. Come back here, and we have to do a little bit fix so I can see the problem. So here we have these two div, close this one, and I have to wrap this inside a div. Okay, so let's take another div. It will have a class flex, full, height full, self, stretch, flex, column, flex column on the medium device, flex row, padding bottom 16, medium will say padding bottom 0, medium padding top is going to be 0, and we'll have a flex line 1, and cut this div and bring it back here and paste it. Now it will work fine. Perfect. Save it, come back here. Now if you click, it will take the entire bit. Looking good. Perfect. You can see all of things are looking great. You can click and you can open the image. You can simply click and it will take you here. So this is the wrong name I have given, which I have to fix. So come back here, let's copy the name. So rename, copy, and that's what we have to do the changes here. So let's come back here, replace here, and let's bring it back. We can click here, come back here, this is fine, and here we have to do changes slow, like this is good. This is the place where we have to do the changes. Perfect. Now click here, you can click on this, it will take you to the history section, and if you click on this, it will take you to the create section. Perfect. Click on this, it will take you to the create section. So everything is working fine. You can see all the images are looking great. You can like, and the image you have liked successfully. Perfect. You can like it and you have liked the image. Reload the page, click on that, you will see. If you come back to the like section, you can see this is the two images you have liked and the data is reflecting fine here. Perfect. Come back here, everything is looking great. You can simply click and you can simply like the images, copy the prompt, and perfect. Like, and we can like it. Come back here in the YouTube and you have liked it and it's reflecting there. Okay, our dislike function is not working somehow, so you can see, click and it's not working. Let's do the inspect element to see what exactly went wrong, and come back here, and here I'm getting this access error. So there is some problem in our endpoint. So it's telling me 404. Why? This is the 404 error I'm getting, and I'm getting this message in the data field that you have already liked the post. But yes, I've liked this, but I won't delete the post. Come back here. This is what we have. So I'm getting this warning. Make sure to save it to restart the server. Close this one, and we can come back here in our backend API. Go back to the router models, not models. We have to go back to the router. In that you will see this is the endpoint we are calling for dislike, dis-like, like, and we are passing the post ID. This is fine, there is no problem in that. We can come back here in the utils, and in the utils we have the function which allow us to connect with this particular route. So this is the one we have dislike, and we are calling the exact spelling API post dislike. We are passing the post ID and the user information, and I have noticed the problem. That what exactly went wrong. So simply remove this one. This is the dislike post. You don't need to make any changes, just keep it as it is. Now you have to come back to the post controller, and here we have made a small mistake. So you can see this is the dislike post controller, and here we are doing the check. We are getting the post ID and the user ID. First we are finding the post, that whether the post exists or not. Second, we are finding the user, and third, we are checking that whether the user have already liked the post or not. So this is the problem I have to provide this exclamation mark, and this is the message we are getting. If I come back in the browser, you will see that's the exact message I'm getting here. If I click, and if I try to click on the like, here we have it. You have already liked the post, because that's what I'm checking here. So I have to give this exclamation mark so it will check in other way. Perfect. And that's the only thing you have to do. Reload the page, and now you can able to dislike the post. So click on this and click on this dislike, and you have disliked the post. You can see got the status to okay, post dislike successfully, like and dislike. Perfect. Reload the page. So our dislike function is working great. Come back here, click and like, cut this, go back to the like section, and that's what is reflecting. You can dislike and you can like it. Perfect. Got it? Now you can come back to the home and everything is looking great. Copy, prompt, open, history, this one, download. You can simply click and you can see the image you have downloaded successfully. Perfect. And here you can see the name. If I click on this is the name. First we are giving the name of our brand and then we are giving the ID we have generated, means the user ID and then the time and date. Perfect. So we are done with this entire home section. Everything is looking great. We are done with this entire section. Close this one. This is also done. Now close this one, close this one, close this one, and now we can simply come back here and we can simply go back to the history and go back to the likes, and you can see this is what we are getting. If I come back to the generate, and this is what we have to work, reel and this one, the component. So we have a separate component for that. So if we come back to the pages, there it is. And if I go all the way down here, like this is the section we have to work, which we have already done it. Now we can simply come back here and we have to do a little bit fix right up here. So this is good. So here we have the body part. I have to add more div here. So simply close this one, come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called flex, item center, justify center width full. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called flex width full, flex column, reverse max width is going to be 1400 pixels, padding bottom 32, padding x2, small screen padding x8. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called active outline none, focus outline none. Inside that we'll take a, let's add an inline style as well. So let's call this one to tab is going to be 0. We'll have a style, we'll say position relative, width is going to be 100%, max width is going to be 100%. We'll have a height is going to be 994 pixels. We'll have a max height is going to be, let's say 995 pixels. We got it. Come back here, reload the page, come back here, come inside the div, and we'll take a div. It will have a style. Let's call this width is going to be 100. We'll have a position is going to be absolute. We'll say writing mode is going to be horizontal tab. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this margin bottom 10. So we got this div margin bottom 10 pixels. Now we have to simply cut out button section. So simply come back here and select all this, copy, cut and paste here. Perfect. We got the button. You can see looks perfect. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take our dynamic bar data and we have to simply render our images. So we'll call this render length. If the length we have, then we have to simply call this fragment. Inside that we can take a div. It will have a class called flex wrap, justify center, flex one, width full, item center, and let's add the else statement as well. Inside the div we'll take the dynamic array and we have to simply render the images. So we'll take this item index and we already have the component, so we'll call this AppRt_ImageCard, and that we have to send the prop. So let's call this index, then we have to send the item and we have to send the single cell ID. Perfect, we got it. Now we can simply come back here on the big screen and everything's looking good. Now you can see the tabs are working great. You can go to different tabs because we have the images. Come back here and come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called padding x4, text small, text zen index 10, text zinc 100, width full, flex, items center, justify center, margin top 2. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called opacity 80, over effect. We'll say opacity is going to be 100. We'll have a transition all, cursor, pointer, We'll have a group. Inside that we'll take a div and call it title. It's going to be load in editor. Inside that we'll display our text. We'll say welcome to AI image generator powered by the blockchain coder. So I'll just want to redirect the user to the blockchain coder. So www.theblockchain.com/source code section. There you will find all the project source code, and we'll take a strong tag and we'll say the blockchain coder. Perfect. Looks great. Now we are done with this entire section. Now you can see we got this blank space. Perfect. And this is the footer section we have, and it's reflecting great. Can open different tab. Now we have to work on this particular section, so we can simply come back here, and this is the card component we have to work. So we have to simply receive the prop, receive this, and that's what we have to open. It has inside the pages, and there we can simply receive it. Got it. Remove this one, remove this one, remove this one, and let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. We can come back to the global, and from there we can simply copy few things. So we already have this, so let's copy this entire icon and paste here. Then we need this portion, this environment variable, and paste here, and we have to fix a little bit. So we don't need these so many things. Remove this one. We need the image search, we need the share, download, delete, and the like one. This is fine. Now let's make it side by side. Okay, I'm getting some sort of error. Okay, I have taken as an array, I have to take as an object. Let's remove this one. Perfect. Got it. Now the tabs are working good. Now we can start working on the JSX. So let's take a class. It will have a on-click function. Set single ID to items ID. Then we'll take this class. It's going to be a dynamic class. So first it will be flex call. We'll have a group. Medium device will say width is going to be 1/2, margin y 1/1.5. Then we'll take this template literal, and we have to add a dynamic class. We'll say if index is equal, we'll give the percentage, and if it's equal to 0, remainder. So when we're going to do the division, and if it's 0, then we have to apply this class. Margin on the medium screen we'll say padding left 16, else we can say padding right 16. Perfect. Now inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called flex1, flex call, item center, justify center. It will have a max 1.5. Inside that we'll take a div, and inside that we'll take another div. It will have a class. It's going to be a self-closing div, and it will have an ID. Let's call this menu container. Let's move this one. Come back here. We'll take a class. It will have a block, relative, group, select none, cursor, zoom in, margin bottom 4, small screen will say margin bottom 0. We'll have a rounded, small, medium, rounded, large, shadow, large, transition, opacity, duration, 500, rounded, large. Inside that div we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this absolute, inset 0, z-index 10, block, text in 100, opacity 0, group, over effect we'll say opacity 100, transition, opacity we'll say pointer, events none, line, clamp, padding x2, padding bottom 2, text small, padding x2. Inside that we can display, let's have a inline style. We'll say style is going to be background, we'll say linear, gradient. Let's call this to degree 0 degree. We'll say RGB 0, 0, 0, 0.1. It will be 100%. Then we'll have a second one, RGBA we'll say 0 0 0, and this will be 0.1 on 30%, and the last one is going to be, let's say, 0 0 0, and this will be 0 on 0%. Perfect. Now we can come back here, and it's going to be a self-closing div, so remove this one. Come back here, we'll take a div. It's going to have a class. Let's call this top 0, left 0, absolute, padding 1.5, width full, flex, z index 10, opacity 0, group is going to be over, we'll say opacity 100, text zinc 100, justify, between, transition, opacity, padding x 2, margin bottom 1, text small. Inside the div, we'll take a div. It will have a class called no extended image flex, no extend image flex call space y 2. Inside that, we'll take anchor. It will have a class called no extend image background zinc 900, background opacity 80, over effect, we'll say background opacity is going to be 100. We'll have a transition, let's call this all, flex, item center, justify center, cursor, pointer, shadow, medium, active, we'll say scale 90, height 10, width 10, rounded large, we'll say text large. And the reason why it's not reflecting, because this entire classes will be activated based on over effect. So just keep working on the classes. Inside that, we'll take our icon, which is the image search. Perfect, we got it. Now we can come back here, we'll take a button. It will have a class. Let's come back here, let's grab this entire class, and that's what we can replace here. And here we have to do a little bit changes, so this is fine. I guess we don't need to make any changes, just add this attribute. We'll say data state is going to be close, and we can simply add the icon, we'll say share. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here, we'll take a anchor. It will have a attribute download, we'll say create new and download. It will have a title, let's call this download, and it will have a class called max large, absolute, top negative 0.5, left 14. Inside that, we can take our this entire button, copy, and that's what we can paste here, and this will be download. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here, we'll take a div. It will have a class, let's call this no extend image flex call space y1. We can simply copy this one, and that's what we can paste here. Now we have to do the changes, remove that one, and this will be 70, and remove this one. We can simply come back here, and let's add one more. This is going to be our pointer, event auto, and we can simply add one more class. So remove this shadow one, and let's come back here, we'll say transition all, and we can simply come back here, and this would be fine. Remove this one, change the icon to div. It will have a class called scale 50. It will have an inline style, we'll say font size is going to be 2.1 RAM. Inside that, we can take our icon. Perfect, I'm getting this. Remove this one, save it. Perfect. Now we can simply copy this entire section. That's what we can simply paste here, and here we have to do a little bit changes. So this looks good, that's fine. Let's change the icon only, delete. Now we can simply come back here, live to div, and we can take an image, and we can simply pass the image. So we have to give our domain URL and slash the image is available in the first index. Perfect, you can see the images are reflecting fine. Let's add the class. We'll say width is going to be 1152, and height is going to be, let's say, 768, and we'll have, let's remove it. Perfect. And that's how things will look. You can see it's quite big and it's looking great. We have to do a little bit changes, and you can see the tabs are working fine, but on over effect our icons are very close to each other, so we have to fix this because this is not what we have in the design. So we're going to have some space from top as well. You can see on the click event we can open the image. Perfect. Come back here, and here we have to do the fix. So first thing we have to do right up here, so it's a not semicolon, so this is the wrong I have done. So we remove this one and just give a normal comma. It was this, and you have to give this one. Now here we have to do the changes. So this between and transition is close to each other, so we have to give the space. Okay, it was this, you have to give a space. That's the one change. Now if we come back here, things are great, but we have to fix this portion now. Come back here, and I can see the problem right up here. So it's a justify, the spelling is wrong, so justify, justify, and save it. Now you come back here, now there's space, have space, and looks good, and it's very responsive for screen, mobile screen as well. Pretty good. Perfect. Now we'll come back on the big screen. Working great. Perfect. Now we can come back here, and we can simply go all the way down. Actually we can come back here, and I just want to have some space from the top, so we can do one thing. We can simply come back here in the AppImageCard, and here we can simply add the margin top. So let's say margin top is going to be 2, and save it, and you can see I have a little bit margin. Remove the page. Actually let's increase the margin, so this will be 4. Save it, and now we have good margin. This is good. 4 is good. Perfect. You can like, or you can dislike or like. Perfectly. So we are done with this entire page. We are done with that all. Let's check the credit. So let's sign it out, and let's try to log and create a new account. We'll say dall-e gmail.com, passwords, click on sign up, and we are signed up. Now let's log in. dall-e gmail.com, password is going to be login, and we are login, and if I click, you can see I'm getting 3 credit. So it's also looking great. Now you can come back to the history. There is no post I have created, that's why it's empty. If you come back to the like, there is no post we have liked. So if I come back and like a post, this data will reflect in our like page. So if I come back in the like, you can see the logic we have implemented, it's working fine. You can unlike or you can like. Perfect. Now we can come back to the generate, and let's create a couple of images. So first thing, let's give the prompt. So I'll call it body builder working out in the gym and doing chest workout today. You can give whatever you want. Let's give the tags. It's going to be gym body builder, and just fix this one, and now pick the model. So I'll go with this vivid, and the size is going to be this one. And let's take the Instagram and click on the generate. It's making the call. Just wait. And finally, somehow our AI model got failed. You can see we got this 400 error message, which is coming from our OpenAI. So what I can do, I can simply do the inspect element, because the AI key we have provided is working fine. Sometime it's happened. Okay, sometime your AI model failed to respond. There's no problem in the code. It's happening because the AI failed to give the response. So simply click on this, and let's try one more time. Reload the page, and let's give one more try. So we'll say body builder working out in the gym. Let's give the tag gym bodybuilder, select the model natural, and click on this. Let's do the inspect element before we click, so we can see. Click on this generate, and it's generating, and you can see we got the response from our AI model, and everything is working fine. So sometime it happened. That's not a big deal. You can click and you can download the image, and you can simply copy and paste the URL of the image, and you can see this is the image We have successfully constructed our URL perfectly. You can like it, reload the page, come back here. You can see this is the one we have created. This is the one you have liked. Perfect. Now you can come back here. Looks great. Come back and let's try to create few more. So this is good. We can simply go to the different tabs, reload the page, and everything's looking good. Now we can do one thing. I just want to open the reel section by default. So let's come back here, go back to the pages, and here we can do one change. So this is what we have in the calling post, and here we have this YouTube. So instead of YouTube, I can go with the reel because that's what we are following in all the pages. So change this to reel and reload the page, and it will fix the issue. So by default, it's going to open the image, the reel one. Perfect. If I simply sign out and log out with the other account, the blockchain coder, you will see this reel data will be reflecting here by default. Save it, and if I come back to generate, you can see by default it will generate the reel one. Perfect. Perfect. We got it. Close this one. Everything's looking great. Now we can come back to the home page. Generate is good. History is good. Like is good. And now we have to work on the account page. So it's going to be a quite little bigger page. So we can simply come back here, close all of that, come back to the account, and we need to do a lot of work. So first we have to import a lot of things. So use state and use effect. Then we have to import the cookie. Then we have to import our icons like Instagram. That's coming from React icon /fa6. This will be AIS, AI, and this will be BD. Let's say BS, camera, reel, fill, and this will be AI outline, YouTube. Perfect. Then we have to import the CSV icons. We'll say home logo, search, filter, color, tick. Come back here, we'll import. We'll come back, go to the components. From there we can get the components. So first is going to be the header. Then we'll have the get start. We'll say image card. We'll have slider. We'll have a single image, and we'll have a part image card. We got all of this component. Now we can come back here. We'll take this, and we have to get the check auth, which is coming from our utils. Then we can simply come here. We'll take this import information. So we have already got the JSON file. In that I have provided you all the details, and that JSON file we're going to render. So we can simply access that. We can go back to the data, and from there I can get all the accounts. Then we can get the features which we are providing in our services, and that file is also given. If we come back here, there you will find in the data folder, there we have all of this file in which we have generated the dummy data. So if you come back to the account, that's all you have. You can simply play around and check. So we can simply come back here. We got all of that. Come here. We'll take a state variable. This will be active user. Then I have to get this get user details, and I have to simply call the function. Try and catch, console log out the error, and we can simply call the function. So we'll say store cookie. So I have to call this function when the cookie is available, means the user is logged in. We'll say cookie get, and we can give the key token. We'll say if it's available, then we have to make a call to our a backend. We'll say await check auth and set the data to the state variable. So that's our function is ready. Now I want to simply call the function when the page reload. Let's call the function only one time. Perfect. That's all the thing we have done. We have imported this, we have imported the component, function, and the data, and the function is looking great. Now we can simply make it side by side. And I'm getting some sort of warning. Okay, this is the error I'm getting. So to fix this, we have to fix here. It's not BD, it's BS, and save it and reload the page. And here is another problem in the name of the feature. So I have given the wrong file name. So let's come back here. Let's rename, and that's what we can simply replace here. Perfect. Now reload the page. Perfect, the account is resulting fine. Now we can start working on the JSX. So first we remove it, take the header, then we can take a div. It will have a class called margin bottom is going to be 50 pixels, small screens margin bottom 0. On a small screen we'll say margin top is going to be 56 pixels, and somehow this is looking good, but it's taking a lot of time for our webpack to simply render the CSS and the front end. So everything is good. Let's minimize this one and let's make it side by side. Okay, perfect. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take a get started component, and in that we can simply send the user information. Then we'll take a div. It will have a class called padding top 8. On a small screen we'll say padding top 10, padding bottom 6, container max auto, max width 6xl, padding x5, margin bottom 32, small screen margin bottom 0. Inside that we'll take a div, click on this, small screen flex, column, align center. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called text 3xl, small screen text 4xl, margin bottom is going to be 6, 5xl, font logo, font bold, margin top 0, text center. Inside that we'll take our account. Then we can come here, take a p tag. It will have a class called text extra small, extra large, text center, margin top 2. Inside that we'll take our text, will say choose the plan that's right for you. Perfect. Then we can simply come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class flex item center, justify center, flex column, flex shrink, margin top 10. Inside that div we'll take a p. It will have a class called text right, text small, padding right 4, padding bottom 1. It will have an inline style called width 300 pixels. Inside that we'll take a save 20% text. Then we can come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called border bottom rounded full, border opacity 20, border white, relative overflow hidden, background zinc 900, flex. Inside that div we'll come back here, make on the big screen and reload the page, and let's see how things are coming together. And you can see it's looking great. It's looking great. So the text is there. Now we can simply come back here and let's work on the entire JSX first. So it will have a style. Let's call this width is going to be 300 pixels. Inside the div we'll take a div. It will have a class background zinc 600, text white, shadow medium, background opacity 80, height full, absolute, top 0, left 0, rounded full. Inside it will have inline style, width 150 pixels, transform, translate 150 pixels, and translate is going to be 100, like 0 pixels. Inside the div we'll take a button. It will have a type button. It will have a class width 64, rounded full, padding y 2.5, text small, font medium, we'll say white, space, no wrap, focus, outline none, focus z index 10. On small screen we'll say width auto, on small screen say padding x7, relative, text zinc 400. Inside the button we'll take a starter plan. We can simply copy and paste here, and let's remove this one. This will be white, this will be max plan. We can simply come back here. We'll take a plan, comment this one, and come back and reload the page to see Okay, somehow it's not reflecting, so reload the page one more time. It's not reflecting again, so we have to do a little bit fix, and this is the portion we have to do. It's transform, so we have to say X and this will be Z. Save it, make sure to fix this, and we have to fix a lot. So first let's continue ahead in the JSX, then we're going to simply fix. So we can come back here, we'll take a div, it will have a class item center, justify center, margin top 8, small screen margin top 16, flex call, space y 6, space y 0, and on small screen we'll say grid, small screen grid calls 3. We'll have a small screen, we'll say gap is going to 2, medium screen will say gap is going to be 6. It will have an inline style, we'll say max width 1100 pixels. Inside the div we'll take our dynamic data, so we'll take the feature map item index, and we have to make it instant return. Inside that we'll take a div, let's close that. It will have a class call span 1, flex shrink 0, border opacity 20, background zig 900, rounded 2 pixels, transition all, height full, flex 1, border opacity 20, border white. It will have inline style, let's call it max width 330 pixels. Inside the div we'll take a div, it will have a class, let's call this padding x 12, padding y 6, small screen padding x 4, small screen padding y 4, medium screen padding y 4, flex this will be called medium, padding x 6, and flex call relative, rounded 2 XL. It will have an inline style, background is going to be radial gradient RGB like 194, 97 to 954, and we'll have our 0.05. We'll have a second color 24, 24, 27 and 100%. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here, we'll take a div, it will have a class text left. Inside that div we'll take a div, it will have a class called flex. Inside that we'll take a p, it will have a class called text extra large margin right 2. Inside that we can display the data, so we'll have this plan. If I reload the page, you can see it looks good. We have to do a little bit of fix, but it's looking great. Perfect. Now we can come back here, we'll take a div, it will have a class called margin top 6, bottom 6. Inside the div we'll take a div, it will have a class called flex item center item end. Inside that div we'll take a p, it will have a class called text 4 XL font semi bold. Inside that we can display the data, which is the price. Then we can take another p tag, it will have a class called text large opacity 700. Inside that we can display the HTML space tag, and we can display the type, whether it's monthly, yearly or annual. Come back here, we'll take a p, it will have a class called margin y2. Inside that we can display the billing. Then we can simply leave to div and come here, we'll take a anchor. Inside that we can display the URL link, so user can click and it will redirect to the Stripe payment gateway, and there they can confirm the payment and they will get the credit. So let's apply the classes. Width full, height 11, flex item center, justify center, rounded large, drop shadow, padding x 8, shadow, cursor pointer, active scale 95, on over effect brightness 110. We'll have a transition all, background gradient to top from scenic 600, VIA scenic 600, and to Senian 500. It will have a target is going to be a next page, means dot blank dash blank. Inside that we can say buy credit. Perfect. Now we can come back here, we can take a div. It will have a class called flex, justify, center, text small, margin y2. Inside that we can display the button, cursor, pointer, select none, opacity 50, over effect will say opacity 100, flex, item center, justify, center, margin 2. On over effect will say border, opacity 50, will have a border, opacity 0, border, bottom, border, white. Inside that we can display the item and we'll say monthly, and this will have HTML space tag, and we can display our SVG icon. So this is the icon we have. Let's close this one. Current color, in the fill we'll say current color, we'll have a stroke with 0, and let's assign a view box. Let's assign the height, width, and we can go with the XML PS, and this is the general convention we follow, /CSV, and inside that we can define the path. So this is none, and we'll have a D. Make sure to give the exact ID. Replicate it, remove this one, and let's give the second one 2H6.59 L4 18, then we'll have 5.5, and all of that we have. Perfect. So we got our SVG icon. Now we can simply come back here, we'll take a div. It will have a class margin y3, padding x2. Inside that we can take a div. It will have a class text extra large. In that we can say unlimited. Then we'll take a div. It will have a class called text small, opacity 70. Inside that we can take a slow generation. Perfect. Now we can come back here, we'll take a div. It will have a class called text white, text small, text left, space y3, top, margin top 4, margin bottom 6. Inside that we'll take our dynamic data, and we can simply render the array. So we have the item, and in this features we have an array, and we have to simply render it. List, index. You can check the dummy data, there you will have all of these details. Let's render that. We'll take a div. It will have a class flex, item center, item, base, line, place, items, base. Inside that we can take our color tick, and we can display the span. It will have a class, let's call this opacity 90. Inside that we can take a HTML space tag, and we can display the list item. Got it. Now we can simply come back here, we'll take a div. It will have a class called margin top 12. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called grid calls 1 medium device, grid calls 2 gap 8 medium, gap 10. Inside that we'll display our dynamic data, means the array, the question and answer. We'll have the information map, item, index is going to be an instant return. Take a div. Let's have a key. Let's give a class pros indigo. Inside that we can take h4. It will have a class call margin bottom 2. In that we can take a span. Let's call this class margin right 3, hidden, target is going to be inline flex, and it will have an ID. Let's call this plan limit, and it's going to be a self. Inside that we'll take another span. It will have a class animate ping absolute inline flex, height 3, width 3, rounded full, background indigo 400, opacity 75, and is going to be a self-closing span. Remove this one. Now we'll take another one. It will be a self-closing. Let's have a class. Relative, inline, flex, rounded, fuel, height 3, width 3, background indigo 500, and now we can simply display the data. Item dot questions. Come here, we can div a div. It will have a class called text zinc 400. Inside that we can display the description. Perfect. Now I can come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class. Actually it has the similar structure, so what I can do, I can simply copy this one. This is the entire div. Close this one, copy, and that's what we can paste here. Let's remove this one, and it's going to have the same classes, the same structure. No need to make any changes. Okay, I can see one thing. I can simply take this question and cut and paste here, and I have to do the same thing on top as well. This will be called how does the plan limit works, and here I have to do the same thing. Cut this one and paste here, and here we don't have the data, so we can simply display the dummy data, which is the Lauren. I'll say Lauren, and it will give me this dummy data. Now what I can do, I'll take a div. It will have a class called margin top 2. Inside that we can take a dummy data, and I can simply remove few lines. Perfect, looking great. Now we can see, so finally we are done with this entire section. If you come back here, you can see that's how it's going to look. Good, you can see this section is perfect. And here we have an issue in our pricing section, so they are very close to each other, and the button is also not reflecting, so we have to do a little bit adjustment in the alignment, but the rest should be fine. So this is fine. Let's do the inspect element, and this is how it's will look. The responsiveness is working absolutely fine, but the alignment is not perfectly. So we can fix that. We can simply come back here, and I found the issue. So first thing we have to do is to do the changes right up here. If you come back here, first we have to make this div as a self-closing div. Close this one, and we have to remove this rest from here and save it. So one change you have to do there. Then if you come back here, you can see reload the page, and the button is reflecting fine. Startup plan, max plan is looking great. That's the one change we have to do. And now we have to do on this cart section. They're very close to each other. So come back here, and here we are in the plan section, and here you can see we have a max width, and here we have to add one more class called flex, so it's going to take the entire width. And here we have to do the changes. So here I made a mistake. It's called FORM, not FROM. So this is the wrong spelling. Remove this one, and here I have to do another fix. It's called white space no wrap. Simply copy this one and replace in all the places. Perfect. This is the fix. Remove this one, and we can simply come back here, and we can simply close this div and remove here. Perfect. Now it's looking good. Come back here, reload the page, and you will see perfectly. This is the title. We have the button perfectly aligned, and our cart section is spread out, and width looks great. You can click and you can come back to the checkout page, and you can simply complete the payment. Perfect. Come back here and go back to the data section. There you will find all of this data we have designed for max plan, the price, the images, the billing model, annual, generate, and here we have the Stripe payment gateway. So when you will create the payment link from Stripe, that's what you have to provide here, as well as in the environment variable. That is the link and all of this data. You can simply do the editing and it will reflect in the front end. Perfect. Let's check the responsiveness. It's 100% responsive for all the screen sizes. Absolutely great. So we're done with this. Close this one, close this one, close this one, close this one. Now we can start, come back to the home page, and now we can start working on the payment section. So you can see this is what exactly we have here. All the tabs are working great. Here is the like one, here is the account one. Perfect. You can click and you can buy. Now come back here in the code, and we can simply come back in the API, in the component. Inside that we have the global, and we have to work on the payment processing. This one. Once the user will complete the payment, we're going to display the particular component, and we're going to make an API call right up here. So let's come back here, import couple of things. use state, use effect. Then we have to import XCS library. Then we have to import router because we have to get the data from the URL. Then we have to import our loader, which is coming from index. Then we have to import our icon, the brand icon, that's coming from our CSV index. Then we have to import our function, we'll say buy credit, and that's coming from utils. Got it? Now we can simply come back here. We have to take the plan, that what type of plan we are selling. We are selling 3 different plan: max, pro, and starter. And we have to import this. So max plan, we have process env next public max plan. Simply replicate that, and if you come back to the environment variable, there you will find that in each plan we are providing these many credits. So in the max plan we have 500 credit, in the pro we have 3, and the starter file we have 50. So that's what we have to access. Copy, paste, copy, paste, and copy, paste. So we got that. Let's replace the name, and looks good. We got the environment variable, and now we have to build the function. So first we have to receive the props like buying, and this will be set buying. Come back here, we'll take a use state, we'll say buying status. So by default it will be called waiting processing, wait processing. Now we can simply come back here. Let's take this particular function calling buying, and it will call credit. It will be an async function, and in that we have to pass the buying. And this one is going to be very interesting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply get the key pair which is available in the URL, and based on that I have to select the package which user have bought. So we'll say try and catch console log out it, and here we have to build if and else statement. So we'll say if buying is equal to max plan, because when the user will complete the payment, this max plan keyword will be available in the URL, because that's the success URL we are providing. So if it's max plans, means user have bought the max plan. You can see this is the max plans, pro plan, and starter plan. You don't need to make any changes in these places, because this is what we are finding in the URL, and based on that we are updating the credit. Got it? So first we have to say set buying status is going to be crediting. Then we can simply make a call to our backend, await buying credit, and we can simply pass the max plan which is coming from our environment variable. Then we can simply set the status to be completed, and after it's completed we have to simply redirect the user to the home page, push to the home page, and then we can simply remove this set buying. Perfect. When it's a max plan, then we have to simply do all of these actions and update the user credit based on the max plan. Let's write the else statement, and I can simply copy this one and paste here, and this will be our pro plan. So this is what we have: pro plan, and the rest will be fine. Simply copy and paste here, and the last one is going to be the starter plan. So starter plan, and starter plan, and this is our function is ready, which will update the user credit based on the purchase they have done. Now we have to simply call this set buying status to be contact support team if anything goes wrong, and I want to call this function when there is a component open. So we'll take this use effect, and let's call this buy credit, and we have to pass the buying, which one the user is buying. So we're done with this. Now we can simply come back to the pages index, and let's just work on the payment process. So let's give this, save it, let's make it side by side. Let's come back to the home page, and let's bring it here, and you can see the component is working. Now we have to work on the JSX. Come back here, let's take this fragment, we'll take a div, it will have a class fixed, inside 0, background zinc 900, background opacity 40, ZIndex 50, and you can see we got an overlay. Now we have to apply the inline style. Top 50%, transform, translate, -50%, -50%. Let's cut this one. Actually, we don't need to apply this classes on this, so simply select and cut, and we have to apply this. Pointer event is going to be auto. Then we have to take a div. It will have a class, background, zinc 800, item center, fixed, shadow XL, rounded 2XL, zinc 50, padding X8, padding Y8, text small, border zinc 700. Inline style is going to be top 50, and transform this. Come back here, left is going to be 50. You can see that square, and we'll say max width is going to be 30 pixels. Width is going to be 100%. Max height is going to be 84 VH, and inside that we can display the div. It will have a class called flex call, text zinc 200, text center, items center. Inside that we'll take our logo. There it is. Now we have to take a div. It will have a class called new dash loader JS on. Then we'll take a span. It will have binary, replicate this, and the third one will be called getting there, and will display the current status of the payment. So we'll say buying status. Perfect. The entire component is ready. We are importing all of that, and all the call of the API and the transaction is happening. So let's make on the big screen. So this looks great. Close this one, come back here, and here we have the environment variable. This is very important. So this is what we're going to provide in our Stripe payment gateway. Once the payment will confirm successfully, the user will be redirected to this particular endpoint. Perfect. And this is the URL we have to get from the Stripe. So close this one, close all of that, and that's how it's looking. Perfect. Now we can simply minimize this one, come back, and now we have to go to Stripe. Simply type Stripe, and I already have my account. Stripe is a very powerful payment provider which you can simply go. I already have my account, so I will simply log into it. If you don't have your account, simply create your account. So let's click on this login, and just wait. It's taking a little bit time, and finally I'm logged into my account, and this is my test account. That's why you can see it's available on the test. But if you want to go into the live mode, you can have to verify your documents and submit your documents. Then they will give you the active account. So I'm going to do the testing on the test network. So you can see this is my dashboard, and if I come back to the payment link, you will find all the payment links which I have created. So this is the 3 payment link I have created when I was doing the testing. So to create a new payment link, it's very easy. You can simply click here in the new, and here you will have multiple options. So you have to click on this, and it will give you 2 options based on the choose to customer, which is going to be a kind of donation type, but we want to have as a product and service. So select this one, and here you have to give the name of the product. So you can call whatever you want. So I'll say pro plan, and you have to simply select here, and it's going to give you this model, and here you can provide more detail. So give the description about the plan. I can upload my image, so I'll upload to documents, and this is the image. And from here you can set the price in multiple currency. If you are Indian, you can send Indian pricing. If you are from anywhere else, you can simply select that. It's give you like more than 145 countries, 35 countries currency. So you can click and you can pick any one. So I'll go with the USD, and I want to charge, let's say $50, $20 for this particular plan, and simply click on this add product, and it will be added. So here you have added the product successfully. Now you can add more details if you want. If I want to take the name of the user, so I can simply come back here, click on this add custom name, and get this to name, and this is added. Now I can simply come back here, and I want to redirect the user to a landing page. So I can come back to the after payment, and here I have to give the URL. So click on this. Here I have to provide the URL. So come back to the code, and this URL we have designed. So this is the URL we have to get. Simply copy. This is one is for the pro plan. Copy this one, and that's what we have to provide. So it will be redirect to this particular location. Click on this create, and that's how you can create your plan. I hope you guys have understood. You got the link of the payment, simply copy that one, and that's what you can simply provide here. Paste here. Perfect. So that's how you can create a link and do the configuration in the Stripe. If you come back to the payment link, I have already done with all of these 3 plans, so I'm going to go with the previous one, but that's how you can create. So I'll simply click here and copy from here. Simply copy this one, and here you will find this is the exact endpoint I have given for the starter file, so that's what I will going to get it. So let's simply provide all of that. So let's give it here, come back, go back to the max, copy. This is going to be the max one. Now I can get the, let's say, pro one. I'll copy from here, and this one is going to be pro one, and the same URL you have to provide in the data field, like in the feature, and here you have to provide the same URL. Got it? And if you want to do the editing, you can simply do that. This one is the starter, this one is the pro, and this one is the max. You can simply do the changes. Close this one, and you are ready. You are ready to done. You have done all the setups. Now we have to simply restart your application because we have added new environment variable. So simply close, stop the application, and simply start the application. Started. Now we can test this. So simply close this one, reload the page, come back here, and we have to simply deactivate and remove this one. Save it, come back, reload the page, and it's taking, and finally our application is working fine. If you click, you can see I have 0 credit. So now I'm ready to buy the credit. So I can simply come back here, click on the buy credit, and it will take you to account page, and I can select any one. I can click on this 50, and it will take me to the Stripe, and I can fill out all of this detail. So I'll give the name, I'll give my card details. So in Stripe for testing mode, we have photo, and you can give any date and any CVC, but it should be in future. Cardholder name, and I can go with this. Click on the payment, and it's processing. Once the payment will complete, we will redirect to our application, and the payment is completed, and here we are. So we have successfully bought it. If you click, it's not reflecting, but if you reload the page, it's going to reflect that, and there it is, 500 credit we have bought it. If you come and if you want to buy more, you can simply click, and you can simply fill out all of these details. Give the test card, CVC, name, and we can give the credential, and the payment is confirmed. We are here, reload the page, and you can see we got this 300 credit more. So right now we have 800. In the same way, you can pick the next one as well, and you can buy it. So I did it very quickly, and you can see I got it. Perfect. So all the payments is working fine. Now you can simply come back here, go back to, let's say, if I want to create more, I can simply come back here and I can create. You can see the button is enable, and I can create. So I can give my prompt. Let's call this one to mountain cover with snow. Let's give the tag, and let's select the model, and this time I'll go with this one. Let's go with this one. Click on this generate, and here we got it. Close this one. If you come back here, go to the Instagram, this is what we got it. Perfect. Everything is looking great. You can see. Now we can come back here, close this one, go back to the upload, and there you will find all the images we are uploading. That's all you will find. So this is the one generated. Perfect. Come back here. Let's go to change this model to V2, and there is no image we have created using V2 model. So let's test that. So come back here. We have selected the V2 model, and I click on 4 images. Select the ratio is going to be, let's say, this one, like this one. And I can give the prop. So flying cat in the mountain. Give the tag animal. Let's call this animal, and select the V2, and all of that looks great. Generate. Make sure to give brief prompt. The more brief prompt you will give, the better quality of image you will get. And here we got the images. You can see we got 4 images. You can type and you can change the images. You can click and you will be redirected here. Perfect. All the images reflecting is related to V2 model. You can see. Perfect. You can come back here and there is no image. You can come to YouTube. You can see this is the MN we have created. You can like, unlike. Come back here. You can see reload the page. Okay, this is the fix we have to do. And this is the fix I have to do. Okay, we have to do a little bit changes. I know the problem because we are checking for the condition. Everything is great. And here we have to do the changes and the like page. If I change this to V3, you will see the images are looking fine. Area is fine. History page is also looking fine. Great. Perfect. So we have to do a little bit changes in the history page and the like page. But let's come back to the V2 history, not reflecting. But we have one image. So come back here, go back to the pages, history. And I see the problem. I can simply do one thing. This is fine. We don't need to do anything in here. This is good. We are calling the right name and all. We are calling the reel. And here we have to do the changes. I can take this button out of it. So I can come back to the like, and we don't need this. Actually, we have this. This is what I have in all the places. So there is the fix we have to do in these 2 pages. This is fine. The name is fine. This is also a good one. And I found a problem. So what we can do, we have this all copy post, remove this one. We don't need this one because we don't have the filter system in the like page. And we can remove in all the places. Remove it here. And this is what I have. I can remove this. And we don't need this one. Remove this one. Save it. Those are the changes we have to do. And now we can, not a big deal. We can fix that very easily. Come back here. And we have this button section. I can do one thing. I can simply take this button out of this dynamic component. So we have all of this button. I'll simply close this one and close this one. And let's do the inspect element. This is fine. We already have the images. You can see we have the images. So the only thing we have to do is to take the bottom out of it. Let me have a quick look. Let's go back to the index page, and this is, I have exactly the same name in the model. There's no problem in the model. This is good. We are doing all of the check. This is also fine. Spelling is also good. So spelling is also good. Active model. We have the data. Reload the page. So we can come back here, and now we have to do one thing. So simply take this button and close this one and cut this button and take this out of this dynamic block, paste here. And we can come back here, redo the page. If I go to the like, you can see we have the tab system. So now if I click on the tab, you can see now I can able to access this. Perfect. Looking great. And that's the exact thing we have to do on the history section. So this is good, and the rest should be fine. The rest should be fine. Now we can come back to the history, and here we have simply cut and paste here the button, redo the page, And if I come back to the history, it's reflecting. Perfect. Perfect. Let's do the inspect element. Perfectly aligned. You can go to different section of the component. Pretty good. Come back to the home, and this is the YouTube, Instagram, Reel. That looks good. So we are done with the entire project. We are just doing the testing that all the features are working perfectly. We have the tabs working great. We have the history working tabs perfectly. This is the like section we have, and perfect. Come back to the history. Okay. Come back to the home. We can change the model, and there it is. It's also looking great. And we can come back to the tab. If I click OK, I have to fix this spelling. Come back to the code, and here I am. I can simply come here, rename this and copy the name, and that's all I have to do is to come back here. Then there's no need to do any changes in the component. So let's come and have a look. Do we have any extra? So we can come back here, and this is fine. Like, come back here, and there is the place where I have to do the changes. Simply come back here, get it one more time, and paste here. Perfect. And come back and redo the page. Now if you come back to the history, click here, it will take you to the create section. Perfect. So we are done with this entire project. I hope you guys can understand. All the credits are looking great. We can down it, up it. Let's check the responsiveness of the application. Perfect. You can select the different models, ratio, check the credit, change the models. Let's create the image for testing. Let's say flying boy over tree. Click on boy. I don't want to create 5. Let's click on that. And here we got it. That's funny. So boy is flying in the trees. Perfect. You can like it, you can close it, you can come back here, and let's come to the home, and we are in the YouTube. This is the Instagram. Click here, you can select and open it up. Perfect. Let's change the model v3 because that's what I like most. Perfect. Let's do the inspect element final time to see things are looking good and responsive. Yeah, we have this cast system looking great. On click open, we can open it. We can tap. Perfect. Perfect. Check the card system looks great. This is the history section. You have the like system and account system. So every single thing is looking good and 100% responsive. You can see how beautiful things are coming together. So we are done with this entire project. Close this one, close this one. I hope you guys have enjoyed what we have done it. Everything is looking great. Now we can come back to the blockchain coder, and there you will find all the resources about this particular project. So we have tons of project on our channel. Come back to the source. You can come back to the movie AI, and if you take this particular course, it will teach you every single thing about the Web 2 development and how you can deal with the AI models. That's all, because in this we have built one of the powerful application where you can find about the movies through the voice controls. That's AI models we have included. So it will teach you every single thing about the Tailwind CSS, folder and file structure. That's all you will learn. So make sure to check this one. Check out the modules we have. We got an amazing response, and a lot of students have already taken that. And if you want to take your Web3 career to the next level, you can check this one. It has 40+ hours of content. You will learn complete blockchain development from beginner to advanced level. You will master complete sorted programming language. You will learn about the Web3 setup, and you're going to build one of the biggest Web3 project. So check this one as well. Come back to the source code section. There you will find that we have more than 50 projects related to Web3 That's all you will find. So make sure to check. And this is the project in which you will have the all the detail, all the assets, all the starter file. So you can simply click here and you can watch this video if you take the final source code. In that I have explained that how you have to do the setup if you get the final source code. Make sure to watch this video complete, and you can click here, and from here you can get the starter file, watch the setup video, and you can buy the code. That's all is given. Perfect. So finally, we're done with this entire project. I hope you guys have followed along with me and understood every single thing, and you have built your first ever AI image art generator. If you have any question, any doubt, do let me know in the comment section. Do leave your feedback, and definitely we're going to have more project related to that. Check all the project we have on the channel. It will teach you every single thing and make you better Web3 developer or Web2 developer. With that, I'm ending this. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.